esports player representing one of the biggest teams in Nigeria or Africa. So I guess you've landed on the right page, because here we take you into the world of games, gamers, and gaming. From tournament organizers to game shows, podcasts, you name it. You get to meet the best of the best in the esports industry right on this page. So make sure you share to someone, follow, and also subscribe to all our platforms. We're Game Eagle Esports, the world of games, gamers, and gaming.
Time to wake up
to a new reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. The best of the best players feeling the pressure and the nerves of Game 24.
My goodness.
Wow, what are we seeing? Bringing to you this live broadcast of this huge matchup. We got to see once more what the Challengers Cup is all about. It's being able to produce in the pressure cooker. And I love when players are nervous a little bit, where, you know, you get an opportunity to see them when they're under pressure. But just by impulse, you get to do something crazy.
We're back to action. Now we're about to play the golden goal for the grand finale of the Onile Grand Finale. Oh, we're just having an update. Oh, that is one of just one of not regret. We don't regret this. Oh, yes.
Another wonderful weekend is upon us into week 4 of the National Esoccer Pro League. Once again, my name is Slimo, and it's a pleasure bringing you more and more of this amazing FC action all the way from Lagos, Nigeria. Right inside the Game Evolution Studios, like we said, over the past 3 weeks, it's been tremendous FC action, and it's been a joy bringing you this one. And I've not been doing this alone. I've been here with, of course, my brother Manny on my right-hand side. We've been doing a lot of analysis, a lot of enjoyment of the FC action as well. I believe, Manny, we've enjoyed true and true, really down-to-earth FC action from these players, and we've definitely seen some improvements from last year.
I don't know if you could call it down to it, because some of the performances we have seen on stream here for the past 3 weeks have been nothing but intense. You know, the kind of action that you leave here throughout your week you're thinking about, oh my goodness, today I thought about that Shelling goal with the finesse from
Yeah.
the right. I don't know who scored that goal again, but I was just like randomly like, what a goal that was. You know, that kind of move, those kind of action, like they leave a huge imprint on your subconscious for the rest of the week and also going in throughout the year. Sometimes now, from what we have done here, when I'm, you know, gaming with my friends, I know that some things I could pull off now, you know, that I couldn't pull off a couple of days prior to this tournament, because these guys have sort of taken the bar to another level. And this is this is not even the elite level. This is the guys before the elite level. This is a pro league. So really, this has been some outstanding performances from some of the players, from people like Guru, who we sort of wrote out from the first day and came back to prove us wrong. We have Bright, who gave us a mouth-watering
Possibly
week.
the highlight of the week.
Yes, week 3, day 1. We also have Yemi, who have sort of solidified his stance. Guru, I mentioned Guru earlier. KK, a game with Josh. Not to forget to mention Khaled, who has been absolutely amazing.
Tactical has been pretty good as well.
Yes, Tactical, another one of the players who has really taken his performances to the next level. These guys have really done the absolute amazing one. And today's event, I'm very, very sure will give us even more highlights.
Well, certainly. I mean, week 3 was definitely enjoyable. But like we said, every single weekend, this is the place to be. KD Sports YouTube, as we go into what week 4, day 1 will look like. We'll start off the broadcast. These days, it looks like Mr. Oga starts off the broadcast pretty well for us.
Yeah.
Almost every time he starts, he kind of plays well. So in this game, though, it's not going to be easy at all against Yemi, 2 of the top guys who are in the top half of the table. That should be interesting to watch. Blaze will play Flick in the back. We'll be keeping close tabs on that game as well. Game with George versus Khaled ahead. There's a little bit of chatter going on in the back with that one. We'll give you all of the gist when that one is ready as well. And of course, we'll have Simply Uzo taking on Guru for the first round of action. Yeah,
and then once we're done with that first round, we're going to be going into another round where we'll have Bright going up against Son of God. 2 players who had huge performances in the past week 3, day 1. Bright will probably be looking to solidify that run where he beat I believe Elevation. And Son of God will be looking to sort of also take his winning streak now to the next level. Dracarys and Anife will be making battle in the background while Bright and Son of God are locking horns. King Konx Rhymes, that one, you cannot afford to miss it, because that one is going to be I would say top of the table decider. Whoever wins that one definitely is going to be making a whole lot of moves. And as soon as that one is done, Bright and Baluki will also be in action. So back-to-back games for Bright. It's very important for him not to lose concentration at this moment in time. But Baluki, he really needs to turn his season around. And I don't know, this is probably the best time for him to try. Depending on what happens in the game between Bright and Son of God, I will be looking at attacking as a possible 6-pointer for Bright, an opportunity for Baloke to pounce.
Yeah, interesting. Then we move on to round 3, which will see game with Josh lock horns with Baji Sunia. That should be interesting to watch, as well as Dracarys and Blaze 99 will be doing battle today as well here in week 4. Now, possibly the highlight game of the week for me might be Konx versus Guru. I mean, maybe Konx versus Rhymes can rival a little bit, but one thing we know is that Konx has a huge battle on his hands today. All of his 2 games are looking juicy. Konx versus Guru, that should be a huge battle to watch out for. And then, of course, at the same time, concurrently, we'll have Baji Senior taking on Baloke. So Baji Senior also has quite a job on his hands playing game with Josh and Baloke all together today.
I agree with you. And as soon as we're done with the madness that will be Konx and Guru, we'll be seeing Rhymes and Wondervision.
Today, we have a lot.
I have my notes ready. I'm going to be taking a whole lot of things down. Rhymes is going to be looking to further pile the pressure on Wondervision, who we did see have, I would say,
2 losses.
Week 3, day 1. Tactical, another one of those players who has really, really impressed us in the past couple of days, will be going on up against Mr. Oga in the background, while Rhymes and Wondervision will be having their game. Anife and Flick. This is another one that's going to be happening on stream. Anif will be looking to, sort of take his winning streak if he gets to that point to the next level. Flick probably seeking his first ever win so far in the pro leagues. It's been a disappointing run for him.
Yeah.
If that's nothing else to say. While Simply Uzo versus Khaled will be happening in the background. 2 games that probably will give us a lot of room to talk. And this is what the leaderboard looks like at the beginning of today's tournament. Today is going to be week 3. Day 2.
Well, certainly, I mean, with how things were shaping up in week 2, we had a lot of surprises here and there. Now we can confidently say there is no perfect record anymore. Nobody's unbeaten. Everybody has been beaten some way, somehow. Well, Elevation
Yemi has not been beaten, though.
I mean,
it's not unbeaten.
Yemi has been beaten. last week, you forgot, Son of God was able to get that win. The last match of the week. So yeah, Elevation gets to keep his top spot. He has played a game above everybody else with still on 18 points, but a horrid week 3 for him as he dropped back-to-back games. KK still in a strong position with 16 points to his name. Guru not doing bad for himself as well. The Abuja man currently on 15 points on the leaderboard as well. But you just saw how the leaderboard is taking shape, and those guys who are in the top 8 right now clearly making a lot of waves. But like we said, today is a jam-packed day. We've got 8 straight games on the main broadcast. It should be fun, and we are going to begin this action with some Mr. Oga versus Yemi action. When you did see the leaderboard, you could realize that both of them are in the top half of the table. For Mr. Oga, I believe there are some games where he's played where we'll say, okay, maybe he's played easier opponent as compared to the rest of the guys, but this game against Yemi could determine a lot for him as we get straight head on into the action. I believe Yemi will be in the orange and the black shorts, kicking from left to right in this one, whilst Mr. Oga in that plain white matchup. I mean, early thoughts on this game and how you think it might go for both of the guys?
Yeah, I think for Yemi, it's going to be him trying to come back from that loss. Yeah, is Yemi trying to quickly, as I was talking about it, turn things around for himself in terms of where he is on the position. Now, for these players, every single 3 points totally decides where you are on week in, week out. So you cannot afford to. Talking about affording to make no mistakes. Here is Mr. Oga, and I think he's going to score that one. My, oh my. Against the one of play, took the ball out, switched it from right to left, and he was able to bury the first chance of the game. Yemi probably still smarting from that loss last week against Son of God. For him, especially everybody who is in the top half of the competition right now, every point counts. With 3 points you're going up, without 3 points you're coming down. Like you cannot afford to be stagnant, because everybody in and around you are having top games. They're losing, they're winning, they are drawing, they're gaining points, they're dropping points. There's action in and around, so you cannot afford to be stagnant. This is the time for you to also, get to score goals, get to win. And we have said this earlier on. It really isn't about who you've played, because you only play the people in front of you. So for me, and Yemi and Mr. Oga, it doesn't matter who they have played. What matters is right now the person who is sitting in the seat across from you. It will determine where you are going to be finishing after week. And
exactly, just the fact that both of them are in the top half of the table also means a lot, because it directly affects what is happening in and around.
It's like every game between everybody in the top half of the table is a six pointer. So it either takes your opponent down, and takes you up, or because if you actually look, yes, Wolverhampton is on 18 points. And guys in the 5th position, 6th position has 15 points, 12
16,
points. So
it's
like the next 3 points take you very, very high. This is not one of those competitions where there's a huge difference, a huge gap between the guys in the top 4 and the guys below the top 8.
Well, certainly, I mean, those are a couple of things to watch out for as we do begin this one, with Mr. Oga starting strong, leading very early in this one. For Yemi, though, we have spoken about his ability to bounce back, as last weekend didn't go his way. I believe the last match on the broadcast, SOG was able to pick up a win in that game against him. And, not the best starts to his campaign today, as well, as he'll be looking to possibly get back on track. There's Wilson through the middle. She has become a very popular figure when it comes to the number 9 on the game these days. Peanut kind of took the reins for a very long time. Then, of course, we had her Team of the Year item, which came out very, very expensive as of now as well. And then, of course, the Sophia Wilson SBC did come out. So if you've got, I believe, about 1 million in fodder, you can't complete a card. And that's the reason why we get to see her in a lot of those squads. Speaking of squads, there's Del Piero who get back that goal, as Mr. Oga will take a commanding 2-0 lead 13 minutes in.
Every single time we have seen Mr. Oga on the main broadcast, it's been a show of goals. It's been those games that have been very, very end to end. He's shown again and again and again that yes, he might be an OG. Talking about OG, here's a chance. And Yemi quickly gets himself 1 goal back in the affair. And I was saying that one, and he took the words right out of my mouth. Every single time I've had Mr. Oga on the stream, he's shown that he's not afraid to go for goals. He's not one of this is not the usual Mr. Oga performance where he's very, very defensive minded rather. I think he's sort of like figured out that this game you need to score goals. You need to take the game to your opponent. You need to really, really, knock on the door and get those answers as early as possible. But I'm going to ask you Sly quickly. We did see that there's an update where EA had sort of nerfed the finesse shots in the new patch. Do you think it will sort of affect the way the players are going to approach this one? Because we did see a whole lot of finesse plus in
the
week 1,
previous
2,
weeks,
3.
yeah. I mean, it's an intriguing one to look at. When I did hear about it, I was like, okay, let me enter the game and see what everybody's talking about. Well, some of the finesse shots that you're hitting and some of the angles, the trajectory of the ball tends to be slower. So the goalkeepers have a better chance of saving them. Speaking of the finesse, that one comes off the post. Mr. Oga almost going 2 goals up as he piles on the pressure. Well. For Mr. Oga, it seems like he's still going route 1 football with how the finesse shots do work. Maybe the pass not affecting him at all. There he goes once more. Chahanoglu through the middle. Mr. Oga still pushing. Shelly will find the pass into Totti. Shelly get the first. She does. That's an opportunity he should be bearing.
Another toe poke finish there. Last one went straight into the net, but this time around, the goalkeeper and Yemi will probably be breathing a huge sigh of relief as that one didn't go in. But talking about that finesse, I do have a feeling that the first time through pass that Yemi has been so known for, and this time around he went for the lob.
Yeah.
If this was last week, he'd probably be going for the finesse shots. You know, that's why I was talking about, like, it probably has affected the psyche because the players, of course, have been grinding throughout the week. They have noticed a huge visible change in the way the finesse shots do set up their players, unlike before. And I'm looking at a scenario where we might have less goals from outside the 18-yard boxes. So it will force the players to really go back to the roots, basic football, and attempt to go back to those direct shots, those creating of chances. So, yes, we do still see goals because, of course, there's a quality by the players. The players do have that quality, but I think the quality of goals and the way they're going to happen is probably going to change across board over the next couple weeks.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that opportunity right there came from Yemi with the Rafinha Thunderstruck item. I believe he's got like 4-star week for, so maybe last week he would have probably finessed that one. That's a very good close control, which will result in the equalizer early on for Yemi. Speaking about that Rafinha Thunderstruck item, he comes in clutch for him 27 minutes in. This one has signs of being a big one going towards the end, just like how we like it in the town. Usually, Money and I are able to detect if today is going to be a banger, and judging from the start already, you kind of feel like we might have close games on our hands, and that's how the National Esoccer Pro League usually shapes up. Del Piero's attempt to find Shelly not good enough as Mr. Oga trying to get back into the mix. But let us know what your thoughts are in the comment section about this whole new patch about finesse shots not being as effective as they used to be. Yemi, that's some excellent FC kind of complete that attempt, but just drop it in the comments. What are you thinking about finesse? Look, I tried it out in Ultimate Team a little bit. I mean, some angles haven't been as favorable as they used to be. Shelling will be on goal. We get the finesse in.
Oh, there you go. We did talk about how much that was going to affect the play, the impact, what players are going to be doing in and around the box. But what I'm going to ask you, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit now. If the finesse plus play style have been left a little bit, which play style do you think the players are going to be going towards it? Are going to be trusting more to get them the goals? Is it going to be the
maybe low driven? Maybe low driven, and maybe.
Do you think the low driven finesse was left too?
I didn't really test it out, so I was hoping that today we'll see a lot of people go towards it. Then Manny and I, of course, can get a close look at it and see if maybe that version kind of works. So we'll see low-driven finesses coming. We'll see maybe regular low-driven shots also coming. But there's just so many things to look out for this weekend. And that's why playing FC this year competitively has been maybe a little bit tough, because every single time the game is changing significantly.
Yeah.
Like in previous situations of FC, they do have changes, but not as significant as this.
And as much as
frequent as it's coming. Like we've seen versions of this game where low driven is broken. We've seen versions of this game where finesse shots are broken. We've seen versions of this game where technical dribbling is broken. But at some point, they've kind of nerfed it week after week. So you've just got to be in the loop with everything that's happening. And mind you, there has been a huge update, not with the EAFC scene, but here at the National Esoccer Pro League scene, because we've made a major change to squad restrictions. Before, they were following restrictions where you can only have maybe 290+ players. So this time, they're following a strict coin budget. We introduced the coin budget with 7 million coins. So every single team that you're seeing is following a strict coin budget.
It cannot be above
7 million coins. So that's the new updates in the squad. So maybe you might see a couple of changes in people's squads here and there. That's one thing to look out for as well as we get closer to the end of the first half of this action. Mr. Oga, who did start strongly, unfortunately for him, has given up that 2-goal lead. as Yemi has some defending to do in this one. Totti, that team of the year SBC item in the mix as well, trying to break down the defense. Yemi though with quite a weird pass, giving it away cheaply to Mr. Oga.
Yeah, Slime Moore, thank you so much for that update, and I believe it's going to be shaping really truly the way we're going to be looking at the games in terms of the squads, in terms of the players that are making up the squads for these competitors at such level. Another thing I think is very, very important for us to also say in this point in time, look at, my goodness, Mr. Oga really has been knocking on the door consistently, and he finally gets himself another goal. That was poor defending there truly by Yemi, not being able to clear his lines on time. But what a press by Mr. Oga there.
When you look at how Yemi gave away that ball, look, I think if you've played any version of FC26 today, this iteration of FC26, you might have considered that goal before.
Yeah.
I think it happens frequently, and you've got to learn from it, especially when you're playing the pro scenes. Before, when I have the ball at the back, I used to clear the ball with the cross button with an O. That's for me, of course. Controls might change. But these days, I'm learning that you've got to clear it out really quickly with a square or a box in maybe how you set up your control. So maybe that's one lesson that Yemi's got to learn as he's under siege once more. Totti, come back into Patrick, gets the shot away. I mean, maybe in other patches, we might see a finesse. That time, we get to see a regular shot from him.
And here is Yemi coming off that player locked pass this time around. Mr. Oga has enough attention on the play, and we're going straight into halftime. What a huge half for Mr. Oga. We did say that from the very get-go, that every single time we have seen Mr. Oga on the broadcast, it has been a barrage of goals. I think I'm going to say this, for some of the players, they are going to be benefiting very hugely from the fact that from this update where the finesse has been nerfed. Players like Marvel, Son of God, players like Mr. Oga, players like Game with Josh, who when you watch their games, they haven't really been so dependent on the finesse shots. King Konx also, Wolivation also, they have really like mastered how to come into the 18-yard box, in fact into the 6-yard box, and get their goals inside. Because from what I see, from what we saw, or rather throughout the week, was that after the update was used, of course, the finesse shots still work, but you have to put in a lot of power and you have to be closer to the goalkeeper for them to get, like we did just see Mr. Oga, his last goal was with a finesse, of course, but we're talking about the finesses from outside the 18-yard box, where they're like so broken that they just fly straight in to the top left, top right corner, top being goals, of course, from some of the cards. Some of the players are really going to be looking at this one the next couple 2 weeks, 3 weeks before the next update comes, and be like, you know what, this is my chance. This is my chance to like take it to the next level. I already know how to score a lot of goals without the finesse. I already know, yes, I don't know how to defend the finesses, but now I have a whole lot of breather. I can breathe a little bit. Now I know that when you have the shelling card on the right corner, on the left corner with the pinner, I don't necessarily have to start struggling or running around looking for how to block the finesse shots. I know how to calm down a little bit and still build my defense. Do you think so?
I think it does affect the game in so many ways, and like Manny rightly said, there will be a couple of things that will be affected. Mr. Oga in once more, and like we said, we might be seeing a couple of these things happening, and the reaction from Mr. Oga says it all. Another attempt with the finesse shot.
My goodness.
Unsuccessful. Last week, that one definitely nestles into the corner.
Yeah. I mean, if this was last week, with the latest update, we definitely have seen that one in the corner. Here is Mr. Oga, goes again. This time around, the goalkeeper just coming out a lot. You can see the emotion on his face. He knows how close he is to taking his goal tally by 2 goals. That would have definitely given a whole lot of breather in the next action of the game. Yemi is not the kind of guy you want to be going toe-to-toe with just 1 goal defense. You need as much goals as you could get if you're playing someone who has that kind of tenacity, who knows how to get those goals in again and again. Mr. Oga really smart from that chance. That was a good chance.
Yeah, indeed, it was pretty important for him to kind of know where he is, and at that moment, and it affects so many things that's happening in the game.
Yeah.
Does the use of shelling reduce a little bit? Do people go towards different wingers in the game these days? Like right now, is having finesse play style plus going to be as important as it was before? So there's so many things to look out for. So drop it in the comments what you guys think about this whole new finesse conundrum that's happening. I mean, I'm excited for this week.
I said like, based on what we've seen in this game alone, I want to watch the whole games today. This week.
I think we might get a couple of reactions from some of these players that maybe might annoy them, especially with how the finesse shots will be broken and all of that. But that's why we keep preaching that you've got to stay up to date to the game. So if you were playing through the week, you know, okay, maybe this is not working. Let me try another attempt as Yemi will win the ball back high up the pitch, one-time pass. The incisive pass you see pop up on Totti's head. Wilson. Caicedo passing to Neto that time. A little bit of a heavy touch as Mr. Oga will win that back. And these are important things. The build-up kind of changes a little bit as well. Whereas maybe people are going towards the wing and immediately cutting in, they'll now have to think twice. Because now even if you immediately cut in, you're not guaranteed that the finesse will go in.
You just know that the defense is probably just going to disturb the goalkeeper a little bit. You probably get you a corner. For someone like me that's a casual in the game, I'm so excited because as soon as we are done from this week, I'm definitely going to be playing some people who have traumatized me with the finesse shots, and I think it's going to be, you know what thing I think EA probably is doing this year is, here's Yemi, but that one not going in at all because Esoccer has been really on top of the defense after those 2 goals went in. But like I was saying, EA probably looked at this and said, you know what, we're going to ensure that people have enough reasons to consistently try to learn new things, try to do a whole lot of switching and tweaking to the game style, to the game plays. Let's have an all-round type of game. We did see that one last year in SC25, where Chivella was deadly from the start to finish. And now this time around, like you rightly said, we've seen the iterations where the low dribbling
is deadly,
broken.
technical dribbling.
The one dribbling is absolutely broken. Some of these things, I mean, the low dribbling is still very, very
not as good as it was before,
but not as crazy as it was where people were taking the low dribbling from outside the 18-yard box.
And that's insane.
Yeah, so EA wants you guys to actually walk the game as it should be, play your game, come into the 18-yard box, and force your opponent to make mistakes, take the chances when you can get them, and then see what you can get.
Well, we'll see how that pans out this week. Something to keep a close eye on. We're about 30 minutes to go in this one. Still has been incredibly close. Mr. Oga has had a couple of chances being missed. As I will see Valverde at right back. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of Valverde's at right back. I believe it's a winter wildcard version. And that's an interesting one to note down. Here comes Totti playing in that calm position. Well, apparently, actually, both of the players are using a Team of the Year item from the SBC's Totti in the calm position. So there is a couple of changes after the new coin budget rule. Del Piero with the touch that time around, though. The defender comes into play. I mean, that Del Piero item, we did speak about it last week. For those of you who are completing, it is courtesy of Anders Vegan becoming FC Pro Open champion. He's got some incredible stats to him as well. I know it's difficult to complete, but I believe he is worth the coins, especially with the play styles that he's got. Speaking of the man, he's on the ball right now. As I believe in these 60 minutes, Mr. Oga definitely has looked like the better player out there. And I believe he's even deserved more with the scoreline and what is looking right now. And if he's not careful, Yemi could turn this whole thing around.
I totally agree with you. The past 60 minutes I've seen him take the game to Yemi again and again. I think it's shown that he has not really been a player to depend on the finesses. So he probably has more options in terms of how he plays. He just needs to be, I would say, more clinical. He probably definitely deserves to be 5-2 up right now. But it's 3-2. And we've seen it happen again and again and again, where we now know that the pro league scenes, you cannot afford to be just 1 goal up. You've probably only seen 1 or 2
games where you win by 1 goal margin.
Especially from the
even that 1 goal margin has to come last minute.
Yeah. Okay, you were leading by 2-3, and then you were able to concede 2, and you held on for that.
That's an excellent one-time pass. There goes Yemi this time. It pays off. And like we said, this guy only needs one chance. He doesn't need to control the whole of the game, but he's going back to the basics as to what he does pretty well as compared to everybody. Those first time through balls, this time Pedro Neto at the right place at the right time. We have a game on our hands, people. Like we said, usually our stats have been bangers. In fact, our stats involving Mr. Oga hasn't disappointed at all.
Absolutely not. It's been giving us goals and goals and goals galore throughout. Any game we have Mr. Oga on, we do see lots and lots of goals. So it's been very, very interesting, and I think it's something I'm always looking forward to. So permission probably for us to have production team. Let's be having a whole lot of Mr. Oga stats all of the weekends for us. Let's see if we're going to be having more goals. I think we probably see 2 more goals than this one, because we have consistently seen 8 goals at least, at minimum, in all of the games he's been involved in throughout the competition start.
Well, it is tricky to call how this one would end, but clearly both of them have their eyes set on grabbing all 3 points in the game. Mr. Oga has started strongly in this matchup, but yet to have a full grip on this game when it comes to chance creation. As we get one more look at how that goal went down. Excellent timing of that pass from Yemi. Is that one onside? I believe Wilson should get away from everybody. Can he find the finish?
My goodness, that is how you get yourself a goal to take the lead for the first time in this whole affair.
Well, that's a massive loss of concentration from Mr. Oga. We spoke about how you can dominate possession, but how sometimes it just doesn't translate to wins. And Mr. Oga has had numerous types of games where he doesn't necessarily control all of the possession, but he still comes to the fore. Mr. Oga,
I told you 2 goals are going in. I told you we're seeing 2 more goals. We'll probably have more time for one. Mr. Oga taking it. You did talk about the lapse in concentration from Mr. Oga earlier on. I think that one is a lapse in concentration from Yemi, because you have no reason to let Mr. Oga in that position, especially after just scoring a goal. We do talk about concentration lapse. That's
well, right from kickoff, I believe everybody can fall victim to it, and clearly tells us that even some of the pros can be caught sleeping a couple of times. Well, this one as balanced as ever, and you can tell how poised the former integral champion is. And I mean, we have been speaking about how much we appreciate the Mr. Oga goodness. Getting the lead back. Heroes finish.
Listen, production team, let us have Mr. Oga consistently opening up the scenes for us in all of our weekends, because what a madness this is. I mean, taking the lead first, losing it, taking it again, losing it, and this time insisting on taking that lead again. What a game we have just witnessed. 5-4 so far, and room for 2 or 3 more goals to go in if these guys, are playing like this consistently.
It's been a while since I did see this Ultimate Screen Mariona item. Good to know she's still being used by a couple of the pros out there. I believe she's quite cheap these days. So you could maybe think of having her. I mean, for me, I have got a Team of the Year version, so I have kind of upgraded a little bit. But the Ultimate Scream version still pretty good. Now, Mr. Oga on the break, want to watch out for. If he finds one more goal, surely he gets the 3 points as Valverde will cover. Yemi now with the last 5 minutes to go. We see a post cues from Mr. Oga. I think it's clearly something to maybe take that momentum off of Yemi, but he's still got one final defensive action to cut off here. Great 10 from Rafinha. Get the comeback in.
What a block. Massive block. I don't know if Mr. Oga has a little bit of an idea about how that one came to play, but I think it's one of the blocks that will make him really, really happy that the player was right there, because that one was definitely the one to give him 5-5. Yemi, to give Yemi the 5-5 goal that he'll probably be looking for to get at least 8 points from this. So I think from what Yemi has done so far, he deserves at least 8 points. But that's how cruel FC can be. You could play the best football you have, first FC you have played in your life, and still not be able to take a point. That's why we do consistently say that when you have the opportunity, the chance, you cannot afford to not be clinical. Talking about being clinical, here's Yemi. Can he get the chance? Oh my goodness, he gets it. Wow. End to end, goals after goals, goals galore. As his coach is telling him to calm down, you can see Mr. Oga ruin all of those chances. But what a game we just witnessed. Heartbreak right at the end of it all for Mr. Oga.
Well, the expression from him says it all. He literally had it right there in his hands. But you know what? Massive respect to Yemi though, committing those number of bodies forward, making sure the pitch looked as small as it was right there, forcing Mr. Oga to be making costly turnovers. And just like that, we are back on level terms. Wow, this one just like how we envisioned it against amongst 2 top competitors, both of them in the top half of the table with just a minute plus added time to go. One more goal goes in, for sure it decides where the 3 points will go.
Do you reckon we're going to have one goal?
I kind of feel that the last attack could determine, and I like how Mr. Oga is playing this. Use up the clock, wait for the last minute, and now you can strike with it. Dumfries from the right hand side. He's got to be perfect now. He can't afford to lose possession of the ball. He's made a couple of changes with the likes of Nico Williams coming in. It's got to be perfect. Mr. Oga from the left hand side. Oh my goodness! And with the last kick of the game, he buries the game, and he's got all 3 points with that one.
Anybody right now is calling Mr. Oga when that goal went in, because that was absolutely insane. That is taking risk at its finest. Mr. Oga, every other person would expect him to turn back and give a cut back at least, or turn back and do an extra pass. But my goodness, this man took that shot, took that chance, and you can see the show of respect. But what a goal that one was! What a way to finish it! Right at the end of it, that is what you call hot knife through the heart. Oh my goodness, I have no words for what we just witnessed right now. My goodness, that is absolutely insane. 6-5. This one has ended in favor of Mr. Oga, I believe.
Grandstand finishing, just what you would expect from the National Esoccer Pro League. I think one thing that I admire about that goal was immediately he got into shelling. Like you said, your defender's already caught between two minds. Maybe last week somebody's cutting in trying to go for the finesse, but one thing that he did realize is that shelling, her weak foot is as deadly as ever. That's why even if her finesse is not working, you still got to have it in your team. Shot that one across the goalkeeper, and Yemi right there can't believe what has just hit him. I mean, us in the booth as well can't believe how the ending has just gone.
Listen, I can't believe what we just witnessed. Even if we did show that on replay for everybody, I would still be gobsmacked because that was absolutely insane. This is probably the first time we are seeing any of the players choose to go down that way. I think that's what caught Yemi a little bit off guard, because this is not something we're used to seeing those players take the ball, flash the ball across the post,
especially with their weaker foot.
My goodness, that is absolutely insane. That's one thing I always do say. When it comes to these moments, you have to learn how to do the extra, do what your opponents are not expecting, take the decision, take the roads that are not easily plied. And Mr. Oga, what a game. From the very first minute, he did show that he was up for it. He took the risk. He did all that he needed to do. He took the ball to Yemi, and my goodness, this is such a huge difference for him. This
is what the National Esoccer Pro Leagues is all about. It's not only made up of just pro players from all around Nigeria. It's made up of champions in their own right. We keep telling you, Mr. Oga, he's somebody who's been here and done that, and just trying to show you guys that he still got it in the locker. And not just Manny and I are going crazy in the studio. The chat is also going crazy as well. Look at everybody going crazy. And I mean, Arnold Simmons, you could tell he was logged in the game, was telling her, Mr. Oga, anticipating every single move that Yemi was making. I mean, there were a couple of moves that Mr. Oga couldn't anticipate. But if we were speaking about somebody who couldn't anticipate the move that was going to be made in the last minute, it was definitely Yemi, who didn't know what hit him with that last opportunity from Mr. Oga.
I think Jason is saying that he said true, but too many heavy touches from him. I think that's one thing. He probably could have had two goals from this game. Had he didn't have those heavy touches. So I think that's something he probably will go back to the drawing board to fix, to work on, but whatever the case is, this one is already done. Mr. Oga will be happy with how this one turned out for him. And also Mr. Kempsey said that was kickoff glitch for Oga. He will take it all day. Exactly what we are saying. For people like Mr. Oga, all that matters now is that he has taken these 3 points.
Exactly. I think that goal right from kickoff was pretty important, because if time had elapsed where Yemi kind of held on to the lead, maybe it could have affected him onto the end. But getting back into the game that quickly definitely helped him to get that all-important win. It's been an excellent start. And these days, it seems like our starts always living up to the billing. And usually, what is right in the middle does not disappoint at all. Don't go anywhere, as we just started week 4, day 1 with a banger, 11-goal thriller. There's more to come from us. So take a quick word from our sponsors. We get straight ahead into more of the action from week 4, National Esoccer Pro League. For nature to think about, is it too far for him to think about? Man, Mbappe is not on. Well, it takes on as he's committed. Novis, take it back into the game from 12 yards, score. And we're back way, the queen of the first ever National Esoccer League champion, Yemi.
$10 million in prizes are up for grabs.
Practice on the break to possibly seal it all. Ended in perfection, and Chooks with the Akuma look on his face. Oh my God.
everyone that competed today, whether you won or lost. Your presence today has contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of Cage24 alive, share, post, and have a good night. Thank you.
Do you love playing video games? Or a professional live streamer in gaming? You can also step into the light as a professional esports player representing one of the biggest teams in Nigeria or Africa. So I guess you've landed on the right page, because here we take you into the world of games, gamers, and gaming, from tournament organizers to game shows, podcasts, you name it. You get to meet the best of the best in the esports industry right on this page. So make sure you share to someone, follow, and also subscribe to all our platforms. We're Game Evo Esports, the world of games, gamers, and gaming.
Time to wake up.
To a new reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. The best of the best players feeling the pressure and the nerves of King24.
My goodness.
Wow, what are we seeing? Bringing to you this live broadcast of this huge matchup. We got to see once more what the Challengers Cup is all about. It's being able to produce in the pressure cooker. And I love when players are nervous a little bit, where, you know, you get an opportunity to see them when they're under pressure. But just by impulse, you get to do something crazy.
We're back to action. Now we're about to play. Continues. The storylines keep writing themselves right in the moment. We have just finished the game between Mr. Olga and Yemi. What a game that one was. We did see Iron Slide. We were absolutely taking on a wild ride down to the wire in the 91st minute or more. I think that was when Mr. Olga was able to get himself that goal that would probably see that one out. He did see that one out and giving him a huge 3 points in the title race. But now going into it as Slimore, we're going to be seeing Game with Josh and Khaled on the game. Two very exciting players. And we did talk about a little bit of the chatter happening in the background earlier on in the day that you guys didn't see on screen. Are you going to walk us through that one?
Exactly. I mean, it's been quite interesting. I mean, when we go here early, you know, we usually have a chat with the players here and then. You know how it's been a roller coaster of a National Soccer Pro League since, and there have been kind of mini rivalries going on. Apparently, there's a mini rivalry going on between Khaled and Game with Josh. Apparently, when we spoke to Khaled, he says Game with Josh Game with Josh literally has no chance of beating Khaled. So that's according to Khaled. So this game is definitely one that we are looking forward to, and that's the one that we've got on the broadcast. For Khaled, though, it hasn't been the best of performances so far. Last week he lost to the Dabo in the only game that he played in week 3. So he's got to find a way to bounce back. Speaking of bouncing back, Game with Josh, he's already done that. He's already bounced back from the slow start that he's had. He's also in the top half of the table, looking to continue in that same feat. So considering that mini rivalry that they've had with how things have panned out, it should be an interesting game going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably a motivation and inspiration for someone like Game with Josh.
Yeah.
You know, with the performances he has had in the past couple of weeks, is I think week 2 and week 3 saw him really shows a little bit of what he could do. I think now Game with Josh has the opportunity to probably solidify that one. And let it not be like it's just a momentary, let's say fluke week, you know, fluke wins and all that. He now has to start, you know, taking the template from Guru. As soon as you turn your season around, build on it. Take every game by the scruff. For Khaled is yet to do that. Khaled is yet to really take the game to the next level. He has shown flashes of brilliance, to be honest.
I mean, there have been a couple of games where Khaled has played it really well. I believe him and King
10-3.
Exactly, him and King Nonix so close. I don't know how he didn't win that game, but just sometimes the cruelty of FC. He played so well in that game, but there've also been games where he's been underwhelming, he's been disappointing. He's got to show people that he's still got to look. Khaled going into this game, I mean, a lot of people have considered him, okay, he's a streamer and all of that, but he's shown some really good quality. So there you have it, head to head for both of the guys. I mean, they faced off, I believe, 4 times with Game with Josh, getting 3 wins on the board with Khaled still just that 1 win. Khaled has lost 4 times, while Game with Josh has just those 2 losses. So you can see Khaled in the league is positioned. Maybe not.
I think this head-to-head is for the whole
of the league. Yeah. So
I mean, they have faced off yet. So this might be the first time they faced off. And you can see the win probability. That's 9.41%. For Game with Josh, 20.59 for Khaled.
I mean, it's still pretty close, but you can tell with the positions on the leaderboard that Khaled, per his standards and what he's shown maybe on streams and what he says, maybe this is not the position that he'd love to be at the end of it all. Now, one thing I want to also notice about Khaled is his squad going into week 3, day 2, because it's going to be important. We told you there's been a change in the restrictions. We're using a 7 million coin budget. Back then when we're using the restrictions, squad restrictions, he had the Team of the Year peanut up top. But the thing is, if he's going to use Team of the Year peanut this time,
1 million coins,
it will take more than 1 million coins, almost half of the budget. You're probably using like 2 to 3 million coins in acquiring Team of the Year peanut. So now the big question is, does Khaled continue to use the Team of the Year peanut up top and sacrifice the rest of the squad, or would he change it entirely, maybe go with a Sophia Wilson up top? So that's one thing to also clearly notice. And of course, the finesse shots that were going in for everybody these days is not going in like they were going in before. So there's just a couple of things to note out really clearly here inside the National Esoccer Pro League. If you are still wondering where this action is coming to you live from, we're inside Lagos, Nigeria Game Evolution Studios. We are into the 4th week of our action, the National Esoccer Pro League. If you still don't understand how this works, if you were here last year in 2025, we had the National Esoccer League. That was the first ever edition with some of the best SC players from Nigeria. Coming into 2026, we said, you know what, we had the chatter. People said we invited players, we handpicked players. This time, everybody is involved. Through the Onile Esports Championship, the Challengers Cup, there were a lot of players. Everybody was invited. Everybody had a chance. And of course, some of these players won. The likes of KK, Dada Boy, all booked their chance to be in the National Esoccer Pro League. Now, mind you, only 8 players will make it into the elite division. There will be a National Esoccer Elite League to come on later this year. And then, of course, we'll finalize the whole of the National Esoccer League. So just to kind of clarify things for those who don't understand what is clearly going on. And of course, this one proudly sponsored by KD Sports.
Absolutely. We're already hearing goals in the background, and I think the game between Blaze and Flick, but we'll give you guys the updates on that one as soon as we have our full updates on that one. So players, like, we did hear a lot of chatter, like you said earlier on, some players talking about how, you know what, last year we were reading the comments, oh, you know what, if I'm there next year, I'm going to show these guys how it's done. Now the opportunity has been presented for the players. And some of the players haven't really, let's not talk about it yet, but some of the players have not really shown or they have found out actually that the pressure is really different than when you're inside and then when you're out from when you're outside. You know, essentially what I love about what we're doing currently is that KD Sports say, you know what, let's give you guys an opportunity. The Challengers Cup saw, I think, about 70 players or more come and compete for a chance. For I think it was 8 spots. We had 8 spots. 70 players competing for 8 spots. We did see Elevation in Challengers Cup.
Elevation went to
Challengers Cup. KK,
Drakaris,
Dada Boy. We did see some of these players really struggle in the Challengers Cup when it came down to the wire. You know, I think we saw Flick also in the Challengers Cup, and ultimately now at the end of Pro Leagues, when we're going to see the Elite Division sometime in April, May, nobody's going to be saying this isn't the best of the best. The whole conversation is now going to be, this is a well-deserved 16-man league table. Of course, after the Elite Division we did have last year, we had 8 top players who retained their spots in the Elite Division. Now, after what we are done here, when we are done here in the Pro League scenes, we're going to be taking 8 who deserve to be here. Don't forget, the 8 are not just coming out of 20 who you see in the leaderboard. They are coming out of the initial 70 that
so that's like 8 out of 100.
Well, don't forget also the Onile tournament that had us go down all of the local governments in Lagos State. 12 local governments had competition. So that's probably 8 people out of possibly 1,000, you know, have the opportunity now to go to the Elite Division. And I promise you, the Elite Divisions is going to show us a whole different level of FC, because now you still have the Killer Freaks, you still have the Mitchell, you still have the Boyd, who probably are looking at hopefully he doesn't get to retire before we get to the next season. But we've seen him a lot in the action. I think the fact that he's here coaching, he probably still, you know, giving him that sensation, those goosebumps. You know what? I miss being in the action. I'm definitely going to be going back. Unfortunately, we've seen Imaji retire after so many years of loyal service to EFC, but we're going to be seeing players like Rufai, Baji Jr., Adefolas,
Farouk,
Bamzo. These are the guys who are going to be. So whoever it is that is playing well right now, probably looking at, is this the level I'm going to be taking to the Elite Division? I think we're going to have next season. We're going to be having a competition where we're not going to be seeing lots of blowouts anymore. The points gap will probably be looking similar to what we currently have right here. Yemi Josh and Khaled are making battle already in this one. Yemi Josh, I believe, is the guy in the red and white shorts kits, versus Khaled, who is probably in the white one. We're going to update once we find out who exactly is who in the particular competition. We have a quick pause there. As you can see, the organizers, quick pause telling the players to make 1 or 2 changes to the squads. But this one is kicking off right the way we want it. A whole lot of drama, a whole lot of chatter in the background. Khaled versus Yemi Josh. 2 players who we did remember last year. Yemi Josh was the one who called Killer Fik overrated, and we did have that game with Killer Fik where he probably showed him 1 or 2 things. Now Yemi Josh is now back in a similar situation where someone is looking at him and saying, you know, I think you're overrated. I don't think you're that good, and I think I can really take you on and, you know, put a stop to this new momentum. What do you think will probably give separate both of these players in this game?
I think both of them have shown clear quality. Going forward, especially, I've enjoyed watching Khaled play. I think his gameplay is totally different from everybody else. But the thing is, even if you're different from everybody else, the question is going to be consistency. Like we always see, it's a marathon. So even if you're good in week 1, week 2 could be a huge down week for you. Now, has Khaled shown us every single week that he can do it consistently? No. But there's been a couple of days where, okay, when he's on his game, he's certainly one of the best around. He just needs to show it a lot more. For game with Josh, I think it's just been him adapting to the scene. Because he started, I mean, you were quick to notice about how he was kind of using too much of the player locks in scenarios where he shouldn't be using them. The next week, he switches them up, gets some huge results in some of the games that he played. I believe he took points off of KK. Like, so many important shifts in his game has led him to where he is today. And that's how come we're heading into this week with him being touted as one of the red hot players. Because mind you, in week 2, in one of the weeks, he did win player of the week. So it should tell you that change has definitely elevated him to a different level that he's on. But playing against Khaled, with everything that's happening in the back, with all of the chatter all around, should definitely be a huge motivation for him. And I know Khaled has got a lot of fans in the comment section rooting for him, because of course when you're a streamer and all of that, you've got people watching. I know Game of Josh also streams on his own as well, but it's just going to be an interesting dynamic to see what he does on stream. Like, usually when you're playing on stream, you're reading chat, it can be casual at times, you're playing champs. Can he translate how well he plays there to here, because this place is different level. You're not meeting somebody who is in Division 6, who you might meet in Champs, or Division 3, who you might meet in Champs. All of these guys are probably like Div 1 elite division when it comes to rivals. So everybody's at the top tier level, and you've got to bring your A game every single time.
Adaptation, that's one word I really picked up from what he did say, slightly mentioned earlier on. I think I've noticed that across all games, for all of the players who we have seen consistently give us results. I think also Marvel, Son of God, after the first week where he was great, he had a period where he wasn't so great. But last week we did see him adapt a little bit more towards what the game required for him to get results. Because I think that's one thing that separates the guys who are winning from the guys who currently are playing well but not winning. Tactical, we also saw that in Tactical. Tactical had a great week 1 in terms of performance, but not in terms of results. He does a quick adaptation and is able to give the EASC game what it requires for you to give you a draw.
So do you think we'll be seeing the adaptation this week as the finesse shots being nerfed? Because it took Mr. Oga realizing that late in the game, going that shot across from Shelley. I think these two guys haven't watched how that game panned out. So have to come into this game with a different mindset. Now look, when a finesse shot presents himself, I think you still have to go with it, as I believe we rectified everything, and it will go into the game with Josh and the black and the white, like Manny initially said, and of course Khaled in the white and the black shots kicking from right to left. So there's just a couple of things to look out for with how quickly the game tends to change. I did say, look at the squads that are going into this game. That's Khaled, maintain team of the year pin. I believe it is not team of the year pin. It is actually winter wildcard pinner. So per the 7 million coin budget, he has got to downgrade a little bit, because if you're going with pinner, I mean, I want to get the approximate value that she's on right now if you check on Footbin, but I'm sure she's definitely going to be above 2 million coins. And if you're going to use 2 million coins on just one player, you're in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's now a question of, do you want to take the risk of downgrading the whole team for just one player? Is one player just enough to give you the results? And what we've seen consistently across our board in this league, I don't think is enough. So we're looking at what this player is currently doing. Here's going to be the first chance of the game. He scores. Good use on that time there. Perfect use of the player log, taking the player out of the offside trap, getting her into space, and he's able to bury that one beyond the goalkeeper of the man Khaled. Early goal in this game. The way he probably would love to see this one for Khaled, that's not how he wants to start. He's considered early on, but it doesn't matter. It's a 9-minute half game. It's a whole lot of time for things to change, as we did see in the game between Mr. Oga and Yemi. The storylines in that game changed consistently across board. We did see different results at halftime, and at full time it was an entirely different result, right down to the wire.
Well, you know what? I think we underestimated how crazy Team of the Year Pina is. She's actually 9.3 million coins.
Oh,
she's around 9 million coins. This for PC. I changed it to console. The PlayStation is around like 6 million coins. So there you have it. It's impossible to use it in the squad for this tournament. So that's why we are seeing a change in Khaled's squad heading into this week. Perfect start for game with George Lou. I believe he will now have an opportunity to calm himself down. Now he's throwing that invite to Khaled to throw a couple more bodies forward, and that's what he does on this possession, as Wilson and Pina will get the ball up top. It's quite interesting to see both of them in the same squad. Well, it pays dividends for him. Yes. Goes near post on that one and gets back on level pegging.
Absolutely, but I was about to notice. So I noticed something earlier on that I think I do see that game we just probably did a little bit of research, because usually we do see that Khaled tries to bait his opponents into leaving that wing position open and taking advantage of that first time through passes. This time around, he gets it in. Wow, this finesse this time around, it did work, and you can see the huge sigh of relief from Khaled. It's currently 2 goals up. I did say it was a whole lot of time with a 9-minute half to change and turn things around. No need to panic. As soon as you concede in this competition, there's still so much time, unless of course you are in the dying embers of the match.
Wow. For Khaled, there has been a massive turnaround. One more goes in,
goodness.
And that's a quick comeback for him, down by a goal early. It's now 3-1. We're speaking about how important you utilize that 7 million coin budget. Right now, he's using Shelling on the wing, who I believe that SBC is valued around 1 million coins. Also using the Team of the Year honorable mentions, the amount also valued about 1.1 million coins. So just his front line alone is taking about 3 million coins, and he's using the rest of the 4 million coins for the rest of the squad. But what a huge turnaround for him. Khaled, just as we thought he might be in trouble in this game, him pushing on the press high up top, Pina this time with a low-driven finish near post. And Game with Josh, we did have an excellent start in the game. All of a sudden, now facing a couple of problems.
I was going to say that I thought Game with Josh did his homework on the first time through balls, but as it stands, I don't think the homework was complete, because you could see again and again that Khaled has used that one to a huge effect against his opponent there. The first time through balls, we did say last week that Yemi was most effective at it, but this time around we see Khaled take it on to the next level. And I think for Game with Josh, if he wants to get anything out of his game, he really has to work on that one, because he's looking like the same scoreline we saw against Flick might just happen again, and that would not be good enough for Game with Josh as he gets one back. That one, very, very interesting. How did that one go in? That was one of the games that goals that go in, and you're like, how did that one go in, really?
Well, you've got to find a way to adapt, and that time Smith's item, pretty interesting. I do see in the SBCs haven't completed it yet, so I'm looking at this game. Maybe Game with Josh giving me a couple of tips. So I've got some news for you guys. If you're watching the games and you're wondering on how to make some cool cash through predictions, well, there is a way for you. Head on to Instagram now, KD Sports Channel. Join there now, get your predictions ready, and if you do win, there's a cool cash prize for you. Last week I had we're working away with 30k, 50k naira as well. So if you're not from Nigeria, you could also get in the mix. If you're from Ghana, the other country as well, you could get in the mix as well. And of course, get your predictions down. If you're able to predict rightly, you get to walk away with some cool cash. Mind you, it's first come, first serve basis. The only way to do it is to head on to Instagram now, KD Sports Channel. Join the channel, drop your prediction there now, and of course you could be a part of some cool cash prize winnings. Last week Octopus Money was here and there. He had some right, he had some wrong. He may be bouncing back on track, so maybe you could listen to Money and be giving you a couple of tips.
Yeah, this is a chance for me to take, finally make some money off my talents. And I do some predictions, get some right, and see. Oh, first time lob true pass. We don't see that one much again in the game, but this time around, it might just turn around to something. For Game, he just decides to go the wrong pass, and Khaled will be having the opportunity to have his own transition moment and probably knock that one off. Game, we just did.
These days, controlling the midfield in FC, it's a difficult task, and I believe that is where Khaled is losing the battle right now. Immediately he loses that ball, that whole midfield is porous, and you can tell Game with Josh is exploiting that with those one-time passes, just baiting everybody into the space, and is utilizing it pretty well. Khaled looking to regain the 2-goal lead back and well. This time through an excellent Yamal finesse, and it's more or less like deja vu. We've seen that goal already before, as it was the goal that got him the lead earlier on. Khaled back in the mix with the 2-goal cushion.
It does look like for Khaled, the whole issue of nerfing the finesse doesn't really I don't think affects him anyway, because he scored the finesses again and again and again, and I think that's giving him the reason or the opportunity to take this one by the scruff of the neck. We are almost at half time. We have about 12 more in-game minutes, and the switching from Game just has been really poor, and I think that's the difference between him and Khaled right now. The switching in the defense have been absolutely terrible. This is not the Game we just were used to seeing in terms of the defending. This is probably a Game we just who probably underrates his opponent.
Well,
and that's almost criminal right now.
Maybe. Look, for Khaled, I believe some of the excuses that maybe his fans were making for him was the fact that he had played difficult opponents in the start. And I know you don't like hearing that, so you're always for beat who is in front of you, because you've seen some huge upsets happen. But if this is anything to go by with the way he started with this Game with George game, if he could pick up consistent points for today, we could see him really make a huge leap above the table. I believe he's got like 5 or 6 points just on the league log. And if he's going to make a huge push, we need to see him go on like a 4-game winning streak to really give himself a chance of finishing top 8 in the league. And I'm sure that's definitely on his bingo card coming into this league. Just about 8 minutes to go in this first half, and what has been a crunch time action, heavily one-sided though, with Khaled dominating in possession. Game with Josh not willing to let this game go away from him. One-time pass into Smith. Can he finish off? Just wide off the post. Worked it well, but the execution, not maybe
I think the
to
goalkeeper
his liking.
Yeah, I think the goalkeeper probably had the hand in that one. But whatever the case is, that was good use of the defense there by Khaled, trying to get himself over the line in terms of the first half. If he can get himself over the line in the first half with a 3-goal difference, it will probably make his life way easier going on in the second half. 40 minutes on the game clock. We have about 5 plus whatever it is we might get in extra time, which probably 1 minute to go. And for Khaled, this is the perfect place to be in. 3 goals up by the time the halftime whistle blows. If he continues to hold on to this one, that is the perfect way for him. And I love the defending he's doing. He's finding a way to crowd out game with just sort of getting a game with just isolated every single time he finds himself in the middle of the 18-yard box, and that is the best way for him to continue walking around this defense.
Well, it is indeed intriguing. I mean, 2026 certainly looks like a promising year for esports athletes in and around Nigeria. The roadmap has been very clear right from the very start of the year. KD Sports has made it known to everybody that there will be a series of tournaments happening that you've got to be involved in. Oh, the player lock used there was perfect. Just couldn't find the intended target though, but Khalid's intentions are very cruel, looking to pick up all 3 points in this game as just a minute to go before this first half ends, and I believe that will be that with Game with Josh handed one final opportunity before the whistle goes. Shelling, can he make this thing a little bit more interesting going into the half? Chahanoglu, great pass.
Probably should pass there.
Closed down pretty quickly, but like I was saying, 2026 is definitely going to be a promising year for Nigerian esports athletes and African esports athletes as a whole, because the roadmap has been clear. Look, the fact that we are able to have the elite league and the pro league with 20 players right now in the pro league, just makes me question myself a little bit about, I mean, other countries in Africa, can they be able to kind of have a similar structure? Because I mean, you might have a couple of players that are good, like 10 to 12 players that are good, but you look at Nigeria's pool with the sense of them having about 20 to 30 players that are like a very high level. So you know we've had Nigeria versus Ghana. It was like a 4v4. If we were to have like a 16v16, that might get the next. Exactly. Do we have players at that level who could really go toe-to-toe with Nigeria? So it always begs the question that if we were to have like a Division 2 in Ghana, because in Ghana it's usually like just like a Division 1 amongst those players. We have like a Division 2 in Ghana. Can we go toe-to-toe? So that's a question I'm throwing to the chat. My Ghanaians in the chat that are watching, Charlie, you both say we do heavy on the Ghana versus Nigeria, sir. He gets one back in the game.
I did think that one was offside a bit, but I think that's one thing I have to appreciate the pros for. If that was probably me, I'd probably be thinking, okay, this is offside. I'd probably not be going for the shot. But he went on, took that one in, and waited for the referee to make his choice. This time around, the goal stands. And just like you were saying, I really think when we look at it, from what we have seen from the guys who have done this again and again and again in Europe, outside Africa, I think that's one thing that have probably taken esports to the next level is structure. Really is finding those talents early on, so you can have a whole lot of reasons to have more competitions again and again, and that's one thing I'm probably looking at Kate Esports and Game Evolution and say, you know what, hats off to you guys. Also the Nigeria Esports Federation for supporting what these guys are doing here. Here's Game with just again and again decides to go for that shot. So far,
I like that keyword for money, the structure, and not just for players, anybody who's involved within the esports, because we say esports is like a broad market, job opportunities for almost everybody. I mean, Manny and I as casters, without the structure of knowing, okay, we have tournaments coming up every single weekend or like twice every month, there is just not that guarantee to still keep doing this. Because I believe, I mean, through my whole journey,
oh my goodness,
well, do we have a comeback on our hands? We did see Mr. Hoga versus Yemi go crazy in the second half. Is there a hint of this one also going crazy? So back to our conversation of the whole esports structure. It's pretty important that everybody involved with esports has this massive structure. That's why we tip our hats off to Game Evo, guys like Esports Federation of Nigeria, Game Pride, Esports Africa News, KD Sports, most importantly, just making the roadmap clear, making the structure clear, so that of course anybody involved with esports knows what this is all about. 55 minutes gone, and something that earlier on looked like Khaled was in total control. Well, the story has completely changed. These days, it's becoming a thing of continuity when it comes to the National Esoccer Pro League. There goes Khaled on the break. Kind of cooled off a little bit through the start of the second half as Pina's attempt stopped in 8 tracks. It's all about you being able to maintain that level of consistency. Game with Josh to get the equalizer. And was it caught between 2 minds? Just offside on that one. But now Khalid's got to be careful. Game with Josh clearly breaching that midfield with those 2 balls. And it's causing Khalid a couple of problems as we go forward.
I mean, that's what we do say about the momentum shifts. With every goal that goes in, it does change the way you see the game being played. It does change the mindset between each of the players. Now Khalid was, in pole position to take this one home after the first half, but all of a sudden those 2 goals have totally changed the structure and the picture of this game. Now it looks like Yemi might just have an opportunity. He hits that one, but a good block there by Khalid, and he does have room to breathe. But there's so much time left on the clock, about 29 minutes in game, and for a 9 minutes half match, that is a long time to defend a 1-goal lead. Khalid has to find a way to get back into this game by scoring the next goal at the very least. Yemi just probably figuring out a little bit about that first time through balls, and this time around he has found ways to defend. Good use of that pass there. Here is Pina, decides to pass that ball to Look, not the best man you want to have in those positions, especially when he's in front of a defender. Does survive that one, Khalid. He has an opportunity now for himself.
Well, the fact that we're playing Ultimate Team, there are a couple of things that I do enjoy, and I say this every weekend. It's becoming a little bit of a cliche now, but I like looking at a lot of people's squads and the type of changes that they do make to their squad. And I've just noticed an interesting change from, I believe, Khalid's squad. At right back, there's a new addition. If you've been following the SBCs, the hero item, Micah Richards. I believe Khalid has completed that item. He's rapid, he's strong. I believe he's got, Bruiser playstyle plus as well. So he's one to notice playing at right back for Khalid. But Game of Joy, that's some excellent FC. He's got to cap that off with a goal. His moves in transition, some of the very best we've seen here in the Pro League. You might be in trouble though, Wilson. Just went a little bit early. Josh has got to be careful.
Yeah.
When you're playing in transition like that and you lose the ball right on the edge of the 18-yard area, how quickly Khalid responds could be a huge detriment to you. And that time Khalid responded so quickly.
Oh, goodness.
Gives it away. A game with Josh, who was down by 3 goals early, has found a way back in this game. We are not done yet.
You do talk about how important it is for anyone in a losing position to start the second half with a lot of intent. We have spoken about that throughout the first, second, third week. We've seen that happen over again and again and again. And I think this is another reason why you should absolutely listen to us when it comes to that particular side of the game. You need to start the second half with a whole lot of intent, especially if you're in a losing position. If you're in a winning position, as soon as you begin the second half, ensure you pile on the pressure. Game with Josh this time around, getting himself 3 huge goals he couldn't find in the first half. He's getting it back in the second half. I mean, imagine what we did see in the first half. 5-2. That was 7 goals from the both players with Khalid giving us a whole more of that one with 5 goals in the first half. All of a sudden, he's been made to look average in the second half. Game with Josh has forced him now to go into the pause, especially after the equalizer went. This has totally changed the approach of the game from both players. Now Khalid is going to be a little bit worried, but he gives him an opportunity to go all ahead, and take the game again by the scruffs. Chance for him to go on. He has nothing to lose at this moment in time. He currently is on 5 points in total on the leaderboard. This is a chance for him to go on for the big one.
Desperately needed this.
Talk about going on for the big one. Here is Khalid. Finesse. It doesn't seem to have affected him in any manner, in any
He's
form.
got like 3 huge finesses in this game.
That one as outside the box.
Look, the 3 points in this game, I think it's more important to Khalid than it is for Game with Josh. Even though Game with Josh would like to get these 3 points, I think if you look at the leaderboard, Khalid desperately needs them. Game with Josh maybe can be okay with a draw or not having any points on the board for this game, and you'll still be within reach of that top 8. But for Khalid, cannot afford to drop any points. Fortunately, it bounces his way with just 15 minutes to go. This one heating up slightly towards the dire moment in this game. Quick pass into Pina. Wilson, that's a great turn. Oh, it's some lovely stuff from Khalid.
Now one stop. We don't see that often, but this time around he used it to deadly combination. And as soon as that one was put in play, and the defender was nowhere to.
I mean, when you're 1-on-1 in that situation like that, with that amount of space, all the best. good luck and all the best to you. Like, you look at it once more. Okay, here, Game with Josh is defending pretty well. Immediately that pass gets to Wilson. I know it's GG's for you. Like, yeah, you're scrambling at that point, and it's a mind game situation. If you guess right, good luck to you. But in 90% of the time, the attacker has full advantage in that position. And Khalid definitely took it.
again and again and again, we've spoken about how goals change the structure.
Look at how quickly the goals have come.
My goodness, 3-2 already, and now Khaled is back in the driving seat. He's driving this one now. The pressure now is on Game with Josh to go on and do it all over again. The question is, does he have what it takes? We've seen him come back from the 3 goals down. He scored 3 in quick succession. Now the pressure has been piled on. He's considered 2 more, and I do talk about that one. I love the fact that he responded the way he did, Khaled. As soon as those 3 goals went in, you know what? He said, okay, you know what? I don't have anything to defend for now. I have to go all the way, take the risk, do something different, and, take the ball to Game with Josh. He's done that one. He's regained at least 2 goals after the initial 3 he lost. Let's see how Game with Josh responds across this one.
Well, certainly an interesting last couple of minutes to look forward to. Khaled with an excellent response. I mean, in all measure, when you do lose a 3-goal lead like that, it can dawn on you psychologically. But with how quickly Khaled has been able to respond, it just changes the whole dynamic now for Game with Josh, makes the job even more difficult, and it might be affecting him. Wow. So lucky Khaled didn't bounce right there. It could have been game over.
I mean, talking about game over, it still possibly could be. We've seen him have a whole lot of the possession loss. I think that's the pressure, trying to see if he can get back into the game as quickly as possible. And that's where we talk about how the goals affect the game, because as soon as you're scoring your opponent, he now has to take a lot of risk, especially at this high level. Here's a cutback! 2-man with the block there for Game with Josh, and ensuring that one does not turn into a 3-goal difference route.
Well, with 10 minutes to go, it's not impossible.
Yeah,
it's not looking probable, but it's not impossible. We've seen crazier things happen in the National Esoccer Pro League, and involving Game with Josh's games, you cannot rest until that final whistle goes. Khaled taking the sting out of the game at the back and looking to build up once more. Shelling. Now he will not rush anything. At that time, he gives it away cheaply. Game with Josh. I mean, that is why playing in the final minutes when you're down by a goal is kind of difficult, because after doing a lot of good work defensively, if you don't have that composure to still take your time and kind of build up, you will panic and just give the ball away. And that's what Game with Josh did a couple of seconds ago. Well, he does have another opportunity to have another crack at it. That time, Militao coming back and making a huge header away. And I believe Khaled is heading closer and closer to securing those 3 points.
Yep, I think that's one of the reasons why I always advise for a 2-goal lead or 3-goal lead if you can't get it against your opponent, especially in a 9-minute half. This one, if you can manage to work out the ball, the game management for a couple of minutes. It is 7 minutes right now on the clock. I think at best, it will require a miracle for Game just to have even a draw in this one, because of course, if he gets a goal in this one, he just have probably 2 more minutes, and you can see he's trying to rush things. So that means he's doing a whole lot of poor passing, and whatever the case is, Khaled has done himself a huge favor by stealing this one. Here's Game with Josh. Somehow he might go over the line. Khaled says no.
That was it right there. His window of an opportunity to make the comeback. That was it right there. With just a minute of added time to go, Khaled certainly has done enough to secure all 3 points, and it was a desperate one. He couldn't have afforded to drop any points. And in this huge battle of a little bit of the trash talk, the man who did say there was no chance for Game with Josh to pick up points from him has been able to walk the talk. Congratulations to Khaled. He picks up all important 3 points in this game.
Nothing I love more than a good trash talk was backed up with loads of action, and that is why we absolutely love the pro league scenes. These guys, talking the talk and being able to walk the walk. That is a whole different level. And I think for what we see from Khaled today, he really meant to take. We've spoken about how his performances have been great, just as he has not found the will to win. He might just have found this one. 3 huge points in this battle, and ensures that he climbs up the second half of the table. He's probably piled on the pressure for Game with Josh, who will probably going back into the second half of the table as it currently stands. Not enough points for Game with Josh, but for Khaled, a very, very huge boost.
Now this makes things interesting with Khaled adding 3 more points to his name. Now that makes it 8 points. Look how cramped that's we are looking at the lower bracket of the first half of the table and the upper bracket of the second half of the table. Yeah. It's cramped right now. Just a point or two separating like 5 positions. That could be crazy going into the next round of action. Speaking of the next round of action, there's a big game on the horizon. We told you guys that Konx has 2 huge games, and I believe the man will be in in action next. His game against Rhymes is looking just around the corner. Well, we've had a little bit of a mid-table clash. It's time to head on to top of the table clash right after this break. National Esoccer Pro League action, still more to come.
Golden goal for the grand finale of the Onile Grand Finale. Oh, we're just having an update. Oh, that is more than just one of us. We got it. Oh, yes.
Is it too far for him to think about? Man, Mbappe is not on. But it is on as he's committed. Novis, they get back into the game from 12 yards score. Mbappe, the queen of the great ever national Esoccer League champion, Yemi.
$10 million in prizes are up for grabs.
Attractives on the break to possibly seal it all. Ended in perfection, and Chooks with the Akuma look on his face. Oh my God. Medicine. Champion the AFC 25, Killer Free.
From everyone that competed today, whether you won or lost, your presence today has contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of Cage24 alive, share, post, and have a good night. Thank you.
Do you love playing video games? Or a professional live streamer in gaming? You can also step into the light as a professional esports player representing one of the biggest teams in Nigeria or Africa. So I guess you landed on the right page, because here we take you into the world of games, gamers, and gaming, from tournament organizers to game shows, podcasts, you name it. You get to meet the best of the best in the esports industry right on this page. So make sure you share to someone, follow, and also subscribe to all our platforms. We're Game Evo Esports, the world of games, gamers, and gaming.
Time to wake up to a new reality.
Also fine in today's stream. You know, 2 matches have been played, game with Josh and Khaled, and also we have Mr. Olga and he's up there also. So yeah, let's start with the goal against Khaled, goal against game with Josh. So now we can all see that the boy is Lamine Yamal. Yeah. And it does the ball roll, and then it drops the ball to Claudia Pina. And guys, this is very important here. Listen here, look at this space. In this. Guys, we need to do this stuff now. And then it gives the one-time pass to Sophia Wilson. Yeah, guys, this is where there is. You need to pay attention here, guys. Just look at this space here, and then it does the fake shot, which allows the defender, this defender here. You can see, and does the fake shot, and then the finesse, Now we look at this goal again now. You see the quick one. You see one thing I just about Khaled game is that he has this quick one-time passing, which I feel like is very, very important. I know your players have to have this play style, you know, tiki-taka play style and technical play style, and him having two strikers in Claudia Pina and Sophia Wilson, you know, two technical and fast players you get, and you all know Claudia Pina in the game is OP. So there, let's go. So Claudia Pina is on the ball here, doing the playmaker role, and this is very good. Yeah, I love this goal. Look at, he has 3 players. That is 1, 2, 3. You can see his players 1, 2, 3. It's leaving the opponent guessing. He's leaving his opponent guessing. Look at the back 4 of his opponent here. They are guessing. They don't know who is going to give the pass, if he wants to take the outside shot or not. They don't even know what's going to happen. So now, he's moving the ball. Come here, guys. Sorry. Now, as you can see, he's moving the ball, and then he has triggered Lamine Yamal. I don't know if he triggered Lamine Yamal or not, but you know he has 3 players, so the opponent does not know where the next pass is going to come from, and then he does give the pass to Lamine Yamal. These 2 center backs, these 2 center backs, 1, 2, they have been cut off from the game. They have been cut off from that passing lane. That passing lane has been cut, so it's just straight to Lamine Yamal, and then the finesse into the post. Beautiful, beautiful goal. Beautiful, beautiful goal. Now moving on to the next goal, we have. I think Khaled again. Okay, yeah, I think Khaled again. I think Khaled scored some really, really nice goal. Like I said, his 1-2 pass is just beautiful. Look at this goal, guys. Let's go. You know, game with Josh was trying to play out from the back here, lost the ball to his midfielder, then back to Wilson, and then one-time pass to Claudia Pina, and that Trivela. I need to talk about that Trivela, guys. Let's watch that again. Now, you see, when this pass that was given from the midfielder to Sophia Wilson in this point, you can see that the player lock has been switched on Claudia Pina here. She's making a run. He already calculated what he wants to do. He knows what he wants to do when he gets the ball. So now, he has gotten the ball here. And then he just dropped that pass straight into Claudia Pina. Then he drops that pass straight into Claudia Pina here. And it's just strong goal. No stress. You are beating that press already. And we all know now it's Claudia Pina and Claudia Pina. So that finesse, Trivela low driven. When you have the game changer play style, which I believe she does, and that was a very good goal by Claudia Pina. That's all. You don't finish. You don't finish. So yeah. Let's look at up to the next match, which is going to be happening between Bright and his opponents. Thank you.
few minutes we have seen so far. So now we have an update that is very juicy. I and Sly were just talking about that one before we came on stream. The game between Guru and Simply Uzo happening in the background, currently poised at 5-5 apiece. That is one that will definitely take this weekend to another level, because if Uzo is able to get anything off Guru right now, then the whole league is in problem. The whole league is in trouble, because now it probably would give us that feeling back when we started this one, that anything can happen any day. We've spoken about it, we've talked about it, but back to back times we have seen that anything could easily happen. Nobody predicted Khaled to have 3 points fully against, I mean, someone did. I just found out that somebody won 50,000 because he predicted the correct score of that game, and that is absolutely insane. Whoever it is you are, I think I have a question for you. Come and predict my future.
Certainly, I mean, the predictions are still ongoing. Head on KD Sports channel now on Instagram. If you can't find KD Sports channel, just head on KD Sports on Instagram. Head on to the Instagram story. The link has been posted on there. So join the channel now. Drop your predictions. 50K for the winner. Cool cash to be won. And for the next game coming, you can go and predict right now. Bright taking on Son of God. It's a tricky game to predict.
Yes.
Because Bright just took off Elevation's winning streak. Can he do that to Son of God? That should be a tricky game. Son of God is also coming off of that win against Yemi. So both of them are in high spirits. It should be a game that I think delivers a lot, and we'll see a lot of emotions on board as well, because so far all of the games that we've seen today, for the first two games, Khaled's game against Game with Josh, Mr. Oga's game against Yemi, they've all kind of had a different dynamic in the sense where comebacks have been made. For the first game, a comeback was completed. For this one, Game with Josh unable to finish on his promise of that comeback, but it's clearly shown that you cannot rest on your laurels even if you're up by a goal, by
or
two,
two,
by three, even three. People are coming back from. Last weekend we saw a 4-1 lead, but I believe Elevation, he ended up
thrown away. Yes, absolutely. And I think that's the unpredictability of the pro leagues. That's one of the reasons why we are looking at this one and saying, you know what, by the time we are done with the pro leagues and we have taken out our top 8 and we're going to the early division, the people in the early division should be shaking in their boots, because these guys survived a whole unpredictable motion. They survived probably the worst. I mean, what's the best? How are you going to put it? Probably the best competition you could go through. We've seen some of the top players being taken to the absolute doghouse. You know, I mean, talking about who would ever believe that there will be a game where we have Simply Uzo taking Guru down to the line 5-5. That one is still happening in the background. We'll give you guys an update as soon as it happens fully. But yes, the game between Bright and Son of God is one that we are looking forward to, of course, because we're expecting that both players will give us a reason to smile after this one, especially with the fact that the finesses have been nerfed. Even though we did see in the game between Khaled and Game with Josh, Khaled has found a way
Khaled
to
was scoring all of them, by the way.
Yeah, he's found a way to ensure that his own finesses are still in play.
Exactly. It feels like it is not clear that finesses have been nailed. It's kind of a little bit of a bug. That's what I've realized. Because even with the Mr. Oga game, there was one that worked and there were a couple that didn't work. So it feels like it's got to be luck at this point, or you learn the angles that do work. I believe Khaled had that in his bag.
Yeah, I think the finesses from the middle of the pitch are still working. The middle of the 18-yard box are still working. But just those ones that are from like way out, you know, those angles that were so tight that were going in before, probably a little bit nerves in terms of the speed of it. But as soon as your goalkeeper is off the line, maybe it does do work. But we'll have to probably speak to Khaled to know how it's working for him, give us an insight into what he has been doing that is working. This is game week 3, day 2. Don't forget we missed out on one day last week, and that's why we're bringing you game 2, day 2, week 3 action, pardon me. And we're bringing it down your mobile devices, your screens, anywhere you're watching from, Nigeria, from West Africa, from the world. This is the Pro Leagues, brought to you by Kade Esports in conjunction with Game Evolution Studios, where we're currently seated in Lagos, Nigeria.
Yeah, exactly. It has been a blast so far. Just like we expected, some of the very best that Nigeria has got to offer have shown the quality and the level that they are at right now. There've just been so many interesting moments that have been happening. Manny did give you guys an update of the Guru versus Simply Uzo game. That game currently ongoing. Of course, when we do get the update, we'll let you know how that one ended. Those games are important in the top 8 race, the top 4 race, who actually goes on to win the whole thing, because points in every single game do matter. Goals in every single game does matter. So we'll be looking closely as how that game pans out as we get closer and closer to the perfect shape of the league, because now with everybody seemingly settled, because at the start week 1 everybody's saying, okay, this is our first time playing in a league like this. Some people are not new to the scene, but after first week, second week, third week, now we know, okay, everybody are settled. We kind of expect this from you, but still we are getting the unexpected from some players. I mean, today Simply Uzo going band for band with Guru. Who would have predicted that? If you predicted that, yeah, come and predict our future.
I promise you, if someone gets this score line, we are definitely inviting him to the studios next week, because I have so many questions. You know, will I make it? Will I be a billionaire? Will I make it to Forbes list? All of these questions I have to ask you, because this is absolutely insane we are getting from the players in the booth. I think we're back into the action as it stands.
Well, this one 15 minutes in looks incredible already, as a Son of God taking a quick 2-1 lead in the game. Apologies earlier on the delay in the broadcast. We're rectifying things and then we'll get back on track. Bright, I believe, in the green and the darker shorts, hoping to get back on level terms in that one. So quite interesting start to this game. And I mean, we did tell you that both of them are kind of in high spirits right now, with Son of God beating Yemi, kind of destroying also his unbeaten record. Bright, of course, was a little bit ecstatic last weekend after he also did come back in that huge one, won by 6 goals. So against elevation, Son of God almost got his first 2 goals.
That definitely should have been a finesse from that angle. The goalkeeper was rushing out, but whatever the case is, you know, the Son of God, he does know how to do the corner routines properly, and now he's able to win this one back from that corner routine. Bright still in this one, of course, is just about 20 minutes in the game. I think I really love the performances. So the question on everybody's mouth is, can Bright match last week's performance with another huge performance against someone else who is also on the rise, someone like a Son of God?
Oh, certainly. There's multiple scenarios where you get a matchup and you think, okay, this one is going this way, but this is one that you could clearly tell that is going to be difficult to predict. That's a risky one to play in that position, as he will cause him some problems. Bright to take full advantage. That time though, SOG able to get back on track and make that defensive clearance. You've got to be careful in that position. Salah will play short from the corner, or these days the corner kick routines, everybody working on how to defend against them. Smith once more, Militao's effort against the defenders. I will see Bright go on the counter. Look, with the changes to a lot of people's squads and the fact that the coin budget comes into play, I think it lets you kind of be in a dilemma as to who you'd want to use up top, because I'm seeing a couple of players that I didn't see last week. Today there's a lot of Smiths that are playing as the number 9, and I believe we've got confirmation of the Simply Uzo versus Guru game. Money, if you've got the updates for us, let us know how that one ended.
It is one that is definitely going to leave the whole FC community in shock, especially with what we saw from Guru this past couple of weeks. The game between Simply Uzo and Guru has seen Simply Uzo get his first points in this competition. 6-6 confirmed. Wow. That is what that one ended in. Absolutely insane. We have seen from both players.
12 goals thriller.
Not just the goals, the manner at which these players were able to get that one. We see Simply Uzo, I mean, for him to get his first point off someone like Guru, I mean, we did look at Guru say, okay, you know what, this might be another moment for him to, you know, consolidate on last week's run. And now, for the first time ever, that conversation about the top 4 Abuja and top 4 Lagos, I mean, Simply Uzo, it probably is not. Oh, wow. That one probably took me out, because I thought that one was headed out totally off target. But my goodness, the finesse being nerfed. We probably have to go back to EA and say, what have you done? Have you nerfed it, or have you made it more deadly? Because that one is absolutely insane.
Well, certainly Bright with a massive equalizer in the ranks. And what you noticed is that the first stuff usually in these games are kind of balanced. First off, you see like a 2-2 or a 2-1. It's the second half where guys start to pull away a little bit, and I think this one is taking the same shape. But what that result from Guru versus Simply Uzo clearly tells you is there's no clear-cut favorite in any game. Look, Simply Uzo hadn't picked up a point
all through those games. After 6 games,
Guru, who literally was in the top 3 before that game started, I mean, would have definitely been the heavy favorites going into it, but look how that one panned out.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the prediction analysis, the polls, it probably will be saying something at 90% for school rule, but this time around, Son of God is taking this one to the next level. Wow. 3-2 it is currently, 32 minutes in. And I think I want to quickly note something also. I with the addition of the coaching by Bright there to get Boy to be in his coaching boots, we have seen a different Bright from what we have used to from the first, second, and third week. As soon as we saw the addition of Boyd, the defense was different. The way he was playing was totally different. And I mean, going all the way, this one is very, very good there by Son of God. Talking about using the fence in that angle, he did go in this time around, and he is currently up by 4-2. Similar performances, similar scorelines we have seen across today, where one person is leading by 2 goals to nil, and the second half, like you said, is where it all quickly starts changing. But going back to the coaching addition there by Boyd, I think it has taken him to a totally different player. We did speak last week as when I had him on the show. He was talking about he just needed someone to be able to calm him in those moments, remind him the basics, and take his give him some of those quick ideas and tips in game that would be the difference. And we did see what that meant in terms of his performance. Let's see if today the coaching will be able to help him get this one over the line.
Well, certainly. SOG though, he's been in moments like this where he's had some sort of control in the game. It's just not been consistent enough for him to be in those types of conversations. But I believe games like these is what will definitely get him back into the top 4. I believe with the ball now, SOG has looked quite confident when the ball is at his feet. He's been stringing around passes pretty well, and that's the calmness that you'd want in such a player. And for Bright though, after making that massive comeback earlier on in this game, in the first 20 minutes, he'll have it all to do again. This time Salah, I mean, Team of the Week Salah's not somebody that we see so much in the game.
Oh,
what a hero!
This is why you see him in that game. Even Boyd doesn't believe what he just saw.
For sure. Every single weekend, we have top 5 goals. I believe this one definitely is in.
My goodness, here to borrow there, not a skill move we do see it very, very much these days. Yeah, but wow, and that's why I keep saying, like, if you want to really catch some of these opponents off guard, you need to have to be able to pull in 1 or 2 skill moves, just like we just saw with Salah there. Son of God nearly retaining that 2-goal lead back again, but the corner routine he doesn't know how to use very effectively this time around. Bright doing his best to absolutely defend that one. What's funny was you were still talking about that Salah card not being one you see consistently now, and Bright showing you exactly why he had him in his team.
Well, clearly paying dividends on that one. I mean, for the right wing, we're sort of used to the Yamals of this world. Team of the Year, honorable mention, Olise, also being a very common card. But Team of the Week, Salah, well, first time I am seeing him, and it seems like Bright definitely is comfortable using the Egyptian Liverpool forward on the wing. Oh, it's some exquisite football.
Offside
for Bright. It's just route 1. Pass it quickly, and you'll break down that defense, and just like that, he's back on level pegging again. This guy certainly has no quits from him. And if you took notes from last week, where it was down by 3-0 against a player who was unbeaten at that point, won by 6-3, Son of God has got to know that even if he's out by 3, game is not up. Look, I think we might have a goal threshold that's around like 15 goals, because both of them are quite comfortable in the other opponent's box.
I mean, 9 in the first half with a little bit more time to spare. Okay, the referee says that's the end. I'm done. Let's go straight into the second half. I think the threshold is sort of realistic, because all we need is 6 goals, and they could score 9 in the first half. They definitely could score in the second half. What's also interesting is that these players, it isn't that they're having a bad defense. They just, like, the attack has been on another level. So the defending is great, but the attacking has been on another level. And with what you guys have shown again and again in this one, I don't think we're going to be seeing anything less in the second half. I think it really, really matters who takes the game in the second half. We've seen that happen again and again. We saw Josh in the last game start the second half with 3 quick goals. For Bright, he'll probably be looking at that as an inspiration. But this time around, if he scores the 3 goals, like you did mention, he has to hold on to that momentum and maintain pressure. You cannot concede kickoff. We've seen that time and time again, that as soon as you concede kickoff, it does a little bit of psychological damage to you in game and in that moment. Here it is, Bright versus Son of God. We did tell you guys that this one was going to be a very interesting one. And as you can see, 5-4, quick chats between Boyd and Bright. I did talk about that coaching and say it has been a difference between the first and second week Bright and who we have seen in the third week yeah, let's see if this is going to give him an opportunity to take this game by the scruff. But Son of God, he's not with his coach, who is also a Boyd's partner and friend. So it's interesting to me. I think Son of God has played better without his coach.
That's an interesting statement to make, and I'm sure if Mitchell is on the broadcast, he will be saying, "Money." I don't agree with that one, but I mean the results are kind of said otherwise as well. So I mean, yeah, not far off by saying that. What do you guys think in the chat? Are coaches as important as we do make them out to be? Sometimes when the players do play without their coaches, they do perform, or at times also with their coaches, they show like a different level. As we are seeing a clear example with Bright, with Boyd by his side. Clearly a different beast with those controllers in his hands. They're Scott through the middle for Bright. I mean, he's been on the comeback trail every single time. He hasn't led any point in time in this game. Shelling, though, will be very patient with it. And that's one thing that I've noticed about SC26 is, look, we say that you are not supposed to be rushing your build-up, but the thing is, the more time you take, the more opportunities you give your defender to kind of cover up a little bit. Oh, Son of God, that's some really incredible dribbling down that byline as you force a corner just about 15 minutes gone on the game clock. But we speak about transitions daily and how important they come to. That's a goal line clearance right there.
Absolutely. Son of God does like to hug those byline. I think now I'm beginning to see as a strategy. He knows if he's able to get in over that one, he probably will get a goal, or he'll get a corner from where he can use some of these techniques he have in the corner routine. Here's by turning around, and someone retains that possession, but eventually loses out to Son of God.
Well, possession has proved to be a difficult one for both of them to hold on to for very long time. Well, when the possession gets in Son of God's hands, he uses it to full advantage. The breakout in transition I spoke about, you not taking long in your build-up. It took him 3 passes to get to a dangerous position, and that's what you do right there. Take advantage of them when they come.
You know what? From the very first game we did see from King Konx in this competition, this tournament, I think that was where I looked at it and I was like, you know what? The transition is not about running in transition. It is about making the right passes. The right passes will get you in the right spaces for you to be able to take those killer shots. And I think that's one thing where someone like Son of God sort of knows how to. Oh my goodness, that one was very, very close. A ball roll shot. Son of God sort of knows how to take it to the next level with his transition. The right passes, just like being able. It is what separates these top players from the ones who are sort of trying to get back into the action. Here is Son of God now on the edge of the box. One probably is going in, but the goalkeeper rushes down and just able to get that one off.
That keyword for me, the decisions. And sometimes it can be easy to say, but taking decisions when
it is a tricky part.
You face multiple scenarios. Even if you've played the game, like you're constantly on the game, you're grinding the game, you face so many different scenarios as compared to what you had in training that sometimes you've just got to improvise. And I believe that's what the very best players do when it comes to the National Esoccer Pro Leagues, and that's what separates the boys from the men. If you can improvise on the fly with the kind of decisions that you make, sometimes you know when to keep it simple. Sometimes you can complicate yourself a little bit, kind of confuse your opponent, then it just gives you an extra added edge in these types of games, and that's what we've seen Son of God do, and that's why he's currently up by 6-4. For this one, Bright, he was on the up and up after last weekend. He'll be looking to continue that same format, currently down by 2 goals in this game, and you can tell he clearly has come back on his side, but we know this one is going to be tough a little bit, because when Son of God has got a grip on the game, he always tends to find a way to control. There's Pina. I mean, we've seen so many versions of Pina that it's at this point becoming difficult to even pick which one is the very best. But I think the more and more we see Pina, the more and more we see people lean into her winter wildcard version. So maybe that might be the best on the market as we speak. Scott trying to thread one into Smith as Bright still searching for a key way back into this game. Love to pass it to Salah. Taking that one first time, especially with Salah's weaker foot, maybe not the best of options.
I agree with you totally in that one, but that's what happens when you're a little bit desperate and searching for goals. And I think that's sometimes the best moment to get your opponent in. Here is Bryce somehow turns around, and I think he gets that one in. But my goodness, what a roulette there. Was able to just, some of the things this player do in those tight spaces just tells you that this is the difference between you and the players, you who are watching from home, and it gives you an inkling of in what to do when you as a casual is on the come up. When you see some moves happen in real time, it gives you an opportunity to go back home. Even if you're not able to perform those moves, it gives you an idea into what the space and action, the timing will provide for you in those moments like that. And Bright is just down to 1 goal at the moment. It looks like he's in the pause there. His coach is just giving some word of instruction on what to change. The comeback definitely looks like it's going to happen soon for Bright.
Well, that's one clearly to look out for. We're entering into the business end of this game. So far, history has shown that when it's just 1 goal between the both of the sides, there usually is some drama going into the final. But then you can clearly tell that Bright has got drama in his sides. Bright has definitely got something up his sleeve, and I'm sure for Son of God, he's familiar to this situation before. He knows how it works in these types of scenarios, and you'll definitely be looking forward to not giving up the lead. You're still watching live on KD Sports YouTube. If you're here, you still don't subscribe to the channel and you're enjoying the action, what are you waiting for, my friend? Hit that subscribe button, hit the post notification, so when we go live, you want to be notified first for the next couple of weeks. This is the place to be. This is the home of the National Esoccer League, with Son of God in pole position to get back that 2-goal lead. Bright defending for his life at that point and getting back in the works. Now Bright, we know how crazy he is in transition. We saw it against Elevation. Could it come to fruition again?
Just a touch too many in that moment, and I think it's shown exactly why you have to be a little bit decisive when you get to those positions. I think it did happen with Son of God, and as soon as he was ball was taken off and turned into transition moments for Bright, we're expecting to see him, take more decisive action. He might just get punished now. The Son of God has a chance. The goalkeeper Vicario showing wow, that far-reach play style is one of the most sought-after play styles for goalkeepers in the game.
Cross comes in, you knock it down the way he usually does. That time it backfires a bit, and he will be susceptible to the counter.
I think it's fair to say that Bright has defended the corner routines very, very well compared to other players who Son of God has gone up against throughout this competition. I don't think we have seen him. We did see him take that shot that needed a goal line clearance from Bright there, and whatever the case is, he has to really, really up the ante in this one.
Oh, surely 15 minutes ago, you smell a little bit of nerves settling in for both of the players as he gives away. Son of God, very uncharacteristic of him in these moments. Bright will definitely not mind as he mounts yet one more attack and looking to cause some mayhem in this final. Oh! Mayhem, he now scores, and we're back where it all started. Nothing to separate both sides. 12 goals in the mix, separated at 6 goals apiece. Bright, that lofted pass clearly was the difference. They have gone with the normal through ball. I don't think he gets to the attacker.
Yes, absolutely. And we did speak about that last week, day one, when we said with what we have seen, it probably will give other players who haven't really, had that chance to get those points yet, give them an opportunity to get inspired. And we have seen that throughout today. We've seen Khaled take off points from Game Rejoice. We've seen, I would say, Simply Uzo, yes, take off points from Guru. And now it looks like Bright himself might be climbing that ladder slowly but surely and steadily. Good use of that pass here. Here is Bright looking 2-1 up. That is the latest update we are having. While Bright is looking like he's not going to rest on his laurels for those 1 point. He looks like he's going for 3 points definitely. He does have to be careful also because that means if he gets caught on the counter, it might just be a chance for his opponent. But this time around, he takes it. Bright is on the come up. For the first time throughout this game, he leads. And in crunch time.
Wow. This is what we call the magic of the National Esoccer Pro League. When you've been down throughout the whole of the game, it takes you 82 in-game minutes to lead for the first time. Bright has done the business, and for Son of God, he is in familiar territory. He's giving up a lead before, and he might be doing it just again. If he can't change the destiny here a bit, Pina overthinks it a bit and loses possession. Llorente will get it for Brighton. Now the question is, will Bright immediately head on to game management or be looking forward to possibly adding one more goal? It seems like he's going for the latter. Let's hear with Iniesta, and I'm sure Boyd in the booth will definitely be whispering a couple of things to him because he's in crucial moments now. Leading for the very first time, you definitely know we wanted to give this one up.
I think that's the difference between a player who is currently being coached by a proper top level coach and a player who isn't, because you could see that Bright was definitely going for the extra goal, and then a little whisper from Boyd sort of saw him go into the game management mode, and this is the best place for Bright, as he's not just managing the ball, he's managing it properly, he's not committing a lot of bodies, and he's managing right in the middle of the park. But don't forget, we saw that against Elevation, that at some points he did manage the game and he was able to take advantage of just one loophole and score for himself the final goal that made it 6-3 against Elevation. But now Son of God has sort of regained that possession. Son of God going up on the counter, he has Pina and he goes for the shot, yet he gets it in. We didn't talk about how very crucial it was for Bright not to lose the ball. And now in the 7-7, we did expect a 15-goal thriller. We had just one more to give us that goal. That will make it 15. Who will be getting the goal with just one more minutes on the game clock?
Well, this one taking so many turns, you can't keep your eye off it, and you feel like there might be one more crazy turn, and this one, time surely up now for Bright. Does he have the dagger with Smith still holding on to it? That's wow! And the dying embers of the game when he needed it the most. The finish failed them, and that will come to a close, and the smack from Son of God sees it all. That was pretty lucky for me, because oh my word, the way Bright created that last opportunity, you felt like he had the dagger right in his sights. Well, that's how the game went. 14-goal thriller, split, 7 goals apiece.
You can see how close
exactly how we expected it to go down.
I absolutely agree with you. For Son of God, this is a huge sigh of relief. He had the lead so many times in that game, and right against the run of play, he caught the ball from the transition. He was able to get himself a quick goal to make it 7-7, and he just survived that time. That was precision being letting Bright down. Any other angle?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. The best of the best players feeling the pressure and the nerves of Game 24. My goodness. Wow, what are we seeing? Bringing to you this live broadcast of this huge matchup. We got to see once more what the Challengers Cup is all about. It's being able to produce in the pressure cooker. And I love when players are nervous a little bit, where, you know, you get an opportunity to see them when they're under pressure. But just by impulse, you get to do something crazy.
We're back to action. Now we're about to play the golden goal for the grand finale of the Onile Grand Finale. Oh, we're just having an update. Oh, it's more than just one of us. He does regret this. Oh, yes.
When they try to think about, is it too far for him to think about? Man, Mbappe is not on. Well, it takes on as he's committed. No, they take it back into the game from 12 yards. Score. And we're back way. The queen of the great international Esoccer League champion, your man.
$10 million in prizes are up for grabs.
Attractive on the break to possibly seal it all. Ended in perfection, and Chooks with the Akuma look on his face. Oh my God. 2025 Killer Free.
From everyone that competed today, whether you won or lost, your presence today has contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of Cage 24 alive, share, post, and have a good night. Thank you.
Do you love playing video games? Or a professional live streamer in gaming? You can also step into the light as a professional esports player representing one of the biggest teams in Nigeria or Africa. So I guess you landed on the right page, because here we take you into the world of games, gamers, and gaming, from tournament organizers to game shows, podcasts, you name it. You get to meet the best of the best in the esports industry right on this page. So make sure you share to someone, follow, and also subscribe to all our platforms. We are Game Evo Esports, the world of games, gamers, and gaming.
Time to wake up to a new reality.
King Konx is currently fifth, having played 6 games as against 8 from the guys in current top 3. You see, Rhymes also after 6 games is on 15 points. King Konx on 15 points after 6 games. So this is like a 6-pointer game for both players. Whoever wins this one has an opportunity to get all the way down to first position with 1 game to spare. Elevation, Guru, and KK still maintaining the top 3 position as it stands. Mr. Oga with that win sees himself in 4th position, like we were talking about. King Konx and Rhymes in 5th and 6th. Yemoli has 15 points, while Son of God has 14 after that draw with Bright earlier in the day. Tactical and Dracaris on 9th and 10th respectively with 12 and 11 points respectively.
Yeah, exactly. The top of the table looking very, very close, and of course the bottom half also not far away. And Leaf still on 10 points, just 1 point away from 10th position. Game with Josh in that crunch game against Khaled still stays on 10 points. Dada Boy on 10 points as well as Khaled with that huge win against Game with Josh will elevate him into 42 points away from 11th position. Bright currently also on 8 points with Blaze, Flick, Baluke, Baji Senior, and Simply Uzo currently at the bottom of the table. Simply Uzo with that huge point against Guru. It just changes the whole of the shape. But we take those 2 players that we'll be looking at in the spotlight, King Konx and Rhymes. Clearly a game that could determine a lot because both of them are on 15 points, and if they win, they go straight to the top of the table.
Yep, top of the table clash we have there, and we kickstart this one with King Konx in the red, in the black, all black kits, while Rhymes in the all white kits. Rhymes kickstarting this one from left to right, while King Konx will be looking to defend this early on. We've seen time and time again how quick King Konx is on the press, especially in the opening stages of the game. Let's see if he's going to be retaining that one throughout this game. While Rhymes has been one of the most balanced players we've seen, the OE sportsman consistently giving us performances to show that he's one of those ones we do reckon should be in the elite divisions. We did see him last time out in the elite division going up against some of the best of Nigerian has to offer. He did drop down to this one because of inconsistent performances across the week, but this time I think he has sort of found a way to remedy it, and he's definitely in contention for one of those who's going out, going next to the elite division if he stays like this.
Oh, certainly, yeah, right. Definitely a disappointing campaign in last year's National Esoccer League. We'll be looking to get back in the mix. I mean, this game started it as a top of the table clash, and clearly you see why it is already KG from the start. Rhymes, who's got a quite peculiar team, the likes of Vitinha and Johans through the midfield.
Look at Rhymes going down that byline. The chance is there. Rhymes could get the ball inside the box, holds on to it, dances around a little bit more. He needs the opportunity to pass the ball.
Well, it is a tight angle for him to work with. Finesse attempt. That time being blocked. And I mean, just in the first 8 minutes, you can clearly tell that they'll both have to put in defensive shades because the offenses are some of the best we've seen in the Pro League scene.
Yes. And I think also the defending of both players is really, really measured, really deadly. They know what to do when to do it, and I think they are doing their absolute best in this moment to defend against each other. These players are not the type of players who take unnecessary risks. They know how to wait for the ball, get patient. Once the chances come and develops, they turn it into something. You're talking about turning something into something. Rhymes kicks us off with a cutback that was from the far post. Rhymes starting this one out with a whole lot of intent. He's been on the front burner since this one began. I don't think anybody's surprised that he gets that goal.
Yeah, the build up to that goal clearly very, very good. I like how patient he was with the goal, and knowing how well Konx defense is, he's got to be patient throughout to be able to kill this game off. Well. An interesting start from right. The way Mando, his campaign in the National Esoccer League has kind of been a little gone under the radar a little bit because he hasn't played maybe too many big games to say, okay, fine, this is where he should be. But every single game that's been in front of him, he's been able to take advantage of. I think the only blip in his current stride was against Game with George. But since then, I think every single game that's come his way, he's been able to make good deal of it. There he goes again. That time with Diani. I mean, Diani is also a very good pick to use on the right hand side, but a lot of people actually have the French woman up top. There goes Konx, that time in transition. Rhymes is able to get back on defense. The difficult thing about defending in transition is the fact that you don't know when to be overly aggressive with your defenders, because if you place it into a striker, if you commit way too much and it dribbles past your defender,
there's a lot of space to work with. I think we did see that one in the game between Khaled and Yemi Josh, where there was a lot of space to work with, and the L1 stop just took the defender.
Too much of 1v1 for Khaled.
Took the defender to his village, and by the time he was back, the goal was already in for Khaled. And there always, man, esports man Rhymes still dominating these proceedings. We haven't seen the free-flowing football, and that is kudos to King Konx and the way he has set up his defense, really.
Well, surely 20 minutes gone. King Konx yet to really stamp his authority on this game. Maybe this opportunity could be the one for him. That is when Wiggles an interesting pass across post. Lacroix comes and makes a huge claim for the ball. I think right from the very start of the National Esoccer Pro League, these two were touted as guys who would be finishing in the top 8. And so far, I believe that they've lived up to their name, clearly showing that they are some of the very best players around that we've got. And in this match, with how close and cagey it is, you clearly tell it's difficult to separate both sides. Still patient from Rhymes. You know how Delhi is in these moments. We'll find Pink. That time Wilson. Wow. On the end of that great composure up top. Rhymes' build-up is one of those that shows a lot of confidence that he's certainly worked on his game.
Yeah, I mean, you see the way the man is setting up. You see the way he has played, and you know that this is someone who has definitely been in the gulag with some of the very best. The experience, you can see the sort of scars of battle and the way he plays, the way he manages the game. And I think for him to be 2-0 up against King Konx at this point in time is really, really credit to him, the way he has played and managed this one from the get-go. I don't think he has committed too much in terms of attacking. He has not committed too much in terms of defending. He has not even left space for transitionary attacks.
Exactly. You look at those two midfielders in position, they don't move a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's not moving them at all, and it clearly tells you he wants to be able to maintain that shape. And that's a mark of a really good player, because usually when you're playing the game and you're facing a very good defense, you didn't have to commit a lot of bodies forward. But if you can do it with fewer bodies forward, it tells that you're a really, really good attacker.
I agree with you on this one. Here is Rhymes one more time, probing, waiting. This time around, King Konx pressure enough to steal the ball off. The man Rhymes. Oh, another opportunity opens up. The defenders are in poor position. Ball is out wide now. Takes that shot. Not enough space for him to work with there.
Well, that's a massive save from Vicario to parry it over. King Konx will try his luck again. Knockdown corner. These days, they don't usually produce as much as we'd love them to. Oh, what a splendid ball that is. That time, though, Rice can't control with Wilson. 13 game minutes gone. And so far, it's been Rhymes causing a lot of danger. King Konx, though, not far off from really threatening in this game. And I like how basic he's made King Konx's offense look. Usually when King Konx is playing against other opponents' defense, he kind of has his way. But he's forcing King Konx to do things that he doesn't usually do. And that's clearly a mark of somebody who can take this thing out of the game.
Yeah, I'm going to borrow your words in this one. I think he has somehow found a way to force King Konx to play against a set defense. Every single time King Konx has the ball, except when he's on the flank, it's almost always against 4 defenders and at least 1 DM. That gives him 5 bodies at the back. That is, I think you look at it from this perspective, someone who knows how to play the game, someone who has played the game, seen a lot of high-level games, it requires a high level of concentration. To be able to look at just right now, here he's using his DM to ensure he's screening the defense properly. And now every single time he has a chance there, that is King Konx. He has a whole lot of work to do because the defense, the defensive midfielders, everybody is working in tandem to stop that ball from becoming anything of product.
Just about 10 minutes to go in this first half. I mean, there have been a couple of changes to the squad, you can tell, with especially King Konx. I'm seeing a Sega item in the midfield, that team of the year icon item, pretty good as well. Got that intercept play style plus when you want those types of interceptions in the midfield. Wilson, Vitinha on the ball now, as Rhymes will be so patient with it. And those are the kind of times that are kind of tricky a little bit when it comes to FC26, especially 9-minute halves. When you're up 2 goals early, do you still push for more goals, or you kind of be conservative a little bit, invite pressure, knowing that there's still a lot of time here to go? And I think At this moment, Rhymes is indeed playing his cards pretty well. Long throw, come in and find Wilson. Shelly. Rhymes, if he can find one more before halftime, this could be a very good position for him to be in. That time, though, Konx so alert to the danger as he gets possession back of the ball once more. Pina, he's got some options to find. And now that's what I was talking about. The ability to know when to step in. Oh, that's a big chance.
And a huge block
Konx has
also.
two huge opportunities that he just can't finish off.
A huge block also there by Rhymes, sees him stop that one from becoming anything of intent there. I think it really shows you the level at which these guys are playing. Rhymes, as soon as he saw that opportunity, dragged out two players to ensure that the block was very effective. Here is Konx trying to force the situation out, but Rhymes plays it out with such a beautiful one out of the defense. Now it has turned defense into attack. Can Rhymes get himself the third goal this late in the first half? Turns back.
It really works well from the flanks, Rhymes. We did see him get a goal earlier on in the half from that same right hand side, and he almost did once more. He's got some defending to do though, as for Konx. The perfect way to go into this half would definitely be cutting off from that deficit, forces one shot off.
I haven't seen anyone use the rushing out of the defenders so far so good today as good as Rhymes. He just found a way to get his defenders in pole position to neutralize every single thing that has been thrown at him by his opponent Konx. So every single time Konx has the ball set in place, there's some unrushing defender from Rhymes. Like you see quick words there by Boyd trying to probably do some detective work there and some coaching work there, figure out what is wrong and be able to turn it around for Konx. And I think that is going to be the changing factor, the turning points in this game. If you can pick maybe what Boyd, who has been watching this first half and seen all that's happened, if you can pick some of these words from Boyd and be able to implement them in the game going forward, he might just have a chance.
I think he's got to quicken the pace up a little bit. It's been kind of slow through the midfield especially, and without Rhymes clogging that midfield, if you really want to take full advantage of it, you've got to roll the ball off quicker and sending off the runs. I don't think he sent as many runs as you'd expect, and we all know how Konx plays. He plays way better than he is doing in that first half, and I know clearly the boy will be telling him, you need to be quicker, you need to be way better, and I'm sure that's something that we'll be working on in the second half.
Yep, we're going to be going straight into that one. Once the players are ready, you can see Konx quickly doing one or two changes in the formation, and that would definitely, I think, set the tone for what we're about to do in the second half. If he's able to get those changes right in the second half, we might just have some action on our hands. But Rhymes quickly stepping out again to neutralize that ball early on. Rhymes see that offside trap, turns back. This might probably be one of those times where a player is up by 2-0 and we're not so worried about him losing it because of how measured his play has been so far so good.
I mean, he's so composed, not panicking at all. I think that he's in cruise control at this point, 2 goals up. And definitely asking Konx where you want him. Almost had the third from that one. Konx alert to the danger, will set himself up for transition. 2 goals to the good for Rhymes, but definitely hasn't put this game to bed with still a lot of time here on the game clock. Dalu.
Rhymes with a very uncharacteristic poor pass there. Now he has a lot of defending to do. It's still on. Oh, huge use of that skill move there to dance around by Konx. Just doesn't get it right this time around.
That's the opportunity expecting Konx to put to bed. And what have we seen?
Probably didn't bring his shooting boots today, because any other day we probably would have seen 1 or 2 goals going from those chances there by that man ahead of time. But here is Konx again, still knocking on the door. Rhymes this time around refusing to let him in consistently. This time the mistake that may cost him the block and tackle. Really huge. Rhymes is now playing with fire now.
And certainly it is getting nervy a little bit, and it is what you expect from such a game like this. You would have expected Rhymes to kind of dominate throughout. Konx fighting back, but this could mean Rhymes could get one more opportunity. The lofted pass, trying to thread it through that sea of bodies at the back. This one certainly hyping up a bit. Look, one thing you've got to give Rhymes is the fact that his transition offense has kind of been a little bit smoother than what Konx has showed so far. Immediately he wins the ball back from the back. The decisions that he's making is clear and cut, really not second guessing himself, and he always finds himself right on the edge of the area of Konx and so close to finding a third so many times.
Yep, I agree with you. I think the difference between both players is the way they are shaping their defenses. Rhymes is currently finding all the answers that the defense of Konx is asking, but Konx have not really found those answers yet. Might be a slow start for Konx that has been taken advantage of by Rhymes, because we're seeing a couple minutes, past minutes in the second half, we're seeing Konx really step it up and take it to the next level. Whatever the case is, it is Rhymes who will be currently looking at this one and telling himself, you know what, I've done the job. If I can maintain my head, I'll probably be taking this one home.
Certainly. Just 2 minutes to go to get to the how-far marking game. Ooh, he's giving it away once more. I mean, there have been multiple occasions where Rhymes has been playing with fire, as Manny said earlier. He's got to be careful. One go back for Konx and it could definitely change the whole complexion of the game. One go from him, though, could put this game to bed. Could have found the third. Now we kind of feel like we're at a beam balance, because the next goal is going to be so crucial. If it comes from Rhymes, you must feel like that's done and dusted in the context of this game. If it comes from Konx, though,
I mean, especially with the fact that Konx have been seeing a whole lot of, I would say, warning signs against Rhymes, and sort of encouraging signs in terms of those loss in possession from Rhymes. The next goal here, if it goes the way of Konx, it probably would blow up the entire team. But here is Rhymes trying to ensure that doesn't happen. Turns around, Wilson, the finesse. We've talked about that one. Not as effective as you expect it to be. The finesse letting him down this time around.
Well, Rhymes, as cool as he's been, he's had a couple of scary moments, but he has recovered from them pretty well.
Here is Rhymes running, holding on for dear life, you might add. It is 66 minutes on the clock. Konx, so much still to play for. There is a 9-minute half game if you're just joining us. We are live at the Game Evolution Studios in the heart of Lagos, Nigeria, where we are bringing to you guys the Pro Leagues. This is the second tier league before the Elite Division. You can see a pause queued by Konx, probably the third for today, but that's understandable. He's the man who currently is 2 goals down against such a measured opponent like Rhymes. He needs as much inspiration as he could get from that pause. And he needs to switch this up a little bit. For Rhymes, this is a good place to be in at this time. But once again, he makes another mistake. Can Konx now punish him? Konx! Oh my goodness, that was absolutely horrible. That's why, oh my, that's what happens when you don't have confidence again after taking so many chances and you're not able to find the net. I mean, he second-guessed himself right from that moment where Rhymes gave him that pass. You can see Rhymes understands how horrible he has put himself in that position.
That's one chance missed too many. That's just too many opportunities for Konx to get back into the game, and he spent it, and that leaves that window of doubt in his mind. Can he really do this? Can he really get back into this game? And that fuels Rhymes at some point, gives him a lot of motivation and say, you know what, maybe EA is on my side. I might go on and actually win this game. That's a huge turning point in that game. If Konx scores that goal, the complexion of this game totally changes. And as we speak, we get the corner from Konx, still pushing, hasn't given up yet. That time we'll lose possession of the ball. But where we are at in this game with about 20 minutes to go, and Konx, knowing how crucial this game is, definitely cannot afford to be missing any more opportunities. Gilmore through the midfield as Konx keeps pushing. Carreras, that's some excellent work to get in that time. Just a little bit of a mishap of a pass, and he win back possession.
Yeah, we do talk about how many times goals change games, but we don't talk a lot about how missed opportunities do change the games also. This time around, King Konx takes this one. As we also get an update in the game behind the screens that Bright is currently leading by 2 goals to 1. What a resurgence there by Bright, but my goodness, finally for King Konx getting himself the second goal this time around. I was talking about how missed opportunities also affect the games, and Rhymes trying to get himself a goal back in, but the goalkeeper instead of keeping King Konx still in the complexion of this game as it is. This is a corner routine from Rhymes, takes that shot, bends it just a little bit too much, and his whiskers away.
I think one thing that we've seen in this game is not a lot of them have actually created clear-cut opportunities. Most of them have kind of been like half chances. And it's just like a great testament to how both of them have defended pretty well. But in these last 13 minutes, when King Konx is certainly going to throw everything that he's got at this game, you feel like a momentum shift could come in off the post. That was it right there. Singles attempt. King Konx just whiskers away from leveling things up here. Wow. Definitely the energy shifting inside the Game Evolution Studios.
Absolutely.
And there he goes once more. On the right-hand side, you feel that definitely he's got some momentum on his way. Pina wriggle her way through that defense, right? Trying everything he's got to take the ball off King Konx. Oh. That time the left-up pass defended well.
Goals indeed change the complexion of game, and you can see all of a sudden now this one has been turned on its head. The way Rhymes has been defending sort of changed all of a sudden. You can see that little bit of desperation. He knows that it's just one goal in between, and that cushion is no longer there. And you can see he was a little bit desperate in the way he was attacking. While King Konx was a little bit wild and aggressive in the way he was attacking those spaces. He knew he now had just one opportunity to get it right. And this is why we love the beautiful game of FC, as they have quickly turned this one on his head. Both players going for it. While Rhymes trying to get himself back those cushion of 2 goals, you could see the man himself trying to force things out and push and push. But why, oh my, that was good defending there from King Konx, keeping himself back in the action.
Oh, it's been a while since we've seen low scoring games, so you feel like this one will just be under 5 goals, but the next goal surely going to be important.
Oh! Finally misses that one out, so you can see that full emotion there being displayed by King Konx. He has done so much work to get himself back in the action, while Rhymes has sort of dropped that performance. The second half have always been where we have seen the difference maker in these games.
I mean, you kind of felt it coming with how King Konx was pushing. The number of opportunities. If we check his XG now, I'm sure it would definitely be higher as compared to Rhymes. Had so many chances to get back this equalizer. But I mean, it's just been something that you felt was right at the corner. And for King Konx, he will certainly be happy about how that one went in. We get one more look at it. This time, use transition so well. And when he goes down that byline, it feels like Rhymes just hasn't have many options at the back to deal with all of the threats. And King Konx takes full advantage. About 5 minutes to go in this game. Manny, you reckon we see one more goal before this one ends?
I absolutely think this one will definitely be spurring King Konx on, and that could create chances for Rhymes if not done properly. But now here is Rhymes losing out that possession. I think for him right now, the draw is going to be a very good point. It's not a bad point against King Konx, who is currently in the top chase. Also, here is Rhymes this time around, the block, just stopping that one from going in, while King Konx had an opportunity to quickly switch this one around into a counter attack. That time around, the offside trap working very well for Rhymes. And who is pushing on? King Konx is pushing on in that black kit on that left wing. You can see the player log being activated and cancelled at the same time. King Konx trying his best to force out the issue. Can he get an opportunity? It is 1 more minute plus whatever we get extra time. King Konx running down the time as he should, waiting for the last attack. This is the moment. This is the last attack. It could quickly turn around, and Rhymes this time around gets the ball. Can he switch it out himself? Turns, and the referee says no. Wow.
Dramatic is what you call it. You could hear the scream from inside the Game Evolution Studios. People expecting Rhymes to release the ball way earlier, but this one definitely end to end as we love it. Ended 2 goals apiece, and I think it's kind of a fair result.
Yeah, I definitely think this one is fair. It was a game of two halves. Rhymes dominated the first half. King Knowledge rose to the occasion in the second half, and that means that both players are settling for a 2-all draw, and they're going to have to share the points, but a well-deserved points. To Rhymes, of course, he's going to be feeling a little bit out of it because he dominated the first half. He dominated the chances, but throughout the second half, King has had a lot of opportunities to bury this one and put it past him. I was reckoning at some point we're going to be seeing 4-2, but yeah, for him, I think he'll be pissed with himself the way he played second half, but ultimately this is a fair result to him. It's a huge 1 point. This is one of those points where you have a draw, it feels like a win.
Well, at the top of the table clash, nothing could separate two of some of the very best Nigerian has got to offer when it comes to our FCE sport, and what a game that was. Ended 2-2 with Rhymes and Konx sharing the spoils. So go for a quick break. When we're back, we get on to more action inside the game evolutions for the National Esoccer Pro Leagues.
₦10 million in prizes are up for grabs.
On the break to possibly seal it all.
from everyone that competed today, whether you won or lost. Your presence today has contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of patience to our life, share, post, and have a good night.
You love playing video games? Or a professional live streamer in gaming? You can also step into
The next round of action will go. What we just saw from Konx and Rhymes just showed how tight is looking at the top of the table. Every single detail being paid mad attention to, and the error for margin, the margin for error so close that you cannot afford to make any mistake. That's how tight that game was ending 2-2. I mean, Manny and I, we did definitely enjoyed that game down to a 10. You almost felt like it was anybody's game right to the final whistle.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was saying at the end of that one, that it was a very fair result for both players to have a draw, to be able to share the points at peace, because what we did see was a game of two halves. Rhymes dominating the first half, and Konx coming into the second half. He had multiple chances. Also, Rhymes did have some decent chances in the second half. But I think looking at it for Rhymes, he did survive that one. So when he goes home, he probably be like, you know what, this one is one of those ones that, you know what, I'll take the draw. I would take it willingly. He might be feeling undone with his defending not being up to par with what Konx had to offer in terms of the defending. But ultimately, it was an end-to-end game. It was a man's game, and both players really doing well to share that point of peace.
Yeah, both players really did show a lot of courage, especially when you look at the two halves. I think what Rhymes did in that first half really showed how composed he can be under pressure. Even though Konx created a lot of opportunities, you could tell that it was kind of half chances that he was creating. It was really the second half, and towards the latter part of that second half, that's where Konx picked up,
especially with those loose balls that kept happening from Rhymes. You see, I've noticed something about FC. There's a certain line of action he starts doing that encourages your opponent, especially if you're playing against a top level opponent. If you consistently start losing the ball in your 18 yards, that is like a warning sign by, like EA, you know what, you have to really be careful. Something is about to change. And one thing I've noticed that top players really do is once they see it, they take the ball down to their opponent's half, and it's better for them to lose the ball there, down to lose in their own side. So you could see cross-field passes as soon as they notice that they're losing the ball. You see those cross-field passes happening consistently. They want to ensure that they are losing the ball at their opponent's half, and that's something that Rivals was not able to really pick up on today, and that is the reason why he was not able to get this particular performance over the line. He really did. It was a huge performance from him defensively, especially in the first half. He was near flawless. He was near flawless. He made Konx look very basic and very average. But kudos again to Konx for figuring out what was wrong. That's one of the reasons why I say having a coach at this level, especially such a coach like Boyd, who knows the game, who has read the game, played it at the highest level, is sort of the next level decision making you can have. Because you remember during halftime, there was a quick pause where Boyd was talking to him about a couple of things. We didn't see that happen for about maybe like a minute or so. That alone changed the game on his head, and I definitely give him that result he does require.
Well, certainly that one was indeed as tight as ever. But we move on to the next game with Josh. Did lose earlier to Khaled. He will be in action taking on Baji Senior. I mean, both of them maybe not where they want to be at this point, especially Baji Senior. After that excellent start to week one, beating Guru, it's all kind of been downhill for him. I think after that point, he has not been able to pick up any points on the board. He plays against a game with Josh, who's coming off the back of a loss as well. I think this could be quite an interesting game where both of them might be a little bit too cautious to go for it entirely, but then anybody who picks up points here could be very, very huge. Game with Josh, immediately picks up points, will definitely be heading into the top half of the table.
I think for Baji Senior, this is not the time to be cautious, because what else could go wrong possibly in terms of results? You're currently down and out in the sense of it. We could see how Khaled has taken the game by the scrum. At some point in week 2, Khaled was down the table. All of a sudden, Khaled is going toe to toe with some of these players. Like he knows he's already down that table. What else could go wrong? I should be able to take this game to my opponent, see if I can pick up 3 points. Every point right now for someone like Baji Senior is a huge point. He has to throw caution to doing, even if you ask my opinion. you're not definitely winning the league. You're not possibly going to be able to maybe, let's say, be promoted to the next league. But if you can maintain your position in the Pro League, it would help a lot in terms of being in the running for next season. So throw caution to the wind, commit a lot more bodies. Nobody expects anything more now from Baji Senior. We are probably almost getting to the midway of the whole tournament, and you're currently 3 points so far. Now this is time for you to commit as much bodies as possible. Go for the ball. Game with Josh. Okay, I think he's the one who's going to be cautious because he just lost a very huge game where everybody touted him as the favorite. So he'll be cautious of the display, the performance. For Baji Senior, you have nothing to lose right now. Commit as much bodies and take the game by the scruff of it.
Well, the advice from Manny is totally go for it, and we'll see the approach Baji Senior has for this game. And you are still watching the National Esoccer Pro League, brought to you by Kid Esports. We are live from Lagos, Nigeria, of course, kind courtesy of the Game Evolution Studios, which we are currently broadcasting to you live from. Of course, we've got a huge support from the National Esports Federation of Nigeria. They're making sure that we are also here giving you guys all of the best of FC action that we've got to offer. Esports Africa is also part of our media broadcasting team, telling the whole world about the greatness that the Nigerian FC Esports have got to offer. Of course, we can't forget Game Pride IO as well. By a deeper look into that next game on our featured broadcast, with Game with just still holding on to those 3 wins and then that 1 draw, giving him 10 points so far. And like Manny mentioned earlier, Baji still just that 1 win to his name, that famous win against Guru in match week 1. And now I believe both players are ready to lock horns in this matchup. I mean, does that say something about Guru as well? Drop points to Simply Uzo and Baji Senior in 2 opponents that we're expecting him to kind of pick up points from. Does that really put a detriment to his resume a little bit?
I wouldn't necessarily say that, because we've said it time and time again that that's what happens in the league formats, where it's almost like a marathon. Here's Game just with the opening chance of the game, just not positioning his player correctly, and that one has led to that turnaround from Baji Senior. Going back to the Guru question, I don't think that is necessarily what I would say, because in the league phase we see constantly again and again where surprises are handed out. I mean, we did see Tactical, what he did in the week 2, turn his season around in week 2, day 2, and give us huge performances. Look at what Bright has done in the past 4 games. It has been a crazy past 4 games for Bright. All of a sudden now Bright is, I think, as our prior last update here, it was winning Baloki by 2-1. If that one was going to consistently stay like that, which means we'll be looking at Bright making all the way down to 11 points, I believe. That is taking him down to where Game with Josh currently is in terms of points. So a league format allows some of these opponents who may not necessarily have those week in, week out performances to sort of step up at any given time and give us huge performances. For Guru, it's one of those moments where the first day was, I think, forgivable, because I mean Baji really did play well that day, and we did see that Guru was out of his element. But against Simply Uzo, it wasn't a loss entirely, but it was one that felt like a loss, or would feel like a loss, because of the quality of opponents itself. Here is Baji Senior, decides to go to the right of the goalkeeper. A little bit of he had a lot of space to work with there, and then I think that's a terrible decision being made by Baji Senior. That's why it's not gone in.
Well, that's definitely a golden opportunity to take this lead and cause Game with George some problems. Quite unfortunately for him, though, couldn't just capitalize off of that space that he had working with for him. I mean, Game with George, though, has had that resurgence that we have been speaking of, and he did turn it around, beating the likes of, picking points over the likes of KK, the likes of Rhymes, and that's kind of 10 things around with those 3 huge wins. But that loss to Khaled will definitely feel huge. Look, when you're in a league format, playing against guys that are in and around you, that like you're 1 point off of, or you've got more points than, when you kind of lose to them,
it does feel like a downer.
It feels like a loss at times, and I'm sure that's what Game with Josh is feeling like. As Baji Senior has started this game pretty strong, you have an opportunity to finesse that one, and that time goalkeeper gets a hand onto it. Game with Josh got to be careful in this start, as Baji Senior definitely has thrown caution to the wind, like maybe Manny had advised earlier on. That's a very good touch from Victoria. That's a deserved goal to start us off with. Clearly has been the better player these first 15 minutes.
I agree with you. The defending from game we just have been terrible, if I allow me to say. And I think I did speak to you about that after the first game with Khaled, where I just sort of pointed out the fact that he was committing unnecessary bodies in the areas of the pitch where you're not allowed to commit some certain players. You cannot use your centre backs to defend at any point in time, unless you're stepping up, just like Rhymes was able to do. When you're stepping up to ensure that you make those early on tackles, just like you have a stopper placer, for example, from those players. But whatever the case is, we did talk about earlier today about adjusting in game for game with Josh. It's not been the best of week, and that's one thing we were talking about also in the elite division, where we looked at him and said, you know what, there's so much potential here, but the issue has always been an issue of consistency. And I did realize earlier in the day there was a conversation that Dracarys was having that. So you know what, the fact that Yemi Josh had not played for a whole week would possibly also affect his performance this week. And I was sort of like trying to argue, but I think that's where looking at it, and I sort of understand, from a pro player's perspective. At such a high competition, yes, grinding is good, but not being in the table, in the pressure pot for a whole week sort of numbs you to what this really feels like in terms of it. But kudos to Baji Senior. He stepped up today, taking the caution, throwing caution to win, taking the game down to Baji to game with Josh. The question now is, can he maintain this momentum? It is a long way to go. Maintaining it is going to be even harder than the fact that he just started well.
Well, that was a good spot from Manny there. Last week game with Josh, I believe, didn't have any fixtures on the board. So for him, it's kind of been a long rest. Oh, that's a very good one-time pass. Sega, she's definitely got the pace to beat everybody. Goes for the shot. Got a surprising choice right there. I think he did have a couple of options, but for game with Josh, he only had shooting in his sights right there. Will knock it down from the corner. Intricate passing for game with Josh as he looks to get back on track in this game. It has been Baji Senior defending resolutely and of course causing game with Josh problems at the back so far. Valverde. Marcelo does some good work to get back in the mix. That Marcelo item playing at left back, I have heard a couple of reviews about him. Quite expensive to complete that SBC.
I think we spoke about it last week where you were talking about wanting to see what he had to offer and then probably use him. Have you been able to have that try?
Well, I did test out Marcelo. He's very good, very, very good left back. All round that going forward is pretty good as well. He's got that 5-star skill move that you could use for a full back. It's just that he's extremely expensive to complete, above $1 million coins worth of fodder if you want to complete that item. And the only question is, are you willing to commit that much to a defender? That's
always with the squad question. Restrictions here
exactly.
From the player. So looking at, I think that is Baji Senior, who has the Marcelo item. Good ball roll. The pass in there, the final pass from game with Josh, sort of reminiscent of what he did against Khaled, has not been the best of choices by game with Josh. And this time around, does good to figure out where that true pass was going to be in and doing his best. Oh, outside trap, not done properly. He decides to get it in. Get himself a good equalizer there again with Josh. The offside trap letting him down there, Baji Senior. That we do talk about how it is absolutely unnecessary to attempt an offside trap when you have an opponent facing you directly, as that would always backfire. Here is game with Josh now, another opportunity. Makes it 2.
That's a quick fire double from game with Josh. Certainly has awoken now after that early slumber and just 2 quick goals in succession. And for Baji Jr., that one would definitely hit him like a thunderbolt. And all of a sudden, with him comfortable out by 1-0, this game has clearly turned on its head. And kudos to game with Josh, definitely has put on the pressure.
Interesting that both goals came as a result of an unsuccessful attempt at the offside trap there. I was expecting that Baji Senior would have learned his lesson. Talking about learning his lesson, he gets himself a second goal in the action. This one makes the action even thicker. 2-2 right on with the cusp of the first half. After 30 in-game minutes, 35 in-game minutes rather, we're seeing 4 goals already. That's what we want to see from both players. Both players doing very, very well to set themselves up in good hands in terms of the action.
Well, this esports has certainly had moments to kind of savor from some players, and you could clearly tell that for some of these guys, playing in the pro leagues has kind of changed the way they view the dynamic of playing competitive FC. Baji Senior in again, that time they attempt straight at the goalkeeper, and it's one I'm sure Baji would clearly be disappointed in.
It's absolutely criminal for someone like a game we just should not identify as soon as that player lock went in that was where the danger was. Now he knows where the danger is, and he gets himself a third goal. Both players showing an absolute lack in concentration in terms of their defending, and that is why we see these goals going with such reckless abandon. My oh my.
Wow. Everybody at the back at 6s and 7s for both players right now. And it is indeed goals galore. One more could have gone in right there. Oliver Kahn, what I believe, comes to the rescue. Baji on the head of that area has been very good in this first half. Just the defending not been as solid as you'd expect from especially an OG as well. Yashin coming up clutch again. I mean, Baji has had attempt after attempt after attempt.
Yeah, I want to quickly pick your brain on the fact that Yemi just has moved on from a Vicario goalkeeper card item to a Yashin item. Do you think this has a lot to do with anything to do with the squad restrictions, trying to get himself a cheaper goalkeeper with maybe the same attributes that he had with Vicario?
Well, maybe, but I don't see where it comes from, because Yashin is clearly a more expensive goalkeeper than Vicario would be. Vicario is actually from the season objective season pass. It's just that the restrictions don't work for the goalkeeper, so you can still use him in your squad. Maybe for chemistry purposes. You know, with the icons, they're able to give you a lot more chemistry when they bond with the normal regular players. So possibly just for chemistry purposes. Maybe he's got a new player in there that doesn't really have a lot of links to the other players in the squad. The icon definitely boosts up that chemistry. Maybe take it to like 30 or something like that, as that first half comes to a close. Game with Josh has had to dig deep and tear this one around. Baji Senior clearly had a lot of momentum in majority of the game, and it kind of did pay off in the first 20 minutes, but Game with Josh has shown that he can methodically break down defenses too as well, and kudos to him as he leads after this first half.
I think I'm going to hold Baji Senior responsible, very, very responsible for those two goals by Game with Josh to get himself back into the action. You have absolutely no business trying to get those offside traps, especially when you see Game with Josh probing your defense head on. That just gave him the chance, to walk through that defense with just one pass again and again. I think that's one of the reasons why we have to always look into the players' action outside the competition. How much are they grinding? How much are they working on these things? Because these are the little details that come with a whole lot of talking about. That one here is Baji Senior running down that by channel with Lamine Yamal, decides to go for the quick shot. Absolutely no way where you're doing that on his stronger foot. Take his touch and probably get the finesse in or go nipples. I mean, that word I would have been doing in my own case, but Baji Senior didn't take that chance, and he has himself to rule right there.
Wow. Especially right after the restart in the half, you're looking to start strongly. Baji Senior with a pretty much good opportunity to get back into this game, missing it, but can't dwell on that too much. That's the nature of these 9-minute halves. Can't dwell on missed chances, bad passes. You've just got to move on, because usually there is indeed a long way to go.
Talking about moving on, does seem like he got that one over the line. Baji, that one will make it 3-3, and now all the work being done by Game with just sort of undone, and we have to go back to the drawing board for both players and figure out how to take this game to the next level. 52 in-game minutes, so we expect totally to see a whole lot more games, more goals rather than action as this one goes by. Game with Josh on that byline, shelling card. One of the most prominent items throughout week 3 and week 2. That finesse. The ball is still in the danger zone. Here's Game with Josh. Holds on for dear life. Ooh. That reaction tells you all you need to know about that chance.
Well.
Like you said, you can't dwell on it too long. Have to go on to the next one.
In 9-minute halves, immediately you miss a chance, it's got to be your cue to do way better. If you fixate on it way too much, you end up hurting yourself. Michael Richards' pass, not the best as interestingly, Baji Senior giving up that possession of the ball Not so much of the best way possible. Can Game with Josh take good use of the opportunity coming his way? That time, the effort block. Tranoglu.
I think for Game with Josh, he would probably look at the fact that he's getting those chances as a positive, and for Baji Senior, the fact that he's creating such rooms for those chances will probably be looked at and be, you know what, I could definitely do way better in this one. But we're not seeing currently Baji Junior, who is his brother, in that coaching booth, probably walking him through and helping him out as much as we have seen him in the past couple of days in action. Well, that might be one of the reasons why he's currently still struggling a little bit. But what's the point it will be for him if he's able to take 3 points off Game with Josh today?
Oh yeah, and he's not looked off of it at all. He's been playing some excellent FC. Could have had his lead back again once more. Goalkeeper stretches out and make a very important say. Look, I'll take it in these last 60 minutes. Anybody that's watching us can beat their chest and say Baji Senior hasn't played well. I think he's played extremely well. His offense has looked legit. His defense maybe not as good as the offense is, but it's still been able to hold his own. And for Baji Senior, that should give him some very good motivation going into the game, as it seems like this game is indeed going band for band. Baji Senior getting a corner one more time. The pass a little bit. Raja Sega will come away with it. And credit to Game with Josh not rushing the counter at all. Sometimes rushing them is kind of nice. And there's the fact that you want to make good decisions. Exactly. Yeah. But if you rush it as well and you miss the ball in transition, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. A lot of trouble.
I absolutely agree with you. Look at that concentration on this man's face. It isn't a child's game. It is a man's game, this FC. And that's why you can have these players who have come all the way from the Gulag. Almost 10,000 players committed to it. That tackle. Wow. That is a heck of a tackle by Game with Josh there.
Well, those types of tackles can sometimes feel like goals. And for Game with Josh, defending with everything that he's got. And there comes Baji Senior once more. He has been having majority of the possession in the last couple of minutes. That goal that he's looking for looks like it might just be around the corner, but he's still got to work a lot more harder facing players like Game with Josh.
Totally agree with you on that one. And the players holding on, trying to walk it through. There's a whole lot of action happening. Baji Senior. 3-3 it is. Next goal very important, and again, just like we did see in the game between Khaled and Game with Josh, as soon as that last goal went in, we've seen a little bit of a slump from Game with Josh there. He has to really work on that one as soon as possible if he wants to get anything out of today's game.
These two have definitely battled it out, and heading into the latter stages of this affair, the next goal could be crucial. Could be very, very crucial to determine who goes on to win this game. Baji Senior, Game with Josh definitely have their eyes set on 3 points. Like we did preview earlier, Game with Josh gets that 3 points and he's in the mix for getting a top A spot and will still be in the conversation. For Baji Senior, it's got to be a gradual process, even if he gets all of those 3 points.
Totally agree with you on that one here. You can see both players really fighting for it in this one. It is an intense game, an intense affair, but there's no other player, none of these players are up for it more than them. The two of them, both players will definitely be going for 3 points. Game with Josh, he knows how huge 3 points is for him. For Baji Senior, this could be a platform to really start building on for greater things if he's able to get this one over the line.
Well, indeed, everybody scrambling for an opportunity, everybody scrambling for points everywhere as expected. And this tight National Esoccer Pro League Week 3 Day 2 encounter, I mean, every single game has kind of had its ups and downs. It's kind of had these topsy-turvy moments where you feel like just the fact that he is familiar with this scene with just about 9 minutes to go, you know that one of them can't find a dagger in this game. The finesse attempt stopped in its tracks. Baji Senior working so hard to keep Game with Josh at arm's length. Valverde.
It really is interesting what happens once your ideas ahead of kickoff don't really start working into fruition. That's where the true test of these players really come into play. Can you be able to play under this pressure, under this huge intense pressure, where you're not able to deliver consistently just like you wanted to? Maybe in the game your opponent has found you out, your opponent has figured out a very, very decent way of stopping you from really progressing, and another opportunity wasted there by Badges. One, he will be definitely ruined. While game just take a little sip of the water, I think both players are trying to make one or two formation adjustments before the next phase of action begins.
Well, surely it is indeed a pretty much tight encounter. I've spoken about the importance of getting the next one. I think it's clearly on these players' minds, and they've got the ambition sets in their sight as to maybe potentially lifting the whole thing. I mean, if you are in Badger Senior's position, you kind of know that it's practically impossible to win the whole thing. But top 8,
I mean, you need a miracle. You need a miracle.
Exactly, you've got to go like
while you're winning and everybody else is losing. For Game Josh also, despite the fact that he currently is in good position, I think Badger Senior Game Josh probably be looking forward to. For Game Josh, is probably trying to make top 8 and get promoted. While for Badger Senior, if he can find a way to somehow stay in this particular division, that would do him a whole lot of good. I'll give him an opportunity to really work on it for the next 1 year, next one season, and get something out of this one.
Well, certainly, we are getting towards the business end of the National Esoccer Pro League. We have made the announcement. It's just the top 8 that get to go to the elite division, and everybody wants to be able to be a part of that game with Joshua. Love the part. This could be his opportunity.
Oh, finally gets this one over the line. You can see huge sigh of relief from that man. It means a whole lot to him. For Badger Senior, the pressure keeps piling on. He is still rooted in the bottom of the table. While for Game with Josh, this one might just be a huge placement point in the battle for the top 8.
Badger Senior, this could go down as a hugely missed opportunity, with him leading majority of the time, with him controlling possession and creating numerous opportunities, and just didn't take them. That's just been the story of the day for this man. Game with Josh will surely try his possible best to take the sting out of the game with just a minute to go. I feel like definitely Game with Josh has done enough. Definitely he deserves to be here, and he's rounded things up with a humongous performance. Credit to Game with Josh. Had to stick in there right from the very start, even though Badger Junior had an excellent start. And for Game with Josh, that would be an important 3 points in the context.
Yes, this was one of those very tricky games for Game with Josh. He had his opponent who refused to go down without a fight, an opponent who was chasing a whole lot of 3 points, a whole lot of points really, if you look at it from that angle. And whatever the case is, being able to do justice to this one means he's going to be up by 14 points, and he's going to be looking around, asking himself, okay, what happens with other players I'm currently are in and around we are sort of in and around the same positions. 14 points for Game with Josh gives him a good boost in the race for top 8. He might not be inside the top 8 yet, but he'll probably be on the door knocking probably 9 or 10 position. I do suspect. We'll look at the leaderboard when we are done with the action for today. We have 3 more action left to go in this one.
Well, certainly about 3 more games to go, and the next one coming up is a big one. Konx will be playing Guru, another top 5, top of the table clash. Certainly one to have us lick our lips. And of course, when we come back, Monday and I will be discussing all about that one. Guru takes on Konx next.
Like, as a professional esports player representing one of the biggest teams in Nigeria or Africa. So I guess you landed on the right page, because here we take you into the world of games, gamers, and gaming. From tournament organizers to game shows, podcasts, you name it. You get to meet the best of the best in the esports industry right on this page. So make sure you share to someone, follow, and also subscribe to all our platforms. We are Game Eagle Esports, the world of games, gamers, and games.
got to see once more what the Challenger Cup is all about. It's being able to produce in the pressure cooker. And I like when players are nervous a little bit where, you know, you get an opportunity to see them when they're under pressure. But just by impulse, you get to do something crazy.
We're back to the action. Now we're about to play the golden goal for the grand finale of the relay grand finale. Oh, we're just having an update. Oh, that is one of the one of the win. Big up, big up, big up. Oh, yeah.
Prizes are up for grabs.
contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of Page 24 alive, share, post, and have a good night.
got to see once more what the Challengers Cup is all about. It's being able to produce in the pressure cooker. And I like when players are nervous a little bit, where, you know, you get an opportunity to see them when they're under pressure. But just by impulse, you get to do something back action. Now we just have back to the goal, the back of the relay, back oh, we just having an update. Oh, that's part of the back.
Are up for grabs.
Thank you.
round of action, we go into another big one at the top of the table clash. Konx, in one of the hottest games against Rhymes, had to share the spoils. Well, for this one, it will be huge as well. Two players who are currently in the top 5 of the table. Konx playing against Guru. Guru has already dropped points to Simply Uzo. It makes the dynamic pretty interesting. And for Konx, I think he'd like the points that he dropped against Rhymes, because if you look at how that start of the game was, even though he could have potentially got 3 at the end, the start of the game was indicating that Rhymes was going to run away with it. But it's a whole new game for him against Guru. He cannot afford to start slow, because we know with Guru, usually his starts kind of dictate what the whole game can be.
I think this one is evenly poised, because of course, we did see Guru drop points against Simply Uzo earlier in the day in a 6-all draw affair. That one was one that had all of us, wondering what happened to Guru in that moment. So for Konx, I think surviving Rhymes, this probably is a good time for him to see what he can do against Guru. You probably be looking at Guru and say, okay, you know what? I kind of suspect you're not in the best of forms, so I could probably get off maybe a slow start again. But if I get in the groove, this will probably be another action for me. And Guru also be looking at Konx and saying to himself, you know what? I did see that you had a very poor first half against Rhymes. If I can come in with the action of doing a whole lot of good in the first half, maybe I might be able to steal this one from you just before you're able to recover. So for me, evenly poised from both players. They all coming up from a draw, and they're going to be facing each other in a top of the table clash. Second one for the day. Let's see who's going to be getting this one over the line.
Well, it's definitely set up beautifully for something perfect here at the National Esoccer Pro League. I mean, Konx has the ability clearly of showing somebody who can definitely be more than enough on the offensive end. He's going to cause you a handful full of problems. But the thing with Guru is, in all of his big games that we've seen him is, he's kind of neutralized opponents when it comes to their offense. His defense has always been up there. His offense, though, can sometimes be slow to pick up pace, but when he starts well, he tends to always keep up the momentum. That would be a huge question going up against Konx. And I feel like with this clash, if we see another draw, that could be interesting for how the events could turn around. Because for both of them, Guru's already in the top 3. Konx, I believe, had the opportunity to go into top 3 if he had won that game against Rhymes. So you definitely be looking at this game as, you know what, this is my pathway back into the top 3. And he could take this game and really start aggressively.
Not just Konx and Rhymes that we'll be looking at this one. Elevation, don't forget also, yes, he did finally lose 2 points, drop 2 games, lose 2 games rather, back to back. But you'll probably be looking at this one and say, okay, you know what, if this guy's able to drop 2 points and make 8 points, 8 games after 8 games played, they dropped that huge 4 points. Maybe I might just have another chance at still maintaining my position at number 1. So I'm very, very sure you'll probably be looking at this one very interestingly to find out what happens in this game. A draw will give Elevation so much joy right now wherever he is, telling himself, you know what, this is another opportunity for me to maintain that possession, because as it stands, I think they had 15 points from the beginning of today, 16 points now with both players drawing each of their respective games. If they still manage to share the spot, which means they are not able to get over Elevation in terms of points. So I think this is also at the back of the players' minds, looking at the fact that this is very, very important for them to get these 3 points. So
the permutation and combination is always a part of league formats, and that's why we kind of enjoy them. Like the marathon that we are going on every single day, somebody's moving here, somebody's going down here. The table just keeps shifting and changing, and they all built up to the excitement of the National Esoccer Pro League. We are live inside the Lagos, Nigeria. We've seen some splendid action. We've seen a couple of upsets here and there with some of the results have kind of gone, and you can clearly tell that there's no game that you're destined to win. You've got to work always for your win, and you see that clearly with some of the wins that have come for some of these players. So I think if any of them, both of the guys are going to win, I believe you've got to put in the work right from the start. I believe that if Guru starts well, he gets a goal first, gets a second, it might be a tall order for Konx.
Yep, and we're going straight into the stats for both players. Guru on the left, Konx on the right. 5 games won for both players, 1 draw each. And Guru has lost 2 games, while Konx just so far has lost 1. Guru, after playing 1 extra game, is currently second in the position, while Konx currently on 3 position. Now that's why we're talking about how important it is for these players. For Konx, of course, you'll be looking at it as, you know what, if I get this win, I probably will be topping the table once again, while Guru will be looking at it, you know what, this is probably this is going to be opportunity for me to taste first position. If he does get the 3 points in this game, he's tasting first position. He knows it, and he'll probably be looking at it as a huge opportunity. So I think both players are really going to go for it. So it will give us an end-to-end game and an opportunity for us to end this one with probably one winner out of it. The probability, looking at 30% probability for King Konx, 31% most likely, and then
so close. Look how tight it is. Like, you can clearly tell.
It is a game of talk.
Exactly. Even the mathematics is difficult to kind of separate on both ends, and it's totally understandable. This also kind of buys into the whole Lagos versus Abuja battle. I mean, an elite player from Abuja taking on an elite player from Lagos as well should be a fun one to definitely keep an eye on. It's what this action is all about. Is what we are all here to witness. And as we go into that game, if you are indeed enjoying all of the action, make sure you subscribe to the channel here on Kid Esports YouTube. It is something that for sure we will go into as this one kicks off with Guru currently up with that white kit, all white kits kicking from left to right in this one, with Konx repping the all black that we did see him in action with against Rhymes. That should be interesting as to how this game tends to pan out. I mean, with a change in the squad budget as well, this time being 7 million coins, we've seen a couple of people kind of alter their teams. And for Konx, I think he was one of those players that made it vocal about the change in the 7 million coin budget. So I'm also kind of eager to see what type of changes that he makes, and also the type of players that he goes for. There comes Pedri's item for Guru on the break. Now speaking about how important Guru likes to start games early. That time outside of the foot, I don't think full a little bit.
I don't think that's what he was probably going on for, but the fact that he was on the weak foot of the attacker there sort of made it very difficult for him to switch it around. Whatever the case is, he had an opportunity from the corner, and it doesn't work out that time around. And King Konx now will be the one who will be looking to kickstart this game for himself. He hasn't had an opportunity so far, so good. It's been really cagey and more of Guru, the way we have seen Guru start some of the games in the past couple matches. King Konx has to be very wary, of course. If Guru is able to get himself a goal in this one, it might be a hard work trying to get back into this action. Here is Guru talking about that man who likes to start early, quick passing in and around the area. The Abuja man, he knows what he's doing, holding on. This one shoots. Yashin, another time we're seeing Yashin. Maybe we are going to be looking at a whole lot of Yashin cards now with the new week we're going into.
Well, certainly we did say there will be a couple of changes, and we've seen a couple of changes already. I mean, before, I think Konx was somebody who kind of went with vicarious item, but with a change in budget and everything, we'll see a couple of changes in the squad. Konx, first attempt and first crack at Guru's goal, test out the defense.
That should be offside.
Oh, certainly. But now you kind of know that the players have a feel for the game now. They know what to expect from each other, and this could be a blockbuster of a game. There goes Guru in transition. He's difficult to handle. Look at the number of bodies that he had making the run, and that's one thing that I think a lot of people should pick up. I know sometimes you don't want to commit a lot of bodies, but if you don't do that, this game doesn't allow you too many avenues to create for yourself. So you've got to use those players as risks. Decoy runs, send them on those runs, and that's perfect from Guru. Oh. Our first game of this one, and it comes to a deserving man like that. He did keep pushing and pushing. This time he will find the back of the net. Clearly, he's been the man who deserves to be up by a goal.
Yeah, I think I love the fact that he had been knocking on the door consistently. This time around, he has gotten himself the goal he deserves. And that's a beautiful one there from Guru. Now the game is definitely poised for a very nice fiery encounter. King Konx not new to comebacks. That's the man who does know how to get the goals when it matters the most. Now here is King Konx on a foray in the 18 of Guru. We have not seen Guru really under pressure defensively this time around. He survives that one and has an opportunity to turn this on the transition of his own. He has the pass, goes all the way, and Guru seeing that one happen.
Well, he did. 16 minutes in, King Konx down by a goal, and for Guru, there has been clear patterns of how he starts games. Really take the game by the scruff of the neck, punish your opponent and kind of allow them to sleep. And you are kind of expecting that type of performance here today. But it's against Konx of all people, and you know that he is not going to make that game quite easy for Guru, and that is why we're so hyped up when we saw this game be on the fixture list here today. Salah. Well, for Guru, it is kind of clear. When he starts games like this, he normally dominates possession of the ball. He frustrates you with holding on to the ball for a very long time. And the thing is, when you do get frustrated and you commit bodies, that is where he kind of punishes you in that sense. But just that Konx also knows how to play this game so well that he's not going to let that affect him. We did see how he manages win to get him back into that game against Rams. If he can do same here, it could definitely cause a couple of problems for the Abuja man. Good pass. What's the onside? It is onside somehow, and he gets himself 2 goals. We need to talk about how important it is for Konx to be very wary of those early starts by Guru. He didn't pick up on that one, and he's 2 goals to the good already. The man from Abuja. Wow. I have no idea how that one was offside, but that's one he would definitely be taking any day, any time. Wow. I've spoken time and time again about how Guru kind of allows you to sleep with all of those passes. Well, that's a clear example right there. Konx definitely was not expecting where that pass went to, and just like that, in 20 minutes, Guru are by 2-0. It's deja vu all over again for Konx, in the sense where the same thing happened against Rams, so it was done by 2 goals early. Yeah, can we see the script kind of play itself out again, where in the second half he makes a comeback? I don't know. This is too early from Guru, and Guru doesn't look like he's sleeping on the laurels so far so good, and that's what makes him so dangerous. Once he gets the sniff of blood, he definitely wants more. Looking at this result and the way Guru is playing probably gives you a whole idea onto how a very, very decent Simply Uzo was against Guru to get a 6-6 draw. I think probably you would give a lot of credit to Uzo that he took a lot of risk and took the game downright to Guru, not letting that one slide, and that one was definitely, that makes that result really, really interesting now when you look at it. Certainly, when you do look at it, it tells you that there will be days where people have spirited performances, and you feel like, yeah, today Simply Uzo's performance was clearly spirited, because this Guru we are seeing has come out and he's looking like a man who wants a lot of smoke. Right now, he is causing so many problems for Konx. Konx, though, we know with just 1 goal, it could change how he plays. He's somebody that kind of rides off of that momentum and the confidence. Yeah, he just always needs just 1 goal to turn his performance around, and we've seen that one happen again and again. The performance really follows the momentum shift, and I think that's what makes him so dangerous, because he's someone you can never really count out in a game, no matter what is going on. I think that's something that Guru has to also be aware of and find a way to sort of bury this one beyond any reasonable doubt. And this time around, attempt so unlucky, so unlucky, as the second ball is not falling right where he needed it to be. The man Guru, and here is Konx trying to bide his time again. Konx has to be very careful. This is a totally different ball game than the one he had against Rhymes earlier today. Well, for Guru, he's kind of putting Konx in a situation where now you've got to pick your poison, because Guru is pushing, and he is pushing, and you know that with how he's playing, if you don't commit bodies forward, you will not score against him. Look, I think out of all of the players and the big matches that we've kind of dubbed them, Guru is the one who plays them, and you can tell that he defends so well, and he just frustrates his opponent so many times, and it's becoming a pattern of his now, where you'll be able to hold Konx for about 36 in-game minutes without him scoring. It's a tough thing to do, but not so tough for the Abuja man. The player lock will almost unlock that defense right there. Yeah, this is getting absolutely interesting. The next goal, we do talk about how interesting the next goal always is. That time around should have been offside. It isn't, and he has a chance to survive that one. Guru, if he can take this lead to second half, it's going to be doing him a whole lot of good. It does look like the performance has slowed off a little bit, but that's why he needs to take this lead to the next level and probably start the second half with as much venom as he started this first half. 5 minutes to go in this half. It's still Guru in firm control of this game, and in firm control could have even had more grip That one was slightly on. Guru is indeed driving on the bright side of the road. And he is comfortable as we speak. Jahanoglu go past. Next moment has come. Oh! That with both hands. That time worked this goal so well. And clearly that one has taken a little bit of the weight off his shoulders. He goes into the second half a little bit more optimistic about his chances of potentially winning this game. Wow. All of a sudden,
the league doesn't look so huge anymore, and I think all of a sudden now Guru has to be very careful. If he loses this lead in the first half, it will make his job so hard. Almost misses out on that first true pass, and that's the only reason why we probably have this one still at 2-1. Here's the replay of that goal as it went all the way in, while King Konx is still probing and still searching just on the edge of halftime if he can get this one back over the line. Here is Wilson holding on, and he gets it back in. The lead all of a sudden lost in the last 5 minutes of the first half. Guru sort of will be beating himself that he lost that one.
It's just a guy who just needed that switch. Konx just has it all about him, that in those 5 to 10 minute spells when he's playing, he is playing indeed out of his mind. Incredible performance. Like Manny said, the last 5 minutes of this half, Guru's just been nowhere to be found. And Konx just keep churning out the chances, recycling, and it has paid off heavily. And we're back where it all started, with nothing to separate both of the sides. And you feel like the second half is set up perfectly for something crazy to come.
Yep, we're going to be seeing a possible grand slam finish from both players. King Konx is the man of momentum. I did say that earlier on also. He's the man who just knows how to ride the waves. As soon as the first goal goes in, you know you're in trouble. I think the only way to possibly stop King Konx is as soon as he scores a goal, ensure he doesn't get the ball for the next 5 minutes if you can. That's possibly looking at it.
That's a difficult job.
That's a very difficult job because he also does know how to press. And he knows how to ride off the momentum. Look at how he started the second half. After that goal went in just on the edge of halftime, all of a sudden it looks like he is the man who is flawless with decision making, and this time around Guru rides that challenge. He goes on to get himself something out of this one. Can he get the ball, trigger the run? But King Konx saves that one all the way through.
Well, surely the battle of some of the best we've got in this.
Oh, that one right against the run of play. This is the way to play. This is the way to sort of hit that momentum, put it to a grinding halt, and Guru has done his own bit of the job in the second half. There's a lot more work to do, but this man is poised currently for it.
Well, he looks as locked in as ever. Guru, I mean, did give up that 2-goal lead. One thing that we always say is 9-minute halves kind of give you the luxury to maybe falter a bit, come back and then make a huge claim for yourself as well. So for Guru, not surprising at all that a player of his caliber regains his lead, but knowing Konx, he's definitely got a couple of things up his sleeve. Well, this one really shaping up exactly as how people thought it would be. Top of the table clash, and clearly the margin so close. Shelling.
This one, I love the way Guru is setting himself up for. You can see the pressure, the press there from King Konx. Really, very aggressive. But he's holding on to the ball, keeping it out of King Konx's reach, and that is the only way he possibly can get something out of this one. Good pass. It just doesn't come to fruition there. My goodness.
Well. Salah. The team of the honorable mention, Salah is also quite an interesting one to use. I believe he's also got that finesse play style plus that everybody is after these days. There goes Konx once more. The through ball, finding Shelling at the right place, cuts it back. But Tay has to look for the finesse. Credit to Guru there, that switch back for Militao to make that crunching tackle in there was all he needed to stop that attack. Now, a little bit of life into this game as the intensity increases. Salah Wilson will come back and get the ball. I mean, every single time you kind of see Guru defend. Kind of like he's anticipating where the ball will be at times, and he does kind of take a gamble with his aggression moves, but it indeed pays off.
I mean, that tells you the experience level it takes to pull off some of the moves that someone like Guru do pull off in game. This is the thing I talk about when you are battle ready. You know, when you have those scars from lots of games played, those grinding moments. Tested, it sort of teaches you a little bit of the things that happen on the pitch as a repetitive action. You know that if you pass the ball to this player at this time, almost always it's going to be this way. If you get the ball in the right with the right first touch, you're going to have this, again and again. Sort of it becomes muscle memory. And for Guru, when you go up against some of these top players, every decision has to be spot on. And I think that's one of the reasons why you see him in the top 3 currently. The guy is doing his bit of business and he's doing it very well. Konx is currently in the post. I think he has employed this one time and time again, especially having a coach around him. When it's not going right for him, he just knows when to go into the post, speak a little bit to the coach, and make 1 or 2 decisions and changes that possibly changes the game for him.
The problem with how this game has gone is the fact that Guru has controlled the majority of the spells. It's just that the moments where you'd expect Konx to kind of expand his dominance of the game, he just can't, and it makes it so short for him to kind of change results entirely. Beautiful that one. Guru clearly was not alert to the danger right there, but that's why people like Sophia Wilson, that 5-star weak foot attribute of hers, as he slams that one top bins.
My goodness, I think it's fair to say that the finesse nerf has nothing on Konx there. That one was top bin. A ball roll, possibly adding a little bit of spin there to it. Guru now has to do all of the job again and again. King Elevation possibly looking at this one very keenly. It does look very poised for him well. If these both players have to play out a draw today, it would ensure that he's still at the top of the table after today's actions. This is Guru. Ball stolen off him by Konx. It is still active. Konx now on a foray of his own. We did mention this man as a man of momentum. As soon as the first goal goes in, you have to be very careful what happens consistently. This time around, Guru is safe, gets the ball out, and he does lose it again and again.
Approaching 17 game minutes of this one. Poised at 3-3 now. Konx just off the back of that draw. We're looking at this game as the bounce back for him. Well done as a Guru winning back possession, but Konx keeps pushing. You don't want him in areas like these. Ooh, Baza. Bas tackle. Well, came in clutch at that point. Ooh, that just clearly shows how important some of the right backs are. That's a team of the honorable mention, I believe. Denzel Dumfries at right back, strong, he's bulky, kind of gives you that explosive running type. Just the what he brings to you on defense could be a lot.
I mean, as you can see,
to go to war with.
I totally agree with you, and I think that is one of the reasons why these players, very, very intentional about their picks. I love the fact that as soon as Konx turned around, there was a quick use of the offside trap there by Guru. This time around, it doesn't entirely pay off, and for the first time today, Konx gets the lead. We did mention that this is a man who knows how to score. He's a man of the big moments, and as soon as that third goal went in for him, it did look like it was poised very, very efficiently for him to get a goal.
In a game of such magnitude, Konx proves why he's a lot of people's favorite to really go down the wire and potentially win the whole league. But it was down by 2-0 against Guru. Has maneuvered his way back into the mix. Impressive stuff from Konx, and not just him leading for the first time in this game, the whole of today, because mind you, he didn't lead even one time.
Yeah.
Against Rhymes up by 2-0. He forced the issue and it became 2-2. This one as well, the first 4 games.
I think that's really credit to Rhymes, the way he approached that game. It was a very balanced game from the OAS esports man. He's a little bit he just sort of chose balance over the attack,
the chaos
or that Guru loves to play with. And I think the fact that the chaos is something that he loves, that's King Konx himself. He probably is why he is currently progressing in this one.
Shelling all the way on that left hand side. Guru, I mean, it would be difficult for him to even accept this loss, and it's a magnificent turn. Wow, I mean that's what the low driven can do for you from those weird angles, because if you had shot it with a normal,
that was definitely not going in. The low driven just ensured that one was definitely going to be going through the weather. Wow,
excellent equalizer back in the mix. And for Guru, I think a draw wouldn't be too bad for him, but he'd still be gutted that he might not be taking maximum points for this game. He's at clear control in the first half, but just at the start of this second half, he has clearly shown that our resilience is right there.
Totally. 4-4 now. Again, Elevation is the man who is most happiest with this result. This means that he is definitely retaining his top spot without lifting the finger throughout week 3, day 2. The man Guru and King Konx making a whole lot of battle in this one. So much to still play for in this. I think we might still see 1 or 2 goals. I believe we have about 10 in-game minutes left to play.
Yeah, exactly. Just around that 10-minute mark left to play, and in such a tight game like this, you almost have that inkling, a feeling that maybe 1 more goal is there, maybe just 1 more goal is there, but King Konx has a lot of work on his hands.
I believe so also, but this is such a beautiful thing to watch, the unpredictability of it all, the way it quickly switch, the way it quickly changes, almost like the weather type of, if you insist. Oh my goodness, and I think we might just have another goal in this one. 5-4. Wow. We didn't see that one, so we can't wait for the replay to come on, because we were still in the pause, and the next thing we did see was a 5th goal by Guru. Can King Konx find his way back into this one? The next goal, very important. The man from Abuja really making a whole lot of noise as to why he should definitely be making that noise about the Abuja boys. You know, we did have that conversation earlier on, you know, talking about what would happen if we had a 4v4 Abuja versus Lagos. Watch this one a little bit, my goodness. Had no reason to rush that one. King Konx had boosted himself up. That was a huge chance and opportunity for him.
Massive chance to get back on parity. And look at that defensive organization from Guru as to end him. Possession of the ball back as we draw closer and closer to this game. It's been a spectacle like you all expected. And maybe Guru with the opportunity to seal it off. He's got options to find on the far post. Shelling will try to force the pass. That's a big King Konx with the player lock. King Konx though wasn't biting at all. And could that signal maybe one last opportunity for King Konx? Unfortunately,
what a tackle that was.
That's his possession of that ball.
That is an insane tackle to make at that moment in time without even drawing a foul. King Konx, it does look like this one might be the one that will probably be taken off for Guru. If he is able to get this one off the line, it might quickly change the way we view this one. Tries the ball through. Loves the goalkeeper. Oh my.
Talk about drama. Talk about leaving it till it's what King Konx is all about. That's not the first time he's done that today, people. Against Rhymes, similar scenario, similar results. King Konx rises from the dead and will secure a point in this game. In a 10-goal thriller. Guru will feel like this one is a loss. But for King Konx, fight him back and he win a point out of all of this. And it's an outstanding performance from both of the players. As this one comes to a close, money.
Wow.
I mean, not a lot of words can describe what we've just seen.
Absolutely not. This was definitely one that we'll be looking at and telling ourselves, what a game. 5-5 from both players. 10 goals in. And this one was right at the death. I was talking about that tackle from Guru in the 89th minute, of how clean that tackle was. I was expecting a little bit of the game management there from Guru. He didn't employ that. And I think now he's going to be looking back at that one and say, you know what? That was probably my mistake. I mean, against an opponent like Konx, took the risk. Once he triggered that one, took that true pass, and as soon as he got it in, I mean, the audacity to lob the goalkeeper.
To chip the goal at that point. Last chance of the game.
Oh, wow.
I mean, we do say that people who try crazy things, when it comes off, they're genius. When it doesn't,
they look stupid.
Yeah, exactly. But
this time around, genius. What a genius that man is.
Hats off to Konx. He's put on a massive show. But like we say on the National Soccer Pro League, a show upon show upon show. And guess what the next game is? Another huge show. Top of the table clash once more. Elevation is in action. He takes on the OAS man Rhymes. That's a big game coming on for you guys. We'll take a quick spin around that big game right on your screens.
Ended in perfection, and Jukes with the Akuma look on his face. Medicine. Champion EAFC 25, Killer Freak.
From everyone that competed today, whether you won or lost, your presence today has contributed to the growth of esports in Africa. Let's keep the spirit of Cage24 alive, share, post, and have a good night. Thank you.
got to see what the Challengers Cup is all about. It's being able to produce in the pressure cooker. Now, like when players are there was a little bit where, you know, you get an opportunity to see them when they're under pressure. But just trying to get to something quicker. We're back to action. Now we're about to take the goal. We're about to catch up with the game. Oh, we just having an update. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. The best of the best players feeling the pressure and the nerves of this football. My goodness. Wow, what are we seeing? Bringing to you this live broadcast of this studio matchup. We got to see what the Challengers Cup is all about. It's being able to produce in the pressure cooker. Now, like when players are nervous a little bit, where you get an opportunity to see them when they're under pressure. But just by impulse, you get to do something different. You're back in action. Now we're back to play the golden goal for the grand finale of the relay back finale. Oh, we're just having an update. Oh, that's the one of the part of the back. He's gonna prevent this. Oh, yeah. Well, it's just been a flurry of action everywhere, and that goal mouth action that game just gave us clearly has put us in a very, very interesting position. Move on to the next though, as there's a big game coming up. Look, I think 3 straight games now. We've had games that could totally shape how the top of the table is looking like. Konx has been responsible for 2 draws already. Now he will not be in action by somebody who still rests at the top of the table. Very, very controversial finish the last weekend. We get to see Wolevation, who of course lost his perfect record last weekend to Brighton. Of course, indeed lost to Konx as well. He takes on Rhymes. Rhymes also did get that draw earlier on against Konx. This is a big game in its own right, and I feel like for Wolevation, the fact that he hasn't played today will give him that freshness going into this game.
Yes, also, I mean, also looking at the position of things, his destiny sort of is lying in his own hands, because he's still topping the table as it stands, even though he has not played any game today. If he definitely gets a win from this one, it will take him even further. You somewhat sort of cement his place a little bit away from the rest of the guys following. And you can look at the stats right now. He has 6 wins, 0 draws, but 2 losses, while Rhymes has 5 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss.
It's quite interesting, the win probability, because I'm expecting the person to be who's the top of the table to have maybe a better win probability, even though it's going to be close. But apparently the bookies favor Rhymes, OAS man, to pick up the win. Maybe because of that performance against Konx, we don't know. But we are definitely ready and poised to go. And it seemed like first 2 minutes in, Wolevation already leading by a 1-0. Wow. Electrifying start to this game already. Maybe an angry Wolevation, especially from how last weekend went with those 2 losses has probably fueled him in this game. Interesting start to this game already. It's just like how we like it though. Like when you do have like a fiery start like that, like we saw Guru also have against Konx, it ended up being a pretty good game. Wow. And for Elevation though, there has been a change in the lineup a little bit. I am seeing Alessia Russo up top, the Team of the Year item, 1.1 million coins, I believe, and clearly will be the marksman for him up top. Well. Something that we've all got to pay attention to is how the link-up play between just that striker and the wingers are going to be, in the sense where this game is all about getting it into your striker, and the triggering of your wingers has to be on point. And early on, we've seen that for Elevation. Him getting Alessia Russo Team of the Year item, she's just a 1.1 million coin. So she is viable to be able to get if you're looking for a cheap striker to use in this game. And I mean, I know 1 million coins is a lot, but it's just that we're in February now. So 1 million coins, a lot of people can tend to afford it. And now it just begs the question, would you commit that much points to just one player?
I think it really also depends on how much you're looking at in terms of overall spend for the other players. If you have great players who cost not so much all around, you probably could commit to making such purchases up front. You know, someone who's definitely would guarantee those goals. The shelling card item is sort of a little bit cheap. A couple of other items we're looking at, I say these are cheap items that are very, very effective on and off the ball. It really boils down to the total spend in terms of the team sheets. We're back at it. Rhymes, he's the one who's going to be looking to come back into this one as quickly as possible. The chance is there. We did see him losing out on the 2-goal lead earlier on against Konx, but this time around he has an opportunity to sort of seal his own fate. If he can get himself this win against the man Elevation, who have seen couple of chunks in his armors throughout last week. We did see him lose 2 times back-to-back in a game that sort of tested his mentality. If he can get the win, Rhymes, it probably would take him down to the very top of the table.
Well, the main problem for Elevation last weekend was the fact that he couldn't hold on to the lead, and that was quite surprising because in almost all of his games the week prior, he is somebody who can find a way to hold on to a lead as the run was being made by Elise Elevation. Quite surprising that he didn't play one time. But last week he blew a 3-0 lead to Bright. So this is not a territory that he doesn't know about. It's something that has been haunting him from last weekend. And you could tell with that expression on his face that he's fully locked in as to how this game will go. And I think we have seen a couple of changes. Elevation didn't come with his coach, Chooks Jr. today. Maybe a couple of changes. Well, those changes don't matter at all to Rhymes. He's back in the mix, back on level 10.
Talking about changes, Rhymes quickly had a pause queued early on. Now he gets the opportunity to go in and possibly make some changes to the formation or to the settings, whichever one works for him. As it stands, he has gotten himself back into the action. We know Rhymes has that quality, and he is definitely going to be looking forward to take a huge advantage of this momentum from the goal and see where he can take him all the way through.
Well, the OAS man certainly needed that goal back, and it's something that happens not just in FC, even in any sport. When you kind of go a goal down and that lead stretches, it can kind of it can kind of weigh too much on you at times, and it might cause you problems here and there. And for Ryan, it will be pretty important that he is back in the mix early. Look, I think there's been this narrative about Elevation and the way he plays, that he's so direct, doesn't maybe spice up his game at times, but it has kind of worked for him. 6 wins already in the National Soccer Pro League, but then he's coming up against somebody in Rhymes who we know that has a lot to his game and more than just directness. So it's going to be an interesting thing to see how they kind of square off. And speaking of squaring off, this one in transition from Elevation as they get his more bodies up top. Sega, Rodri. Rodri has spoken about how important that card can be in midfield. The fact that added piece to the Thunderstruck item already makes him a beast in that midfield area for Elevation.
Yeah, I mean, people who probably been talking about Elevation just being a direct player are possibly, being a little bit blind to the aspects of his game that sort of include good decision making in and around the box, knowing how to pass, when to pass, the kind of weight to pass, the space and timing, and these are the things that are sort of helps you not necessarily have to overcommit in terms of the dribbling and in terms of all those skill moves. If you're able to play effective FC, very, very basic FC very effectively, you won't need to do too much. Talking about doing too much this time around, nearly gets himself that goal. You can see the smack on his face, the goalkeeper being able to survive that onslaught there from Elevation. Here is Rhymes. He has an opportunity now to turn things around for himself. It is 28 minutes, almost mid of the clock here. And we are still poised at the 1-1 draw, while Rhymes is trying to find a way to break down the defense of Elevation. He's only been breached once, Elevation, and I think for Rhymes it's going to be very important for him to get himself a good comeback here, as that will probably test the mentality of Elevation given last week's results.
There's just something that I'd love for you to notice, Manny, and the heart of the midfield for Rhymes. He's playing two midfielders who aren't the tallest, but when it comes to ball control, they're pretty good. He's playing an FC Pro Live item, Billy Gilmore, and a Euro item in Vitinha. Those are two midfielders who you wouldn't say are the tallest at all. So if they are looping crosses that come in and they are the ones defending, Rhymes could be found wanting. But so far, he's looking at players who've got better ball control and the most important thing, the good play styles. I believe both of them have got that tiki-taka play style. So that's something that Rhymes is looking at. But if it comes to those aerial duels, I mean, you can bet your money that Elevation will definitely be winning any of those.
Yeah, I mean, but if you also look at the entirety of the competition, we haven't really seen a lot of aerial balls. Yeah. And I think that's because of how long it takes for the players to be able to control those balls from the aerial positions. But if you look at Rhymes, when he's sticking to the games where he is using those players with good ball control, I think it's looking at the fact that you don't want to be losing the balls in dangerous areas of the pitch. So that is possibly one of the reasons why he's going with all of that player cards.
Well, surely on the brink of a counter-attacking situation, and look how well Elevation tracks down. That's some exquisite defending right there. That's SC26 defending 101. You see the runner track all the way, socialing from way outside and make sure you follow them down to a T. Rhymes though still has one more opportunity. Look how compact at the back Elevation is looking. The man who kindly sits at the top of the table with all of those 18 points to his name, beginning to add up to the tally last weekend. Definitely not the best of weekends for him. Elevation trying to right all of his wrongs this week, and another crucial interception from Rodri, winning the ball back. Diani. And just like that, the control that Elevation had in the game has kind of shifted, and now both of them scrambling from possession in the midfield areas. It's just something that you notice a lot when it becomes more or less like a basketball game. It just depends on who takes their chances, but I think one thing that Elevation has done is the fact that he's causing Rhymes to think a lot. Ooh, that time a little bit of precision shooting coming to play.
Yeah, the L1 stop there. We did see that one just enough for him to get an attempt. This one was wide of the post, but one shots for Elevation going into what will be the 9 minutes of the first half. You see Rhymes quickly activating the offside trap. It didn't necessarily block any passing from going in, but it was just enough to wade any of the passing from Elevation. This time around, Elevation is in pole position. The last touch from his attacker, not a good enough. And now Rhymes has the chance to quickly turn things around. If he can get this properly, he might just make. Talking about the area balls, this time around, it is Rhymes who, for the first time today, attempts an area ball in the game between him and Elevation. Here is another chance. Gilmore, that card, you did have a whole lot of conversations about earlier on.
Well, I have been impressed heavily with Elevation's defending in this game. I think towards the latter part of that half, Elevation has had to do a lot of defending. I think he's held his own pretty well. And you've got to also credit Rhymes' ability to take control of the game, because you look at those first 10 minutes, all Elevation, but now you see the possession at the end of the first half, Rhymes finishing with 58%. Clearly tells you when he worked his way back into the game, he didn't just take back the the chances, took back a lot of possession and more or less control of the game and forcing motivation back into his corner. But we also got to give hats off to your man. I believe he did really, really well, staying in there, defending pretty well, getting compact. I think if you play FC at any level, you've got to watch how both of these guys are playing, not committing too many bodies forward. One thing that we always tend to make mistakes from, committing. And just the fact that we cannot execute with just few bodies up top. That's what both of these guys can do really well as compared to the rest of the world.
Absolutely, and I think that tells you why this is the top of the table clash between Elevation and Rhymes. Both players are really, really poised to finish this one. Definitely in the top 4. I don't see any reason except probably walkovers why we will not have two of these players go all the way to the elite division. Here is Elevation talking about that man trying to really get himself another goal to get into this action. This is probably the lowest scoring game we have seen today at this level, at this point in time. 1-1 still on the clock, but there's still a lot of room and time for more. We expect this one to be a KG affair, end-to-end affair, and that is exactly what we are seeing from both players. They already know what is at stake. For Rhymes, he's currently 16 points going up against a man who is 18 points. He definitely knows that the next 3 points is going to be very, very huge in his race to be winning the whole of the entire division.
Well, surely everybody in and around that top 4, top 8 race is locked in and glued to this game because it could affect so many things. I think the way the draws went out earlier has kind of not changed too much when it comes to the positions. If somebody had won, maybe Guru had beat Kinonix or Kinonix had beat Rhymes or Rhymes had beat Kinonix. But I've had so many changes. But then the fact that all the games have just ended in 1 point apiece to everybody, the changes in the positions haven't been massive like that. So maybe if this game ends with somebody picking up maximum points, it could clearly make a lot of changes. Mind you, if Rhymes is able to pick up a win in this game, he moves straight to the top of the pile. If, of course, Elevation can hold on to a draw or a win, he keeps that top spot to himself. Puteas right on the edge of that area. Rhymes keep pushing. Elevation right there with another defensive stop.
And this is why one of the reasons why it's always good for you to have start out any competition, any FC competition very, very well. For Elevation, he did have a little bit of a slump last week, but the fact that he has done all of the good work early on gives him that much needed breather already. He's still 2 points ahead of I think 1 point now ahead of all of the other players who are currently behind him. And right now, if he can get a draw from this game, he's 2 points ahead of them. If he gets a win, 4 points. That's a lot of breathing room for him going into the last 3 weeks of action. This is definitely where he will be looking at himself and say, you know what, I've done a lot of good work. I just need to maintain my momentum, get myself at least another 70-80% of the win. Talking about that man, he gets it. The next goal, very huge. 2-1 it is for this man. Drinks a little sip of his water and reorganizes himself for the next round of the games.
Well, that goal right there clearly describes how Elevation plays. It's all about the patience in the box, the basic things being done in the box. Excellent ball control, very good intricate passing in the danger areas. And just like that, he's regained his lead. Good Elevation. Turn around that difficult week last week into something positive this week with a huge win against Rhymes. If he ends up getting all 3 points in this game, I believe get some breathing room against the likes of Kinonix, KK, Rhymes, Guru, all of those guys, Yemi, Son of God, all of those guys in the mix.
That was terrible defending.
That's right from the top draw. And he didn't close him down.
Absolutely. There's absolutely no reason why you're giving Rhymes that amount of space in that moment. Probably expecting 1 or 2 things to happen for Rhymes. But this time around, Rhymes took that one and he absolutely buried it beyond the goalkeeper.
Wow. Band for band, these two are going at it. I think Elevation will be disappointed as to how quick he conceded that goal, especially looking at the context, because he struggled to get that 2-1 lead, and all of a sudden Rhymes with the belt out of the finish. I mean, that's why you have these kind of insane cards up top. The way they're able to pull some top draw finishes is indeed insane.
Definitely what some of the millions we talk about on here, what they cost to get some of these players in your team. So definitely if you're looking at this and wondering why you should go ahead and get that 1 million striker attacker, this is one of those reasons. Once they get you into those positions, here is Rhymes, tries the back heel pass I was expecting another finesse into the top corner, but the man was looking at something else. The back keeper should have definitely made this one a highlight reel, because that was absolutely insane. Top class, top drawer from Rice.
Well, when you do see games like this, it just kind of tells you that at the top of the table, there's no match to separate them. That's why every single point, every single win, it was there for the taking.
The cutback there would have definitely made it safe.
Could have shot. There was this angle for him to shoot. With the finesse. I was expecting it to come, but Elevation had already set his mind. Wow. We speak about margins in this game, and that one right there, Elevation would surely be kicking himself, knowing that he could have found the finish right there. But I was speaking about how difficult it is to separate the guys at the top of the table. And I wonder if we'll see if he can follow it up with a second. That could really mean that he could turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about momentum, and Anif did lose earlier today against Dracarys in a game that ended by I think 6-5 in favor of Dracarys. So for Flick to follow up a win with another win would definitely see him going into 6 points. 6 points with 2 draws, that's 8 points. I mean, that would take him a whole lot. Yeah, that would not be bad at all. Probably around 15th position, looking to build on that momentum going into the second half of the competition. And if is up on the screens having a quick chat, I believe, with his co-competitor Flick. They'll be going straight into the action, you know. And if he's a man who enjoys chaos, he enjoys those first-time true balls. Flick haven't really been up to par with what we have experienced from other players so far. So from the level we expect from him, he hasn't really been
exactly. When you look at how other players have played, and you compare it to how maybe Flick has played, there's just been a couple of games. I quite remember his first game against Dracarys where he went band for band with Dracarys. That's the only game that I can recall from Flick of him playing at a level required to play at the pro scenes. And I'm glad that today he's been able to pick up the slack a little bit, get the win on the board, and maybe we might see a different Flick altogether. I mean, at this point, if you follow his social media platforms, you'll just be there and start smiling at yourself, because before the league had started, he was trash talking a little bit that, I mean, he's going to really do well in the league. Now, all of a sudden, he's posting content, laughing at himself. So maybe it's even extra motivation for him to kind of turn it around, and maybe today's the day for him.
I mean, what a perfect day, what a perfect game to end this one if the players sort of give us the results we're expecting. We have a kickoff already, and if we starting things off in right to left in that all black kits, while Flick decided to go up top again. I think this is what I spoke about earlier on. I don't think he's actually grinding enough of the game. With some of the things I'm seeing him try to pull off in game, these are things that we know at a fundamental level do not work in this current iteration of FC.
Interesting things to spot out pretty early on in the game. I mean, for Flick, his squad is also quite different from everybody else, playing the likes of Cruyff up top. That winter wildcard icon item Cruyff, not something that you see from a lot of players, because he is indeed expensive. Flick to open us off. Well, huge opportunity for him to get, and I've been saying that momentum is everything when it comes to leagues like these, and for Flick, he was looking to start in the perfect way possible. Gabriel with an excellent tackle back to win the ball back for his team.
That run all the way from the defense there for Anif, sort of trying to get himself into the right angles. It didn't work out this time around, and Anif now would probably have all of the work to do if he can get it. Fabian down to Wilson. Wilson now seems all of a sudden to be in almost all of the players. That one is a beautiful way to open it up. Bonmati opening up the scorings there for Anife. I was talking about Wilson, who all of a sudden is appearing in all of the cards. We did talk about that budget restriction earlier on today. The players are now restricted to a 7 million coin budget per team, or per player rather.
Exactly.
And I think that has sort of changed the way we view these teams. We see more and more of the different cards there. We did see Wilson go up into most of the players' teams.
Well, that's an interesting pass to give us, Anif. Get to get a quick fire double in this game. The pass though.
Power defending there, and somehow, okay, that now makes a lot of sense as why he didn't attack that one immediately. That offside though, I thought that was a tackle that gave him that ball.
Very tricky to call in those positions. for Flick, though. Definitely not how he wanted to start this campaign in this game. And we'll be looking at ways in which to get back into this game. And I think when it's all been about that decisiveness that other players have had, and it's just not been there for me. He just finds a way to create the opportunity, just isn't decisive enough to take those opportunities. And just like we see in transition, and if it's somebody who would always punish you, look at the run he sent from Bomati. These ones are always what makes them dangerous. Courtois comes up huge,
flashes it across the post. This time around, like you just said, the goalkeeper doing just enough to stop that one from going in. Here is that true pass. My goodness, that one was a training ground routine. You could see that one definitely. And Flick has the opportunity to really start something of his own out from that iteration of the attack. I want to ask you a quick question, Sly. Do you think we ever get to see a portion of the game where we can contest some decisions made by the referee? Is that something you're interested in seeing?
The thing is, will it take too much time? Because if it takes too much time, then okay, I don't think you can be added to the game. But if you play NBA 2K, you know there's a challenge. You can, of course, in real life NBA, there is the challenge. And I know in NBA 2K, there is the challenge as well. And that one doesn't take a lot of time at all. I mean, you can literally just press a button, you challenge, skip for the challenge to come, and then of course you get the verdict from the referee. So if they can add it as that style, like how 2K added it to the game, then maybe you could challenge a couple of decisions. So that could be interesting.
You can have maybe a limited amount of challenges per.
I mean, one challenge per game, one challenge per team. I'd believe it.
Flick dribbling his way to an open opportunity from the spot, steps, goes the right angle, and if there. But the power is just a little bit too much for the goalkeeper. And now we are back on level terms. 1-1 it is currently on the scoreboard. Here is Anif quickly trying to score back from that kickoff where he did concede the goal. Decides just to go down that route, and that's very interesting to me. It's a throw-in favor of Anif. Can he work something around this one? That is a question on everyone's lips. Good use of that pass! And Flick have been absolutely terrible with how he's clearing off his lines in terms of the defending. He just keeps gifting the ball to Anif, who has not taken any of the chances yet. But definitely this is not where you want to be. For someone like Flick, this is not the type of angle you want to be in, where you are gifting your opponent the ball in such danger zones again and again and again.
Well, this one close as ever as he wins back possession of the ball. Exactly where Flick would want to be. We've spoken about his decisiveness in front of goal. We've got to see a little bit more urgency when he gets the ball in and around the 18-yard area, just offside from your hand. Cref's item, though, is quite interesting because I've seen a couple of people use Cref, not in the National Soccer Pro League, I mean across rivals and champs, but most of the time you see him at the count position. It's a lovely he just knows how to get these cross-field passes diagonal that always catches people off guard.
A toe-poked finish, and that one is the one he's definitely taken. I thought with the goalkeeper being rushing out early on, she probably will be having all of that sorted out. But I love the fact that he took that risk and took that finish and was able to do the job, do it very, very well. Here is Anif with the win. 2-1 it currently is as it stands. Anif doing his best to take this one down the cleaners. Still a lot of action to go. Of course, 28 minutes in game have been spent so far, and a quick attempt at that pass from Flick, just not enough to get himself a lot of space. Here is that he's talking about space. The ball is down to Olise on the byline, ball roll, looking for that pass. Again and again, Flick gives the ball out, and this time around he is just able to survive with Courtois rushing out of his area to collect this ball from Anif's legs.
30 minutes in, and Anif still holds on to that lead. One thing you'd always say from Flick is his transition play is quite different from everybody else, and his patterns also look quite different. Maybe something that he's worked on in the way he creates his opportunities. He is dancing in around the area, looks confident as ever. This time through Diani, tried to link up with Cruyff on that possession, and I think when it comes to those through balls, Anif hits them better than everybody. This time he's got Shelling on goal. Just went too close to the defender that time, and he anticipated plus coming in clutch.
A touch too many, you might be forced to say, and this time around you can see definitely it worked in the favor of Flick. And he could see a little bit of frustration from that man. That was definitely not how he planned out that throwing routine there, losing that ball. from an angle you definitely should not be expecting.
Remember Anif's game against KK where he kept scoring the same type of goal, triggering the run from the midfield.
Yeah.
If Flick has watched Anif's games,
he should be expecting those runs.
He should be able to work on them right now, or else he could be in loads of trouble. Because I've already seen about 2 scenarios where Anif has put off the same move and Flick is still struggling to kind of deal with them. He cannot afford for Anif to be creating opportunities off transitions anymore.
As it stands, we are just on the edge of taking this one to halftime. This is a place where Flick will be looking forward to getting himself at least back in action. If he can get himself back on level terms, it will do him a lot of good. You can see him a little bit showing that frustration, and I'm wondering why he's showing that kind of frustration at this moment when there's still so much action to play.
Those one-time passes from Anif proving to still be deadly.
Oh my goodness.
We've spoken about them time and time again. This man will make you pay for losing the ball, and just like that in transition, he's a killer.
I particularly like the fact that Anif did not try to take that ball out on the other space for Olise's stronger foot to connect. He just went straight in that one and took that finesse shot perfectly well. I think that's something I'm probably going to be picking up going forward in FC 26. I'll probably be trying that more and more, and I'll give you guys the updates on how that is working out for me as my week goes on. But that is what we are looking at right now. It does seem like Anif is running away with this one. A good way for him to get 3 points in today's game. Anif has really been blowing a little bit of hot and cold because had he been here, was able to get some. Oh, Flick decides to go for a tackle. Is that the last man? Is that the last man? Because that would mean a red card.
Wow, tricky situation.
That is a red. And Flick is just making his own position worse. I believe that would be a free kick. Absolutely no reason for Flick to be committing that challenge.
Wow.
There's still so much to play for.
Exactly.
And if scores from this free kick, it will even be me.
And I believe, this is not the first time Flick is getting a red card in a game where it's supposed to be close. If Anif converts from this position, he makes things from bad to worse. Go for flow!
Now what was the use of the red card? Absolutely a terrible decision there from Flick. Even though he had a man down on that free kick routine, trying to block that near post, Anif said, listen, it doesn't matter. I have the Olise card, and he can absolutely bend it like Omali into the top corner of the road. Now you can hear Wilson now going down. This will make it 5. Yes, it does. This is probably game, set, and match for Anif, because this does look now like a routine finish for Anif.
Well, he puts the game to bed in the perfect way possible. This man knows no stopping. He wants number 6 before the halftime whistle will come. It's an annihilation at this point.
Kickoff after kickoff after kickoff, scoring 2 goals from the kickoff. That is to tell you how much of a terrible. This one just make it 7, and my goodness, all in the space of 1 minute. This is probably the most terrible decision we have ever seen by any player there to get that red card. Any man has conceded in 1 minute from 3 kickoffs.
Wow, that is
absolutely
a massive
insane
breakdown from Flick, and it's one that could be huge for him as well. It insanely kills his hope of maybe even making the top half of the table. And just look at the transition offense. It's just way too easy for Anif to split him open. And that was another glimpse at him getting the red card. This one, the resulting free kick from getting that red card. I mean, in my opinion, he should have just left that player there.
Yeah.
There's still the whole of the second half to play. We've seen people come back from 4-1 down.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, this is what happens when you're frustrated with yourself. And for Flick, it might do him a lot of good if he starts employing the services of a coach right now. Because first things first, the problem is that he isn't playing good FC. And which is a little bit frustrating for some of us who have seen him play at such a high level. Like, the fact is that he's not playing great FC. And it's obvious that his style isn't working. And so that leads to a lot of frustration when things aren't going your way. You understand what I'm saying? Because for Flick, this had the makings of someone. Like, this was pushed for him to get his first 6 points off the entire thing, and he's capitulating under the pressure right now. That's totally unacceptable at this level.
It is shocking for him, especially with what we saw in week 1. It wasn't bad at all, especially how he played against Drakais, and expecting him to be able to carry on from there, carry on over with the momentum, and it's just not been the keys for him. So it's something that I feel like maybe is a psychological thing at this point where he has to get out of that slump in his mind to be able to get over the hump in some situations. Credit to Anif though. I mean, he doesn't care about anybody. All he cares about is finding a way to win. And at this point, that is what is on his mind. And first half, he just carries on and carries on and carries on. Goal after goal after goal. That's what is important to him at this point. Well. As we get into that second half of the action, Anif and Flick locking on to this one with the first half being heavily one-sided.
And we're back in the action. Flick a little bit. I think he sort of capitulated under all of the pressure and everything that was happening on the pitch. You could see that on his face. The reaction he had, definitely didn't expect what he is currently seeing right now. But kudos to Anif and a great sportsmanship for both players to still be in the mix of things and continue this one just like we expected. Here is Flick. He might just get this a little bit of respite. It do seem, because from 7-1, it would be absolutely criminal to even believe that anybody, especially Anif, can bottle anything this scoreline, especially with that card that is currently so I would say hindering anything for Flick right now.
Well, surely I think this might be one of the heaviest score lines as at halftime.
Yeah, definitely there is. We haven't seen
all
any
the games that we've seen.
Yeah, we haven't seen any. Even the Guru game, which eventually ended in 15, I think it wasn't this heavy at halftime.
Exactly, and it's just quite surprising that considering a player of Flick's caliber, because I feel like some of the results haven't been like a true reflection of who he is. It's just been the moments that have kind of destroyed him a little bit.
You know, I'll probably disagree right now with that, and I would say this is probably who he is ultimately, because this one just saved by the goalkeeper. Listen, it is easy for you to have good run in a one-off tournament, but when it comes to a league system, that is when your true self begins to show. Oh, this one makes it 8, and Anif is just strolling in the park right now as it is. This is just a little bit just us trying to walk the end of the game, but it does seem like it is 3 points for Anif at this time. It is 3 points for Anif, unless there's a supernatural miracle supposed to happen for Flick, which I don't see happening anytime soon. But I think I would say for Flick, we have to start getting to the point where we say, you know what, this is who Flick is. This is the best he can give us at any given time. Because again and again and again, we have seen him, we have asked questions of him on the stream against top opponents, against middle opponents, against players we expected to, for him to really prove some points against. But he has not done the job. So at what point do we turn around and say, you know what, this is probably the best you can do. This is all the quality you have, and it really is on you.
Well, certainly. Oh, that's another one to go in, and the goals are coming too quickly as Anif will keep piling on the pressure. It's 10 after 56 minutes, and for Flick, I think he's got to settle for damage control at this point. Make sure maybe he holds on to the ball, caresses possession a little bit, kind of ensure that Anif doesn't score any more goals, so it's just getting from bad to worse after every minute goes by. This time you win back the ball, and I think it kind of also puts you in a spot that you don't want to be in at all. I think same thing happened to Baloke as well, where you figure that after that loss to Guru, it will be difficult for him to turn it around, and it's still been going downhill from there onwards.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Here's a chance for Flick. I have absolutely no words with what we just witnessed right now. There was absolutely no reason for there to be a fake shot in that angle. Take your shots, and that's what I talk about. The more we see Flick play, the more it's obvious that he isn't on the level of other people who he expects to be on their level. Look at how he's been broken down by Anif consistently over time, and this one makes it 11, and it's just a good way for Anif to rack up as much goals as he can. We do talk about how much goals do matter, and at some point in time, King Nones was leading the pack by goals, and we have seen again and again.
Guru scoring those 16 goals
did help him a lot.
Helped him, so I'm sure. Anif knows all about that. He'll get as much as he can. I believe the record for goals in a game is 16.
Right now we're on 11, 5 away, and there's a whole lot more to happen in this one. But it was 16-3, I believe, at some point. So probably a 13 goal difference. This one might just be the highest goal difference we've seen if this continues like this.
Well, Flick definitely not doing himself any justice with how this game is going at all. 13 game minutes to go.
My goodness, this one is just a walk in the park as it stands for all of us here, including both players. As it is, and if it is 11, Flick is 1. Flick just doing this for sportsmanship and respect of the game, because this is probably the end of any attempt for week 3, day 2.
Well, certainly. I mean, all the accumulation of the results coming up for today one more time. Anif, the way he just finds these passes every single time. And for Anif, it's just been incredible as the 12th goal will indeed come off the rebound. I mean, just the understanding of triggering the runs, you can tell it's something that he's practiced time and time again. Every single time he finds a way of locating those passes, and it always usually comes from the midfield, so it hits you in the blind spot. I vividly remember that game against KK. He kept triggering Bomati through the middle, and for KK just couldn't find out what hit him, because usually it is the midfielder, then you trigger with the winger, but this time around Anif can do that with the winger or the midfielder, so it kind of just makes things a lot more difficult to even comprehend.
Listen, I mean, talking about Anif, the iteration of FC24, I think did see a lot of the first time through balls also, and Flick gets himself another goal in this one, so hopefully that reduces the tally a little bit. You can see a little bit of smirk happening on his face, and all of that expression just tells you a little bit of the man down in his tools, because he knows it's probably beyond him as we speak. But talking about Anif, the FC24 did see this man go on a crazy first time through passes like we've never seen before. He was triggering runs from left, right, and that was probably the worst version to face. That was the worst version of Anif to face. And I think the first time we had the LAN event that included UT Ultimate Team, I think he was third. I think he was third, yeah. He went all the way in the semi-finals, beat Mitch in that particular game where, to get third. I think he was beaten by either, I think it was Fola, who now went on to play, I believe that would be Killer Freak.
In the final.
Yeah, in the final. And then I think Fola did win that one by just whiskers. By just one goal. He was up by I think 5-1 at halftime, if my memory serves me right, and the game ended by I think 6-5 or 5-4, something like that.
Well, interesting. A little bit of the history for you through money, and I hope you guys are paying attention as to some of these players to watch out for in the coming weeks. Mind you, this is just day 1. Tomorrow we do this same time here again inside the Game Evolution Studios. We will be going live on the KD Sports YouTube channel as and if might just have one more to go down. That's goal number 14 on the clock, and this guy clearly not resting at all. And I mean, the goal difference will do him a lot of good.
I think for me, I think it's just, it reminds me of what Guardiola once said at the time when his team, I think, were up by 10 and he was still bringing on attackers. Like, it shows like you respect your opponents, you know, like telling your opponent, you know what, I don't care how bad you're down right now, I'll show you respect by keep coming in at you. I'm not going to try and down my tools, because that would be a little bit of disrespectful move there. And for Flick, you might not see it that way, but for me, I love it. I love the fact that he's being piled on possibly right now. It shows that when he goes back home, he has to do a lot of work. At the moment, I think the work is just for him to just be able to have, you know, some respect in the community. But this is terrible performance from Flick. This is possibly the worst performance from anybody we have had so much conversations about.
Exactly. It's by his standards not good at all.
What standards are we talking about again?
I mean, for the standards of somebody who qualified to the Challengers Cup. I mean, if you've been able to qualify to look at,
to be fair, qualified from like the quarterfinals.
Exactly.
So he made his qualifying on
that. Compare his performances to other guys who qualified from the Challengers Cup. Okay, KK won, you can take him out. That boy got to top 2, you can take him out. Look at guys like Konx. Konx didn't even get it through the Challengers Cup. He was eliminated. But look at the performance he's put up. He showed you that he's put the work in. A guy like Dracarys, the Challengers Cup didn't go his way. Wolevation, like all of those guys have shown that they deserve to be. It's just that for Flick, in the last couple of games, it's just not been the best at all. And I just hope that this result really is more or less like a wake-up call for him to try to get back on track, because it's just not been nowhere near good enough, and it's kind of difficult to kind of assess with the way he's done. But credit to Anif though, for him, all what is on his mind right now is making that top 8, and this one clearly gives him a great opportunity of making that top 8, as maybe one more will go down to make it goal number 15 before the final whistle.
Not just making it goal number 15, but making it one that will definitely be savage. You can see that killer smile on Anif's face as he knows what he is doing is currently absolutely ruining the reputation of his opponent's fleek. That one makes it 15. One more goal, and we'll possibly be seeing another match as the highest goal scored in the pro leagues. And if this one possibly for 16, steps up. Shelling, you know it is 16, and possibly the highest goal margin in the entirety of the pro leagues have been had. Anife versus Flick.
Well, I didn't expect this game to have this type of scoreline. I don't think anybody's winning predictions of this game.
If you win the predictions of this one, I will step down from the commentary box and we will definitely have you in here next week because you have so much more to tell us. And we might just
exactly. If you saw 16-2 coming, I mean, I just don't know what to tell you. But as we get closer and closer to the end of this one, and if has put on an offensive barrage at this point, almost every single opportunity of his has ended up in goals. As ref says, he's seen enough. And if will end up with 3 huge points, but most importantly 16 goals, and that does a whole lot of good for his goal difference.
Yeah, 14 goal difference added to whatever it is he currently has. When it comes down to the wire towards the week 6 and 7, you'll probably be looking at that and be like, you know what, this was a very good idea, scoring all of those goals earlier on. It does take off a huge load from you. Now all you need to do is ensure you're winning the games by, even if it's 1-0, you're good to go. Does you a lot of good. For Flick, terrible performance today, especially after the win. We did hear him, he won 10-3 today, going now to lose from a 10-3 win to a 16-2 loss.
Definitely
there are no words.
What was on his bingo card at all. But that's how we wrap up what has been an eventful day. By the way, we've had a lot of scorelines that have kind of surprised us. Some of them we kind of expected. Performances that have surprised us. Manny and I definitely have enjoyed ourselves here in the booth. All we say is a huge special shout out to everybody who's been here every step of the way. We've totally enjoyed this one.
Yep.
The leaderboard has been shifting and changing. Players have kind of given us expressions that we've never seen before, and it's exactly what we expected from the National Soccer League Pro League. So Manny, carry us away.
Yeah, I mean, we're waiting to see if we can get the leaderboard on the screens anytime soon. But it really has been an interesting time out. We did see a whole lot of changes, and I think I love the fact that Mr. Oga set the tone for what we expected. This last game sort of a little bit dampened on what we saw in terms of the action in totality, but end-to-end stuff, we saw 3 top of the table clashes today, and 2 of them ended in draws. And then the last one we did see Wallivation run away with that one. So for me, it's been an eventful day. Week 3, day 1 has given us a whole lot of conversations to talk about. So we're looking forward to week 4, day 1 happening tomorrow live in the Game Evolution Studios. Don't forget, this one is brought to you by Kate Esports in conjunction with Game Evolution Studios, the Nigerian Esports Federation, the Esports News Africa, and Game Pride. A whole lot of other people who are in the studio. So many actions have been happening to ensure that this is done perfectly. So shout out to the production team making this one happen right away. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll give you guys the leaderboard and the entirety of what today looks like. So we're back into the action. We're going to be doing this one once we come back from I think tomorrow, which is going to be week 4, day 1, is going to be giving us a whole lot of more talking points.
Exactly. When you look at the way the fixtures have been put together, you could clearly tell that there's a lot to look out for. And some of the games that you kindly see that have happened at the top of the table clashes, we will be seeing other really top games that could really shape up to get towards the business end of the leaderboard, as we get to see how the leaderboard will shape up with the end of today. Like we said, some big games did happen. I mean, my mind straight up goes to Rhymes versus Kinonic. The fact that in the dying minutes of that game, Rhymes just lost out of that lead. Also, Guru versus Kinonic today. Kinonic in his 2 big games. I think the biggest winner out of today could potentially be Kinonic.
I think Motivation would definitely be the biggest winner in my books, because today there was an opportunity for him to be toppled in the top of the league, right? Two of the top players had 2 huge games, and they both lost the opportunity. Any 3 points would have definitely seen a new top of the table, even if it's for just a minute. 6 points would have definitely made I think Guru or Rhymes all King Konx definitely topple Wolevation in terms of the positioning. But he did see every single person who had the opportunity to go ahead of him drop points. And then he got himself a huge point.
The reason why I'm saying King Konx benefits from this position is because you're playing against two guys who are in the top 8 already. So that's difficult games. And in both of those games, he was down.
Yeah.
2-0 down against Rhymes, comes back, gets a draw. He was down against Guru as well, comes back, gets a draw. So he was from losing position. So all of them feel like wins for him in some positions. Even though they are not 3 points, I think those are 2 points that he'll take every single day. And of course, twice on a Sunday. Because for him, he was in losing positions. It gets to keep him still up there with the very best. Even though Wolevation has kind of steered clear with about 3 or 4 points, there's still a chance for him to catch up later on.
All right. Yes, that's how the action it looks like right now. We're still seeing so much action happening in and around the box. So much to comment about the Simply Uzo and Khaled boy. We are wrapping that one up. It's 47 minutes in the game. It looks like Simply Uzo might just be finding himself. Oh, wow. This looks like this might be the day for Simply Uzo to turn his fortunes around. 6-2 it currently is. And Game we just should be looking at this one and be wondering to himself, how did I lose this? What would be a palatable opportunity for me to have 6 points today?
Well, certainly for Khaled, it's something that he cannot give up at all. It's something that he cannot at all. In the sense, especially how the previous weeks have kind of gone for him, knowing that these are games where there are no-brainers for you, and you starting really well, leading by that kind of margin, you cannot afford to drop points at all. And for Khaled, if he still has hopes of getting into that top 8, this is a game that he desperately needs to. When we saw how that game with Josh 1 went, he almost slipped out of his fingers because he did lead by 3. Game with Josh came back, and then of course Khaled was able to pick up that all-important win. This one, he leads by 6 goals to 3 as we get closer and closer to the end of the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, Uzo doing himself a whole lot of good by sticking on to this one. 3 goals difference right now is doing him a whole lot of good. Yes, there are just there's still a whole lot more to play for, and I don't think that Simply Uzo is doing himself a whole lot of good with this defending. It gets to see if Khaled is going to get this one over the line. There's a whole lot of action expected, of course, but interesting times for Simply Uzo. First one, drawing Guru and taking off that momentum to possibly neutralize Khaled. If he gets this one in, it will be 7, and it is 7-3. Wow. 3 huge points.
Simply Uzo looks like a different man today. Getting a point off Guru and now potentially getting 3 points off of Khaled would be huge for him. That's 7 goals to 3 with still the whole of the second half to go. Simply Uzo, I mean, what went into this type of change? And these are the types of renaissance that we love to see in the National Esoccer Pro Leagues. I mean, for today, if you had put up this lineup out there, people should have made predictions. I think people would have said Simply Uzo is definitely not coming away with any points, but he could potentially come out with 4 strong points.
Yeah, 4 strong points would definitely see him leave the bottom of the table, possibly for Flick, who is currently on 3 points alone, and that's a whole lot of movement for him. And this is really interesting that in week 3 we have seen movement from the 2 guys who were rooted at the bottom, Bright and Simply Uzo, and that would definitely give us a whole new outlook going into week 4. That these guys were able to possibly see, and the way they have done it has been very, very incredible. Also saw Bright in action today. I think he got 4 points out of today's action. So if Simply Uzo is able to get himself sort of similar result, that's possibly like a whole different level going forward into week 4. These guys are possibly going to be problems.
Well, if guys like Simply Uzo are making it hard on you to get points off of them, then I pity anybody playing in this league.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot afford to say, okay, I've got 3 points on the board with this game. There's no chance that you can't do that. And I'm sure if maybe Khaled had underestimated this game, he cannot do that anymore. And the opportunity for him to get back on the comeback trail, he misses that one.
That is precision letting you down, and downing those tools there, right there. Precision just not giving him what he needs to stage a possible comeback. Khaled really has a lot of work to do. It is an hour into the game. We are 4 goals down. Khaled is currently losing, while Simply Uzo will be smiling and hoping and waiting that this one actually gives him a whole lot of succor in the race for promotion and possible staying in the league. The action is still hot. Scott to Fabian. Murillo showing up in the item in the cards here for Khaled boy. That attempt at the up through. I've noticed that the balls up in the air really don't work in UT iteration of FC26. Something I always wonder when people try to pull it off. Except you have a player who is in lots of space, enough that he can outside of the foot. Khaled does the business, and that one will see him reduce the tally to 3 goals.
With about 25 minutes to go, Manny, I don't think this is impossible to come back from. If he gets the next possession is going to be key. And I think for Simply Uzo, he's got to be careful as well. He can't afford to give it away cheaply at all. Speaking of Simply Uzo, here he's got the ball. Yet again, if he gets one more goal, surely there's no chance for Khaled to come back. Now, this possession I was speaking of is going to be pretty important for Khaled as he sends the runner. Wombito comes there and makes a pretty good interception.
For Simply Uzo, losing this game would just not only give you a problem in terms of, now he gets himself back that 4-goal lead, and you can see on his face the amount of emotion it's evoking. The thing about losing from such a position, especially when you are really, really down on your luck, is it does a huge mental load on you. It sort of makes you doubt yourself throughout the game. But if he's able to get this one over the line, a new brand, Simply Uzo, will be born. I mean, we've seen that with what we've seen from right. Vicario Farid coming into play once more.
Coming in clutch, and the way Simply Uzo is taking his time when he gets the ball, it clearly tells you that he understands that no lead is safe. No lead is safe for him at all, and that's why he's trying to hold on to the ball as dearly as he can. For Khaled, though, it will be all guns blazing. At this point, it's just the question is, does he have enough time? 20 in-game minutes, 9.5. I mean, it's a lot, but 4 goals is
indeed 4 goals,
especially.
And the fact that this is not the most fluent style he's currently played. This is not the most fluent, the most potent attack we have seen from the man himself all through the games we have seen in the second half. Here he simply was like, he might make it worse. Ball in the air, you definitely know Bonmati is not getting that ball over a defender.
I mean, there have been conversations about who the best striker in the game currently is. And so for Sophia Wilson, a lot of people have her in the squad. And as she gets one back, for Khaled to be attempting a magnificent comeback if he can pull it off. I mean, I'm throwing the question to the comments now. Who do you think the best striker in the game? Who do you rather have, Sophia Wilson's item or Claudia Pina? I know Pina's team of the year item is indeed insane right now, so she's untouchable, about 9 million coins. Nobody can afford it. But I'm speaking about strikers he can afford. Wilson, Pina's gold version, her player of the month version, winter wildcard version. Who are you rocking with? Let me know what you think in the chat. There's also one Smith item in the SBCs that's pretty good as well. I think it's from the WAP promo that did come earlier on. So let me know what you think in the chat as to who indeed the best striker in the game is. There's a couple of options for you to choose from. Khaled trying to do the impossible with this comeback here that time. Him dancing in the area. Simply Uzo defending pretty well.
Defending for his life, you might just say, because as it stands, currently that particular block ensured that he stayed up to 80 minutes without considering another goal with 3 huge goal difference. That just takes the work to a whole different level for Khaled boy there. He scores, but he's offside, of course, and I think that is very, very important for Simply Uzo. 3 goals difference.
Oh, sure.
Into 80 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a 9-minute half. Yes, it's a lot of time. But
10 minutes to
also,
go, 3 goals.
It will require.
It will take a generational head loss.
It will require.
Simply Uzo.
It will require
for
a flick type of performance for this to happen. Well. We just saw that happen with flick, but that was 3 goals in 2 minutes, I guess. 1 minute.
Yeah.
From kickoffs. I don't know if this is the type of thing we see, but
It's just that with this one, Simply Uzo has a lead to protect.
Yeah.
Flick at that point kind of was down in the twos a little bit, but knowing Simply Uzo, knowing that this could be potentially his first full win, I don't think he's going to give this up at all. No matter what Khaled does, I don't think this is possible. But we've seen crazier things happen in FC. Like, you just can't write off some of these things, and usually they go crazy at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think this will mean based on what we've seen with Bright, based on what we've seen with Tactical, with Guru? After they got their first win against top opponents, against a very, very decent opponents, here is Simply Uzo losing out this one, and he. Okay, I think that was
a replay.
Oh my goodness,
that was the replay earlier on. Now we go into real time for this one with Khaled down by 3 goals in this one. 8 goals to 5. Simply Uzo holding on for dear life. He is on the verge of grabbing his first victory in the National Esoccer Pro League. Simply Uzo kind of written off by a lot of people. It seems like week 3 will be the turning of events for this man. Picked up a huge point in that 12-goal thriller against Guru. He might just be following it up with a famous win against Khaled as well. Scott, Khaled, can he find one more? The chances just not being executed by Khaled, and the signs are clearly showing that Simply will walk away with this win.
I think we could call officially week 3 the week of the down and out, because that was the week we did see a huge performance from Bright. Same week we did see a huge performance from Khaled himself, and now we're seeing an incredible performance from Simply Uzo. 4 points this week, day 2, week 3 is incredible.
If you had told him that he was playing Guru and Khaled and he was going to pick up 4 points, he wouldn't have believed at all. Surely the icing on the cake to seal it off.
Yes.
Oh, there can be some celebrations now for Simply Uzo. He's on the board fully now. That's win number 1. They see the excitement all over his face. He's finally in the win column, so we can officially say everybody has won at least a game in the National Esoccer Pro League. That's how close things have been here for the last couple of weeks inside the Game Evolution Studios, as Khaled will get one back, but unfortunately time will not be his friend at this point.
I mean, for Simply Uzo, he's probably possibly looking at how he could reduce that minus goal difference, and that's why he's celebrating every single goal. But Khaled just trying to also protect his goal difference, sort of making the job harder for him. Yes, Simply Uzo, another chance. Decides to pass back. Maybe it might be an opportunity for him to just take this 3 huge goal difference and 3 points home with him. But Khaled also refusing just to let it go without getting something out of this one. Another chance, an opportunity. Scores, and it's 9-7. 89 minutes on the clock. Possibly the best time for you to manage the game. Pass around. Refuse to let your opponent touch the ball.
Well, it's kind of crazy that we are getting a 16-goal thriller where the goals were kind of shared between the two. But in our previous game, one man
18 goals.
got all 16 goals.
If you heard that there was an 18-goal thriller between Flick and Anif, you'd expect to see maybe a 9-9, a 10-8, something. And if they told you that Anif was 16-2, it would be hard for you to believe.
Indeed. Maybe Khaled to get one more back and cut down that deficit. Vicario comes up huge as he punches that one away. I mean, Khaled knows deep down time is not going to be on his side for him to get back into this game at all. Simply Uzo will seal it off with a big win after a massive performance today that has shown some sense of resilience. I mean, the story's been clear. If things are not working for you, just keep trying and trying and trying again. And Simply Uzo will finish the day with 4 massive points, picking points off Guru and his first win against Khaled.
Yep, 3 huge points, 4 for the day. The leaderboard is going to be looking very juicy for him right now. I mean, yes, he'll still probably be rooted in the bottom 3 of the table, but in terms of points, that is progress. Don't forget, we still have about 4 more weeks of action. That is the crazy part of it. With all that's happened so far, so good. If we're telling you that we have seen just 3 weeks of action, you'll probably be wondering, like, really? Don't we have more? But we're going to be going into week 4 by tomorrow. That's to tell you that whatever it is we have done so far, there's still more action to go. I think most games played so far has been 9. And we have about 10 more games to play. So for the players, a whole lot to do.
Oh, exactly. A whole lot to do. So there's still a chunk of games to be played. And even if your season looks like it's going down, there's still ways for you to salvage it. And I believe if you watch Simply Uzo's performance, it should be inspiring, it should be hopeful for you. Even for somebody like Flick, who considered a lot of goals, Baloke, who has considered a lot of goals, I believe there's still an opportunity for them to make top 8. It's still not all said and done yet. Maybe after the 5th week, we'll be able to tell guys who have 0 to no chance of actually making into the top 8. But for now, if you go on a winning streak, there's still a chance.
I mean, we did talk about mathematically, you needed at least 25 points to make it, to say, okay, you know what, I definitely am going to be in the top 8 mathematically. But from what we are seeing so far, if we have 4 points and there are 10 games, you could possibly, if you somehow went on a 10-game winning streak, that's 30 points. So, yeah, I think mathematically it still looks like, there's an opportunity for any of the players right now to still make it into.
It looks impossible, but crazier things have happened. Crazier things have happened everywhere. So we'll see how guys are able to turn things around. I believe that's the final action on the broadcast today as we wait for the team to put together everything that has happened right from the start. I always enjoy these moments so I can recap everything that we did go through. We started the day off with that big game, Mr. Oga versus Yemi, and Mr. Oga solidifying his spot in the top 8 after week 3 with that huge win, winning that one 6-5. Flick, we did say, picked up heavy points in that one against Blaze, 8-4. Khaled in that trash talking game against Game with Josh walked the talk with a 7-5 win. And then that famous point was simply Uzo coming in that game against Guru, finishing 6 goals apiece.
Started the game with a whole lot of upsets and a whole lot of conversations in terms of the results. And the second round of action also matched what we did see earlier. Bright and Son of God were the ones who started off the action. 7-7, that one ended. Back-to-back action. That one gave room to the game between Anif and Dracarys, where Dracarys saw a very slim win, a win he would take regardless. 6-5 he ended in favor of Dracarys in the background. King Konx and Rhymes made duel on the main broadcast 2-2, while Bright picked up a huge victory over Baloke, making his tally go up the way for today to 4 points. Add that to whatever it is he had earlier on, and that is definitely a huge bonus for him.
Yeah, certainly elevate him. Speaking about elevations, there is Game with Josh. After losing earlier on, he bounced back with a huge win against Budgie Senior, 4-3. And the Dracarys also had a pretty good day, winning yet again against Blaze, 6-3. That huge game, Konx taking on Guru, with literally the last kick of the game coming from Konx to tie this one 5-5. That top of the table clash was certainly enjoyable. And Baloke with 3 huge points against Budgie Senior that will elevate him as well. Now Budgie Senior in jeopardy of maybe finishing at the bottom of the table.
Yep. And then for the last round of action, we did see Rhymes lose in a slim game to Elevation. Elevation was able to hold on to those 3 points for the top of the table clash, while Mr. Oga beats Tactical by 6-4 in that mid-table clash. I think Tactical is the one who probably would be on the losing end of this one. He did have a good run, but in the past couple of weeks, week 3 has not been the best of weeks for him. Anife and Flick did give us that 18-goal thriller where Anif took most of the spoils. He ran away with it. 16-2 ended in favor of Anif on the broadcast, while Simply Uzo, we just witnessed take that his first 3 points against Khaled in the 9-7 thriller.
Wow, that's how everything rounded up today and what has been a blockbuster of the action. When things shape up like this, you kind of enjoy and just go back into your memory as to how things were unfolding here at the Game Evolution Studios. And it's certainly been a pleasure bringing this one to you right from the very start down to the finish. I apologize in the breaking transmissions during the broadcast, but of course, as we keep working on some of these things, we'll definitely be making the subsequent broadcast as seamless as possible. But without everything planned out, we'll be looking at how the leaderboard looks going forward, because it's not easy at all. Some players are really making it tough on themselves to qualify. Some players are also giving themselves a huge chance. I think guys like Elevation have already cemented their spot with the top 8 finish already.
I mean, we did expect that we did say earlier, 25 points, you sort of have cemented your place. But with 10 games going on and you have 21 points now, I believe, that's sort of like, we're looking at it with the quality. He's yet to play people like Baloke. I don't think he has played Simply Uzo yet. There's still so many people we are looking at. You know what? He definitely has to take points off some of these players, even though we have got to the point where we're like, okay, you know what? There's nobody you can underrate. But still, you're looking at some of the games and like, there's no way he cannot take some points off this one. 1 point, 3 points here and there. I think for someone like Baloke, Elevation, King Konx, Rhymes, Guru, they probably have cemented their space in the top 8. We're now looking at, okay, what is going to be the top 4 finish for these players? Who is going to be rotating, shifting? Mr. Oga also knocking on the door consistently.
With 2 huge wins today.
Yeah, 2 huge wins now. And talking about Mr. Oga,
whoa, that's a huge elevation into second place. And that's how the leaderboard looks after week 3, day 2's end of the action. Elevation keeping the top spot with 21 huge points. That keeps them top spot. Mr. Oga with the
very silent
huge leap.
Very
silent but huge.
Yeah,
very huge. He beat Tactical today, 6-4 earlier on, beating Yemi as well. Gets him up to 19 points. Guru gets to keep those 17 points. And mind you, even for Mr. Oga, he has an opportunity to go number 1 because he is a game behind Elevation and Guru. Konx also still in the mix with 17 points after those 2 dramatic draws earlier on. KK we didn't get to see in action today. He will definitely be in action tomorrow. We'll see what he's got up his sleeve. Rhymes kind of disappointing towards the end with how he dropped points later on to Elevation on 16. Yemoli in just that one game dropped points to Mr. Oga. I mean, he also dropped to 7th position. Son of God, Dracarys, and Anif all in that 8th, 9th, 10th position respectively, making for the end of that top half of the table.
Yeah, and the game which just win over Baji Senior sees him maintain or go top of the second half of the table with 13 points after 8 games played. Tactical has 12 points. Not really the best of game week 3 for him. Bright. This is possibly the biggest movement we have seen since the start of the league. Is currently in 13th position, 11 points, and I believe 3 points off the guys in 8th position right there. But he has played 11 games more than any other person on the stream. That boy in 10th position, he has a lot of games still to play. He didn't see
just 7
today.
played.
Just 7 played, 10 points.
He's part of the list.
Yeah.
Played,
yeah, he and KK have played the list so far, so good. Khaled boy, 8 points. Blaze 99, very good first week on the opening day of the competition, but he has really dropped off a whole lot. And today now he's currently stuck with 6 points after 8 games played. Baloke 6 points also after 8 games played. Flick 5 points. Simply Uzo, Baji Senior making up the rest of the league with 4 and 3 points respectively. Simply Uzo does have 2 more games at least to play. That means if he maintains this form he started today with, we possibly could see another huge surge for him.
Well, that's a roundup for today's action. That's how the leaderboard does look like. It's been a splendid day to enjoy some FC action. Like we told you, week after week, we package the action back to back to back. Amadi and I have certainly had a blast inside the National Esoccer Pro League scenes. Money, we're definitely expecting the same madness tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You did see what's happened now. I think the inspiration from players like Bright, players like Simply Uzo will take some of the other players who have not done so well, like Dada Boy, will possibly be looking at this. You know what? See, if these guys can really turn their season around, I definitely can also turn my season around. He has 10 points. 6 points will definitely take him to the top 8 conversations. He'll possibly be looking at it. So some of the other guys from the second half of the table looking very keenly on what is happening on the first half of the table and telling themselves the next 3 points is going to be very, very crucial. So tomorrow has to give us a whole lot of madness again and again.
Exactly, and we'll be ready for it every step of the way. Well, from myself, Manny, and everybody within the broadcast crew here inside the Game Evolution Studios, we salute you all. That is going to be everything that we've got for you today. Our curtain closer for the day. We'll see you same time tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We'll give you the best of the action that Nigeria has got to offer.
And Francis on the break to possibly seal it all.